just 1 minute after the top of the hour. I want to thank everyone for their patience. And let's see if we were able to add our engineer, Aristides, onto the call. So hopefully everyone can hear me well enough. The microphone is far away from me. We're going to test the voices of both Peter Moon and Aristides. Peter Moon first. Do say hello and introduce yourself.
Hello. It's Sunday, 9:01 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This is Peter Moon in Long Island, New York.
Excellent. And what we're doing right now is we're noticing that the online broadcasting software recognizes your voice. So how about you, Aristides? Let's see if that works for you.
Yep. Hello. I'm here. This is Aristides. Yes, I'm an engineer, and I'm not a sound or podcast engineer.
Unfortunately.
I made it sound like he's the engineer for the show.
Understood. Right. Understood. It could be misread that way. And he's kind of like... Yeah, our honorary. Right. He's our honorary. But he's definitely quite a real engineer. And albeit not necessarily our engineer per se, he's our engineer in the sense that he is definitely on our side. And so the online... say something again, dear Aristides.
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Good. So online broadcasting software is responding. And what I'm doing now is I'm going over to the studio, and I notice El Nemo says loud and clear. T-Take Berry says loud and clear, all three. And he says good evening from San Francisco. So he's actually in the city. Excellent. So T-Tank Berry is this wonderful human being whose identity I keep secure per his request, and he's just a great guy all around and has personally delivered some fiscal help to myself, and I'm going to need fiscal help from everyone. David Fitzsimon says everyone sounds great. So I do want everyone to know that I'm still trying to raise at an absolute minimum 300 United States dollars towards rent, and I want everyone to know that There's just a lot of challenges involved this month. One of them is, of course, that we do have someone else on this program who I have invited on who has asked for funds, and people have contributed to her. And I do need to re-emphasize that I'm going to have to bring up the situation if, in terms of an in-depth context, regarding that guest, if I do not start receiving some contributions myself, because unfortunately my listeners are so limited, my listener base is so limited that I guess they've all gone to contribute to that other guest, because all my contributions have effectively dried up. Effectively this month, compared to other months, I've gotten nothing, which means I can't hold the show anymore. So
let me say something here. You should not be soliciting for other people.
Yeah, I did not want that person to do what they did. Unfortunately, they did what they did. I brought them on to try and bring attention to their situation, but unfortunately, they began to solicit. That was not something that I gave them instructions to do. This was something they took upon themselves to do. And so the end result has been catastrophic for me. All contributions have gone to that individual, and they have, of course, tried to provide me with some contributions to help. But it's what they gave me is, of course, what's called a cut. But this is not what this program is designed to do. It doesn't work that way because the program's just too small. And in terms of what's going on now, the result is I can't hold this program at all anymore if I can't pay for rent, because I won't have a home to host the show from. So I need $300, period, from everyone. And I'm not asking for much. So it's definitely something that it's emergent at this point. So everyone, I need it like now in order to know that I can pay the rent, because I can't continue with this otherwise. It's just not worth it. The work and efforts that go into this. Yeah.
I can give some context here which will help people understand as to what's happening here. And I think it will help your situation, if I may.
Yes, of course. Please, by all means.
And this is how we'll start the show, the Peter Moon 3 hours or whatever it is I do. We have a lot of ground to cover here, but this is so pertinent and relevant to what, not only what's going on and what Douglas is talking about, to what I'm working on with his book. This is a major occult operation we are engaged in, Douglas and I. It's very major.
Yes.
And people now, and this all relates to the distraction that was affected here upon Douglas. And we can say that it wasn't with bad intent. It doesn't matter. But it amounts to other intent at the very least.
Yes.
And that's not a knock. Well, maybe it is a knock. I don't really care.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't really care. But and I want to give some context here. Now, I've been working on this chapter, The Night of the Broken Circle.
Thank you.
And I was interrupted in it by my trip to Romania,
Yes.
which I have to say, I never don't think I've enjoyed a flight so much by reading this book, The Slayer of Souls. I'm not quite done with it, but I have some more information to share on it. Perhaps that's good. It's very heavy information. And, you know, I've had flights when I'm on business class or even first class, and those are, of course, enjoyable, but this is like I'm in the emergency row. I can put my legs out, and I'm got my iPad, and I'm reading this book, go to sleep, read the book, go to sleep. And it's like I'm actually working while I'm flying. And there's so many things that happen on this trip that are just so wonderful. But this whole Night of the Broken Circle, I interrupt writing this chapter on the Night of the Broken Circle. Now I come back to it. It's a very awkward or challenging chapter to put together because there's a lot of cut and paste involved, and I'm trying to make a narrative from the beginning of it to the end in a way that will not only make it clear, it'll help the reader understand it, but see what happens is I begin to understand it. Yes. I begin to viscerally feel it. Now I was witness to the grounds where it took place. Douglas took JoJo and I there.
Thank you.
And and you know, Douglas didn't really want to go. JoJo wanted to see it. Yes. And I wasn't keen on I mean, I was okay on the Presidio, but with JoJo wanted to see it, so we went. Thanks to JoJo. You know, JoJo also was the one that wanted to go to the Sphinx. She didn't make the trip, but I got to the Sphinx. I got to take David Anderson's sisters there and his wife. Oh, it was wonderful. So thank you, JoJo.
Yes.
But so anyway, when I'm there at the place with him, Douglas says, this is where that happened, this is where that happened. And he explains it also cogently, coherently, that it gives me a little bit of a taste for it or a sympathy for it. It's not something that you really want to have a lot of sympathy for, but then again, you have to understand it. And you understand that what happened. And now all of this, what you're going to hear now is going to be in the book, but it, you know, I hope the book delivers it a little more impactfully. But you can't substitute a voice.
Yes.
And of course, this is my rendition of what happened, and Douglas can supplement that if necessary because it's his experience. But I'm processing this experience, and you know, from an outside view. And of course, those of you who have heard bits and pieces of it probably. But this is a big deal, and we could even argue to say that the whole future of mankind is involved with this.
Thank you. Yes.
It's deep stuff. Ties to the L. Ron Hubbard phenomena as well, which I'll go into, which is very interesting. And I only kind of like flashed on that, not for the first time, but as I'm reading this just before, like I sent out I was all busy this weekend, and you know, tailgating at Giant Stadium or whatever. You know, I mean, it's like football, sports, friends. You know, but now I'm just getting down into this, and I'm going like, wow. And so for us to be taken away from this, for Douglas for us to be undermined in this process it's not accidental that an Aquino affiliate, and when I say affiliate, I don't mean somebody who's friends with Michael Aquino,
right,
but were in his orbit. And when I say that, that applies to almost everybody who comes on and acts like a friend. And Aristides, no, because he's not of that at all. He comes from Peter Moonkamp from a long time ago.
Right, very different direction.
Yeah, that's right. I never knew Michael
apply to as well.
Yeah.
But some of these people, like Douglas explained Joe Tai and all this, and that's something I might like to ask you about on the air, but it's not really that important. Just that these creatures come out of the woodwork. It's like, and they're there, whether their intent is good or bad or just to help. It's like they've still got, they're still hanging upside down from, Dracula's cave, because that's where they came from.
Yes.
And they're going to torpedo the master.
Yes.
And it's, so do invest in Douglas, and you're going to hear some neat stuff tonight. I'm going to go right into it.
Yes. And
I thought I was going to be talking about my weekend at football, but that's okay. That's not important.
Well, actually, we can start with that, because it'll still take me about 10 minutes before I'm truly ready. What I'm going to do is just make certain the last few elements of my environment are set up, my throne of pillows, so to speak, in which I sit.
I love it.
Yeah, so that'll help. And I do want people to understand how fortunate it is. Everything works for a reason, and most of the time things work out just right. And I think it will this month with Peter Moon's help and the help of all of you. And I want you to know that I'm counting on all of you, because you've always, all of you have always delivered before. I fully intend to put Joe Tai into context. I'll be happy to do that with Peter. I've done that.
Not really so much.
Oh, yeah, understood. That's just like aside. It's just you're bringing him up reminded me to block him on Facebook is what I just did at the moment. So it was good you brought him up. Yeah, he's not at all the focus of tonight's program, and nor should he ever be the focus of even a moment of our time, other than some context, which I brought up with George Knight on the last transmission. I do want people to know that I do need to speak with Peter privately, which hopefully what can happen is he can come on at the end of the show and we can stay on talking to each other after the transmission ends, because there's been a lot of developments that I do want to catch him up on. And these developments have been profound, really. So there's a lot going on in that department. Interestingly enough, what Peter Moon says about people who were kind of in that orbit of Michael Aquino, it's just, shall we say, incredible how the impact of this individual just keeps running. For instance, I just received a incoming entry on my latest interview with Christine Joanna Hart, which we're trying to average out to about one every 2 months. And this individual left a message on the Christine Joanna Hart program, either the latest one or the one before it. I got a notification for it, and I haven't followed up on it. As soon as I got home, I saw it. But basically, this individual is writing, I hear that Michael Aquino was, he killed himself just this week. And it just goes to show how, we're talking about something that happened years ago. Here we are. T-Bomb commented, I heard Michael Aquino took his own life this week. Read it this week? 3 question marks, Douglas. He left that a day ago before I came home. So this was on the, the episode with Christine Joanna Hart that was dated a month ago. And so it's on the latest episode of my speaking with her. And here we are. He left some other stuff. Oh, and tell her to stay away from Semyaza. He's a Nephilim, even mentioned in all 3 books of the Enoch versions. And apparently left some more. There's not, I don't need to go into further. There's also another message left by @ChaosChaos9232 to the same effect. So I've got 2 people who think Michael Aquino suicided this week. So it just goes to show that this man killed himself years ago, and yet his impact is still making the rounds on people today. So the kind of legacy that sort of evil, that sort of impact on the world leaves is profound. It's just, in a sense, it's eternal. The reverberations just echo forever. We're dealing with a very real problem in that his work is still ongoing. We've talked about his egregore, his Horcrux, as people would interpret it in the Harry Potter sense, in which he was trying to continue life by inhabiting other people. And remember, his entire life he felt that he was an inhabitant of his own body, that he wasn't a person integral to his body like you and I are, because he was born a blue baby. He was born dead. And therefore, when he reanimated within a comparatively short period of time, everybody just ran with it and decided not to abort him, just kept him going, and he became Michael Aquino. But he always felt that he was an entity within a human body. So in his belief system, his cosmology, his killing himself just gave him the ability to transfer to other bodies, which other people have claimed that they are the hosts of him, including a person who was a former producer on this program, Jameson Reese. This is an ongoing phenomena, and obviously the man did not die in a very real sense. So, and in a very real sense, he'll just keep dying because people understandably want him dead. And they wish that even this egregore of him would die. And I can't blame people for that. But Peter Moon and I will be doing our best to tame the beast and also expose this to you. I'm going to leave Peter. I'll go mute. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. It won't be long. And Aristides and Peter both hold the stage here. But Peter's going to talk about what went on with football this weekend because it was big. There was a lot going on this weekend. And it was important, including some milestone birthday parties. And of course, we had one individual on his team who was injured and started to buy into the old age trip, and hopefully Peter can help him with that.
Peter, something on my team, that was Kevin Hart.
Okay, thank you.
Comedian. But we'll get on with that. Go, and when you get back, write to me, because I don't want to go on.
Absolutely. I'll let you. Oh, believe me, I'll speak as soon as I'm back.
Well, yeah. Just let me know when you're back, and I'll wrap it up in a sentence or two, and we'll go on.
Sounds good.
But you go create the throne of pillows there.
Yes, I'll be back in but a moment. Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Aristides. That's that's it's what happens. It's okay. He just messaged me something that was relevant. So anyway, yeah. I can't tell you enough in the audience how fantastic this trip to Romania was. It's like this biorhythm. It was inside of me. As I said, on August 10th and 11th, I felt the earthquake. And I was the only one that felt it, really. I mean, some people, I did feel it, but a couple people after I brought it up enough times, but not really. No, it's nobody. I not only felt the earthquake, I dreamt of the earthquake. The first earthquake I dreamt afterwards, there was a dream saying, it showed up on the Richter scale. The second dream, I dreamed of the earthquake before it happened. So I was in tune with the biorhythm. I mean, what more can you want? And it did pan out that there were earthquakes in Hunedoara, which is the general county of where Choklavina Cave is. It was also those were above 2.0, and there was a 4 something in Serbia, which I was told was close enough to feel. Don't know which earthquakes I felt. I think they were the ones in Hunedoara. But last year when I was there was the woman who was doing my ticket in the airport when I was flying out of Bucharest. She said, she just started talking to me like energetically. So I don't talk like this to people. She was talking about in Hunedoara, there was this ground lightning that went up from the ground upwards. It wasn't the aura flame I've talked about, and nobody heard about it. And she gave me her contact number, but when I found it, I couldn't, the link was dead. So there are a lot of, Romanians very much are acclimated to energy. If you start talking to them about energy, they'll listen to you. They'll feel the energy. They get it. It's whereas only in recent times are Americans, open to that. But anyway, so today it's just, this was a big weekend for me in terms of, yesterday we had a surprise party, which all started with my surprise party on January 8th when Paula arranged with Tiandre, who's our, best player, to have a party for me. And that started a whole sling of socialization with all the guys, going bowling. I participate in any of this extremely minimally. I'll go to birthday parties if I can. But it was Tiandre's birthday yesterday, and we surprised him by going to MetLife Stadium, a preseason game for the Giants and the Jets, the two teams in New York. And I'd never been to a football game in New York, except my daughter's high school homecoming game, which I enjoyed very much. That's the only football. And I've attended my friend Thomas's at Westbury High, who plays with us. But we're tailgating in the and these guys knew how to tailgate. Some people show up with potato chips, and they sit out behind their car. These guys had a grill, ribs, hot dogs, hamburgers, whatever it was, and we played some games. We didn't play football. We played wiffle ball, we were just having fun. And this is not something that I would ordinarily do. It's I'm finding out there's a big reason for it. We were out there for 14 hours, and I think I was driving. I had to drive to pick up to his brother Terrell, and we drove to Queens to get in another car, and we all, 5 of us, and there were other cars going to meet at the stadium. And then today was football in the morning. We get up and we spend all day doing this, and then we get up in the morning and play football, blah, blah, blah. So it was just a weekend of not being Peter Moon and just having, I guess, what you call socialization and fun, which is, again, not something that I pander to or even try to engage in too much. But it was. I'm completely out of my career element, but it's very important because, okay, I went in Romania for the better part of 3 weeks, socializing and having fun, but also working behind the scenes. So it's like what I'm learning, and I'm in a space in my life, I'm 70 years old, where I can easily go into a rut of quote unquote enjoyable relative monotony. And that's kind of the rut I have been in for the last couple of months. Working on my house, doing this and saying, oh yeah, getting set up to enjoy my old age or something. I don't know what it is. But what happens with all of this activity and meeting new people, and then the football element of my life is so important because I was gifted with athleticism when I was young, to the point where Mars in the 6th house is, it's a positioning for a career in sports, which I thought would be, but it just didn't materialize. The synchronicity, and I know, even though I wasn't cognizant of synchronicity, I said, things are not happening for this to happen. Everything's going wrong, including moving to a new school and all this, and it's just like you're out in left field, and sports were not manifesting for me. In fact, if it were to manifest, I would have to try so hard. It's like overcoming tremendous elemental factors. But where it's really paying off for me is in my old age, or relatively old age, where I'm saying, wow, all of this sports activity is a great gift, because I can, first off, I didn't get hurt playing sports when I was younger, which if I was playing in any professional capacity, I know my cousin was a professional soccer player. He didn't get hurt. But if you're playing in any professional capacity, you can get hurt badly, because especially if the elements aren't working with you. So I have my health, and I went, wow, this really helps me define my own age. So we had this, and the other thing is, I'm out there today, this morning, and we have these new guys, and they're new, or they're new to us. They've been playing ball, and they're exceptionally nice. They're very good. I'm told they're in a rough touch league, which means they play touch, but it's really rough. But we're playing flag with them, so they're incredibly civil. You don't always find that with football players. They're incredibly civil. Most of them are black, and I was just going up talking to them, and you know, one can fall into the illusion that you're not noticed out there. Well, everybody notices me far more than, in fact, I'm probably the most identifiable character out there, because I'm old and I'm white, and they all know my name. They know my name better than they know the other guys that, you know, are better players or star players or whatnot. They all know me very readily because I stand out, because I'm, as I say, I'm much older and I'm white. So, and they're all incredibly friendly, and I think they all root for me. And so this guy's coming, you know, he says, you know, yeah, he says, I saw you, you know, he goes, and they're watching me play. So they watch what I do. And he says, yeah, I watched you. You were, yeah, it's very good. He says, how old are you? And I took off my sunglasses. I guess. I said, guess. He goes, 56. Wow. So I got in this whole conversation with him, and I made a new friend out of him. And it's wonderful that, and I want to get down to where maybe they're guessing in my 40s, at least if I can play. And that's obtainable. And one of the best things, somebody asked me, I was walking, I don't remember if I was playing or not, but one of the guys was walking. He says, are you okay? Are you okay? Because I was walking kind of, I guess he thought funny. And the reason I was walking funny is because I was feeling my Achilles. My Achilles are really strong, because I do this, and this is a good tip for anybody. It's called, what's it called? A inclination board, a foot inclination board, where you stand with your feet pointed up in the air, or up in the air, 30-degree angle or whatever it is. An inclination board for when you're standing erect with the feet pointed up. I think a calf stretcher. And I do this for 15 minutes every day. I didn't do it while I was in Romania, but you get that blood circulating in your ankles. I had an uncle, my father's uncle, and we thought it was comical, more bizarre than comical, that me and my best friend, when we go over there, my father would take us over there in San Pedro, and he upset me because he always, whenever we went to see him, he lived in a house behind a house where they had, in San Pedro, they have these houses. Why didn't he live in a house that was front to the street? You'd have to walk in front of the other. It was like the house was in the backyard. It was a full house, but it was like, I guess I didn't conceive that some people had to watch their pennies or something. Why didn't they just live in a house like we did? But it was a house anyway. And he'd sit there and talk to us, and he'd show us how he'd put cold water on himself over his whole body every morning. The doctor told him to do this for circulation. It was how he stayed alive. He did this for years. He was quite a character. And that was circulation. Well, if I were alive, or he would this, and I could have taught him this, it would have helped him tremendously. So it's a calf stretcher, 15 minutes. And I learned this from one of my fellow Qigong students who got permission from my teacher to bring it into the class. And I used to sell it. Mine is from Bali. It was made from Bali. It was like $200 or something. You can get these on Amazon, not the wooden ones from Bali, but you get a plastic stretcher for $20-30 on Amazon. And you don't need the special wood from Bali, but it's nice. But anyway, and it helps all of your internal organs. 50% of your blood that flows into your heart is through the ankle. So you want to have those ankles strong, and you want to have them. And then, of course, this stretches the Achilles. And I could say about 4 or 5 years ago, I don't know what it was, I strained my Achilles really bad because we didn't play during the spring. And I went out there and sprinted on the first play and pulled my Achilles. I didn't tear it. And my doctor friend who played with us, he was putting stem on it, electrical stem on it. He really helped me repair that. Like in about 6 months, I was like really doing good. And he took credit for it, with which he should have. So, and then I later got the good sense to go back to this calf stretcher, which I hadn't been doing, but now it's part of my daily practice. It's like, prayer is very important. And I'm going to be talking a little about praying tonight. Not necessarily in a Christian sense, but I wouldn't disinclude Christianity prayers. But when you do something like this, you're in a sense praying for your body. You're giving your body life. You're giving it chi. And with every breath, Qigong is like praying for life. Now, that doesn't mean you can't put intent into your Qigong. You go into the dark room, which is discussed in my book, The White Bat. These things are very powerful. And what we're dealing with, Douglas, is very powerful in and of itself, in a context which is humanity. And we have to remember that my introduction to Qigong was through the Montauk medicine man. And it was through the magic of Montauk. And the Montauk Project, as I began to investigate it, and people want to hear all about how to zap this and zap that and control this and clone that and all of this grisly stuff, which is very Cho related. But the real occult synchronicities that I encountered, which are, of course, diabolic, all the 666 synchronicities that I encountered, led me to the pyramids of Montauk. And after 12 years of discovering the pyramids of Montauk, the shaman, my good friend, Sharon Jackson, had opportunity to introduce me to Artie Crippen, the medicine man, who immediately introduced me to Qigong. And I was facilitating the medicine Montauk, what do we call it? The Montauk Healing Center out of Bayshore, New York, which is where my friend Tiandre is moving to. He just bought a house with his brother and his call her his bride. I don't think they're officially married, but they're having a child. And they're good friends of mine. So I have to get back from his official birthday party next week to be on the show on Time Sunday, which I intend to. But yeah, we were doing this healing center in Bayshore, and and where we were all introduced to Qigong, but I was the only one who took the extra effort to go meet his teacher, which changed my life forever. Even to the point where he'd refer the medicine man to me to learn Qigong from, because I was doing so much study with him. And that was just, wow. So it was like, this is life. And this is what I was saying about the football. It makes me confront life. These young guys are like, wow, I'm accepted, and it's like encouraging me to be more and better at what I do there. I've been taking a little easy. You know, I played a full game, and then everybody was getting tired. I went out and I stood out. I let somebody else take my place, and we have so many guys that I'm measuring myself. I'm not out there to, kill myself, so to speak. And then I played sparingly, but I played a full game, and we're out there for like hours upon hours. So it's like confronting life. Now, this is also what Romania is doing to me with my new connections there. It's like changing, instead of this, okay, I'm going to go into retirement mode, which I never was going to retire. Never for a minute would I think of retiring. But I was thinking of just, just lowering the intensity and doing the, what do you call it? Kind of minimalizing my, effort or whatever. I was still going to write, still going to, follow up on Radu's work or whatever. And certainly with Douglas's work, but just, quote unquote, monotony, have some monotony in my life. And this is not on the table anymore. It has to do with the planet Uranus, and Uranus is now going retrograde. Uranus is surprise, innovation, and when I accept life, it gives me abundance. Abundance of, people think of abundance as, I think, has a lot to do with money, but it's not abundance of money. It's abundance of life. That's really what you want. People. Aristides, it's great to have you with me again. It's great. Old friends, new friends. Yeah. So you want to say something?
Thank you.
Yeah. It was so great to have. I mean, you're one of the few people that saw David Anderson. I mean, my friends at my friend at Montauk did. Yeah. But yeah, it's like, and he's slowly coming alive. My relationship with his family is wow. And it's one of many, many things going on. And it was so incredible to have all these people gather in the dream workshop, because this is dreams, and these things are just like things were seeded, and you feel the energy, and it just changes everything. And wow, so we'll get back to the night of the broken circle.
Just so you know.
Okay, perfect.
Excellent.
Perfect timing. I said, no, we'll get back to the night of the broken circle when Douglas comes back, and Douglas is back. as if he was invoked.
I was about to say, yes.
And Douglas likes to say, when you summon one of these entities, it's like having them appear for a traffic ticket. Well, Douglas has to pay his traffic ticket, Help him pay his traffic ticket, his $300 traffic ticket. And $300 is a reasonable charge for a traffic ticket these days if you get pulled over. $150 is pretty cheap. Anything below $100 is downright cheap.
Yes, you're getting off easy if it's below 100. It's your lucky day. Yes, by all means, dear Peter, I'm back, and I do want to remind everyone, of course, obligatorily, upvote. We are hit automatically by downvotes as soon as we start transmission, and these downvotes are automated. Fortunately, our enemy is cheap, and they employ cheap Autobots to downvote us, and so the downvotes are filtered out within approximately an hour or two. but during that period of time, we don't appear on searches. So I'm happy to say our numbers are good. We have good numbers for the opening hour, and of course, people do come to listen to Peter, and this is important. And I want people to understand just that it's your war. It's a dirty war, and you've got to fight it yourself for the sake of your children's children. And you've got to fight it as dirty as the enemy does, or you're never going to win, because nice guys finish last. So we need you to hit upvotes from every IP address you've got. That means your tablet, your PC, your cell phone, and your laptop, etc. Just hit an upvote everywhere there's a different IP address, and it helps immensely. It gets us back on searches, and then more people show up to listen. And plenty are here right now. Want to say hello to those who have showed up. David Fitzsimons from Atlantic City. Marky Milk, of course, from near Salem, Massachusetts, who's our dear friend Mark Haish, the fixer involved with the gambling industry. El Nemo from Australia. And of course, Acid Kick 96. And so my thanks to all of you and everyone else out there, and all of you who support us, made it possible to get this far. In order to get further, of course, we'll need your help again, and it's after that thing should stabilize a bit, and I can, one thing that some of these people had in common who appear from these various orbits that tend to have an impact that can be chaotic, whether it's, we'll just say two people that will instantly be recognizable by their birthplaces. They both showed up saying they were born in Taiwan. And I'm not one of them. So I, of course, was born in Taiwan, but there's two other people who have appeared on this transmission who also make that claim. And it begins to seem more and more like an in-ticket, as some kind of a sympathy card that that should be taken as a warning sign from this point forward. But
a lot of people were born in Taiwan.
Yeah. Yes. It does have a population of 30 million people. Yes. Go.
And I want to say something. I was born in San Fernando, California, and the only person I've ever met. Now, a lot of people were born in San Fernando at that time period because that's where they brought everybody. Yeah. I think my parents lived in Newhall, which was up the road. It was an apartment. And there's a waterfall that I used to like to go to there. My father used to take me. It's a man-made waterfall. I used to just love that waterfall, they told me. But San Fernando, the only person I ever met was my ex-wife.
Interesting.
She was born in the same hospital as me, which is really, we thought was a synchronicity. The reason for that is her parents lived in, I think, Van Nuys, which is, not far from San Fernando. And that's where the hospital was. And LA was much smaller then. It was just so much smaller. I mean, it was a big city of probably 4 million people.
Right.
But it wasn't filled up like it is now. Always crowded on the highways, but just so different. So anyway, San Fernando. Never met anybody who's born in San Fernando, and in fact, I took my daughter there because I wanted to see. We were coming back from some water park. He said, let's eat in San Fernando, and it was the most Hispanic city I've ever run into in Southern California.
Wow. I
mean, it's just a lot of Hispanics, but I mean, this place, we went into a diner, the whole menu was in Spanish. They were barely speaking, they're very nice. But it was an experience. Everything was Hispanic. So in any case, you were born in Taiwan.
Yeah.
A lot of people were born in Taiwan. A lot of people were born in California. A lot of people are born in Romania. As you say, it's a warning sign.
Yes.
Hey, Douglas, I'm from San Francisco too.
Well, very few people try to pull that.
Yeah, or it's like, God, what, or in my case, I was in Scientology too. And as time goes by, I have less and less in common with those people.
Yes.
And it's been defined by my pathway afterwards. My pathway before, my pathway afterwards. And that's not to minimize Scientology or anything. Certainly not to maximize it. It's just what is the context? It's your life, meaning that applies to all of us, is your life.
Yes.
And when you get caught up into some other persona, whether it be L. Ron Hubbard, Aleister Crowley, Jesus of Nazareth, Michael Aquino, Anton LaVey, Jordan Peterson, any personality that's prominent and proliferates, this is not what you really want. When I think of my teacher, Roosevelt Gainey, he's hardly known to the world, or his teacher, C.C. Liang, hardly known to the world, much more obscure than his cousin, T.T. Ling, who's very prominent, but I don't think T.T. Ling was a match for his cousin, from everything I've heard. He's certainly highly revered, but he taught my teacher how to outmaneuver him. He said, he showed up his cousin, so to speak. This is one-upmanship that gets done in the martial arts. But nevertheless, my point here is that the more obscure teacher might have a lot more to offer.
Yes.
Not the ones that are, not the Deepak Chopras of the world. And when I mention any of these people, any of them, even the ones that we might not care for or might have something wrong with them, there's still things you can learn from them because they're just spouting information, which they might have copied, borrowed, or even originated. Information is information. And I constantly hear people talk crap about people, or talking crap of certain people. Not any of the ones I just mentioned, but whatever. And best to just walk away. Now, speaking of this and helping you,
thank you.
I want to, not this Wednesday, but the Wednesday afterwards, I want to bring my friend Maria DeAndrea back on.
Excellent.
She's willing to come back on. And I want to say something. This Maria DeAndrea, very good shaman, psychic counselor. I'm going to get her, focused more on you this episode, because she read you. She read the Vox Arca. This woman is good.
Yes.
And what I did, as I say, we're very close friends.
Yes.
In fact, we're kind of like family in a very strange way.
Yes.
Because we haven't seen each other for like years.
Yeah.
And I forget that her mother adored me. I forgot even that relationship, and we're getting back together. And before I left, I went and saw her, and I did something with her that I'd never done before.
Mm-hmm.
I gave her money, and I'm not required to do it. She resisted it.
Right.
But what I found is that I got this incredible result. And I talked about that, the wingman.
Yes.
So I went back and saw her the other day. I gave her more money. And I got a great result as well.
Great.
I won't go into that because it's not necessarily, not yet contextual. However, I ended up helping her.
Yes.
Because she had a sore throat. And I did this new healing technique that I'd learned. And I've just learned, the one-on-one version. And it worked. I did it twice on her. I still have to do more. And it's really got a good result. So, we're butting up, and she'll come back on the show a week from Wednesday, provided all is well. We can also have my friend Christer from Sweden. He'll be on the show, and you can make that arrangement, Douglas, with him.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because you have his stuff.
Yes.
I'll
Yes.
help make the arrangement. It could be next week or whatever, because he'll get up in the middle of the night to do it in Swedish time.
Right.
I think
Excellent.
they're 7 hours ahead of me, or 6 hours ahead of me. I don't know what it is. Romania is 7 hours. Romania and Cairo are in the same timeline.
Yeah.
And that's 7 hours. I think London's 5 hours. I think France is 6.
Yes. That's quite true.
think.
France and Germany are 6, yes.
Yeah.
As well as Spain.
Yeah. So, and Sweden, I believe, would fit into that 6 category. So, in fact, I'm pretty sure it does. So anyway, we have some exciting things to listen to Maria D'Andrea. And anyway, but to get back to this Night of the Broken Circle, and I want to this is the contributions to Douglas, because this is like feeding the right energy versus the wrong energy. And magic is, well, I will just briefly start, because I'm going to get into the L. Ron Hubbard thing and how it relates to the Slayer of Souls, which I'm sure many Scientologists would say, my soul got slayed. Or ex-Scientologists. Scientologists wouldn't say that. But, and, you know, there was slaying going on in that movement, because, you know, you had the Guardian's office trying to slay the IRS and the government, and back and forth. It was a really nasty magical war, whatever we want to call it. But I didn't. I think I first got interested in the occult when I was reading stuff on paranormal metaphysics, occult. I don't know why I was reading it. I think I'd studied the Carlos Castaneda book. I did a report on it for my humanities class, and it got me interested. Plus, I'd been reading science fiction, and I kind of swayed. But whatever I was reading, I got all of this prejudicial comments about the occult. Mm-hmm. And it was so opinionated. I said, you know, you don't make opinionated statements like this. It doesn't, it's just totally prejudicial, particularly against witchcraft. I said, what are these opinionated? I said, because they were so opinionated and judgmental, I said, there's got to be something here. Mm-hmm. Which led me to the book, Diary of a Witch by Sybil Lee, which Jerry Cornelius was the archivist for the OTO. He told me that book, that she was basically lying. She was using Aleister Crowley as a, you know, way to proclaim her fame. Mm-hmm. I can't say if that's true, but he's usually pretty meticulous about such things. Mm-hmm. You know, claiming she knew Crowley as a young girl, and she said he wasn't the monster everybody said he was. He used to do poetry. That was my first introduction to Aleister Crowley. But she said later in his life, he began to do these weird rituals, and she kind of didn't like those or something. But whatever, whoever, you know, to claim you knew Crowley was a great thing, and his involvement was so ubiquitous in the occult, it wouldn't surprise me if he did know her. Right. And she was a very heralded witch, public witch. And people in the occult are notorious for saying anything just to get attention. And this applies to so many people on YouTube, on whatnot, in life. So anyway, my introduction to the occult was by that avenue, and I didn't really pursue it because it all kind of led to my involvement with Scientology. And then when I left Scientology, 1983, right before the Montauk Project culminated, August of 1983, I moved to Long Island in July, the end of July 1983, right before Montauk happened. But my interest in the occult didn't really develop until 1987, when I had encountered, was wrapping up my involvement in a company in Manhattan, and I went by the Forbidden Planet bookstore and saw that book, L. Ron Hubbard, Madman or Messiah, and began to go into Hubbard's involvement with Aleister Crowley, which I knew about to some extent, but didn't know about the Book of the Law. And I said, for me, it was an opportunity. It wasn't like, ha, Hubbard was an occultist and he was worshiping Satan or whatever. No, this is why I'm so screwed up. or whatever. Or he was taking advantage of us all. He's a very misunderstood character. Very misunderstood. But in any case, I said, wow, this is grist for the mill. I want to know what he knew, instead of reacting to it. And of course, it opened all sorts of corridors, and inevitably leading to my dream to become a writer, which is always what I wanted to do. It catalyzed it. It completely catalyzed it, and wow, what a wonderful opportunity, can I say. I was able to flourish and blossom from everything I'd learned, which it all became very helpful. Now, Hubbard's goal was to clear the planet, which meant clearing mankind, saving humanity from its peril. Now, at the same time, he was a structured thing. He considered himself worthy of being remunerated for it. Whether that's right or wrong, those were his considerations. But he really did believe this. And if you read Janice Gillum Grady's books, she's written about 3 books, of which I helped her with the initial reading. I was one of the people who read it, She worked very closely with him as a young lady, as did her sister. And her mother was the founder of Scientology Celebrity Center, Yvonne Gillum Gents. And
what exactly did they do at the Scientology Celebrity Center? It was like a special rehab or something, or
no. It was a cater to celebrities. Okay. Now it was started. Now she was really, Yvonne was a very charming, charismatic person, just a lovely person. Mm-hmm. And when she was in Australia, where she was from, she would, I guess, hobnob with people who were very social or trendy or whatever, that sort of thing. So she was a natural fit for this. And from what I had been told by a friend of mine, she'd gone to Canada on this book mission to help, Dianetics book or something, and it completely bombed out. She completely bombed out. But then then she ended up going to L.A., where she started Celebrity Center, where it was just basically her and a few others that were ingratiating themselves into the world of auditing celebrities and people, and it grew. And it became, she was very skilled in Scientology. She was a high-level auditor, a very gracious woman, lovely personality, and just lovely. So she began to build up a clientele, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then its name was, they called it Celebrity Center, and it would cater to the idea. Now, if you went there, like my first wife was from Celebrity Center. Was she a celebrity? No. But that's where she got introduced. And she came to the ship for her basic training, and that's where I met her. And so I had a very, and I would go over there and, eat dinner with them and be introduced, and so I felt like I was their friend, introduced to the whole crew. I always had a camaraderie with celebrities.
Interesting. That makes
Pardon?
sense. That's interesting. That makes sense. By the way, I'm going to give you the hyperlink so that you can publish this on your timeline. I just want people to know that once again, as soon as I published my promotional banner for tonight's show, I was banned again for 24 hours. So they obviously have it automatically set to ban me for 24 hours whenever I publish a promotional banner, so that I can't follow up with a hyperlink. So I have to count on Aristides to publish that on my timeline for me, and Peter Moon to publish it on his. And everybody be on the lookout for that. It'll take you directly to the show. And
Excuse me, I just sent it to you, which was stupid.
No worries. No worries.
So anyway...
Thank you. And so you were hobnobbing with the celebrities, who you were quite comfortable.
I wasn't hobnobbing with celebrities at all.
Okay.
I was at the Celebrity Center, and what that was a place that I think, I forget the name of the street, but it was Charlie Chaplin's old house, which was a big house in downtown LA. This was not Choice LA at the time at all, but it was in the days of Charlie Chaplin. It was his old house. It's a 2-story huge house, and then they had a dining room in the basement, which was quite large. And I remember she had to get permission for me to eat, and then they we have a visitor here, and it's like, these are the staff of the Celebrity Center, not the celebrities. And I always felt a kinship with these people, and of course the ship was very judgmental about the people from Celebrity Center. They would call them airy fairy or the faggy CC people. And because, many of them had long hair, they played music. I never liked that, because the ship guys are like, tough guys or whatever. I don't know what it is, and there was a conflict there. But, to some degree, it wasn't a huge conflict. It was just kind of, snarky stuff that could be said.
Right.
And of course, some of the people there were very artistic. And so anyway, but I always liked the people there. But that was Yvonne's organization. And basically what it was a regular Scientology organization that went up to a certain level they called Class 4. But its purpose was to cater to celebrities, yet there was many rank and file people there. That there were just regular Scientologists, like my ex-wife, who got involved and then became a staff member for a short period of time before she was kicked out, which was completely unnecessary, but that's another story. So anyway, say, for example, John Travolta was I guess what you'd call, I don't know what he was. He might have had, I'm thinking back, I was there in 1972. So he was, I don't know what the hell he was doing career-wise, but he had some sort of notoriety, at least minimally. His career was still beginning yet to blossom, and he was on a course there, and one of my friends was his supervisor. So he knew JT, as they called him, very well. I didn't find out who John Travolta was until later on, because I didn't watch Welcome Back, Kotter, or whatever it was. Everybody. And in any case, I did eventually find out who he was. But, he was a minor celebrity at that point. There would be people who were minor. Somebody who was a major celebrity, Chick Corea, the great jazz musician.
Right.
He was a high-profile Scientologist who, went through Celebrity Center and what? No, actually, I think he was even before. I think he ended up. No, I don't think he was. He loved Yvonne and he contributed to her, but no, I think he was. His career blossomed after he went clear at St. Hill. So, there were certain celebrities that, but then as Scientology evolved, the celebrities in like early 1980s, most of the high-level celebrity activity was behind the scenes. It wasn't even in organizations. That we did have celebrities come to Clearwater, such as Chick Corea, Stanley Clark, Karen Black, John Travolta, but I don't. The one thing is where I was at, celebrities were. They just, I don't know. They weren't possessed of the real inside knowledge of Scientology. So they were only interesting, from my perspective, for whatever they could bring, I guess, PR-wise. And maybe there was a little bit of star attraction. But they were just like, they could be looked at as lunch meat. Not the big ones like Travolta or Tom Cruise. They would never be looked at that way. But whatever. And there's all sorts of gradients of celebrity. So it's like, but if you went to Celebrity Center, the chances you would not see a celebrity. You might see a minor one, if you were quote unquote lucky. Or they might be on course. Who the hell knows? But that was a long time ago. And it's a digression from where we're going here. But anyway, that was Yvonne. But if you were to read her daughter's book, Janice, you would see, and she would tell you that L. Ron Hubbard was very sincere about what he was doing. You know, she discusses what she perceives as his weaknesses or strongnesses as a human being or his uniqueness. But she would tell you that he was very sincere about saving humanity. And this is really what I'm talking about here. Because Scientology is such a subject we can get so distracted on. And this is where I want to go. Saving humanity. What was his agenda. And the Slayer of Souls book by Robert W. Chambers. And as I said, Robert W. Chambers was a pulp writer. And he's tapping into something that Hubbard talked about. And I talked about this already, but I'm going to give it a little bit different context. Now, what Robert Chambers is basically, and this relates to the stuff, because Douglas is the one who informed me about this book, Slayer of Souls, because it identifies the Chichewa. The Chichewa, because Michael Aquino had a excerpt from it framed on his office.
Yeah.
It was talking about the towers in Asia where the evil laid. And this evil was, as the book says, is out to completely destroy mankind, to just throw mankind into hell, bring out hell on earth. And this was the agenda, was to enslave mankind. Very much a theme of L. Ron Hubbard. Now, one of L. Ron Hubbard, and this is where I'm going with L. Ron Hubbard, one of his most controversial things that's plucked out and delivered is the quote where he talks about Aleister Crowley being his good friend, the Beast 666.
Ah, yes.
And he says there's a work. It's trifle wild in spots, he says. Trifle wild in spots. But by my good friend Aleister Crowley, the Beast 666, or whatever he says. And it's called Master Therion. The Master Therion. 666. The Beast, Mark of the Beast. So he talks about it going back to the Middle Ages. Trifle wild in spots. And he's talking about the assassins. He doesn't mention the assassins. He's talking about that part of the Middle Ages. And what he's saying is that whoever this group was, had a part of what he called part of R6. R6 had a part of R6, and they were using this. R6 is just a arbitrary name. Routine 6 was a method for clearing out the, I guess, last bastion of the reactive mind before you went clear. And routine 6 was clearing out, the R6 implants, which were these implants that were put into humanity. And he would tell you that it, went back into this incident where you were being implanted on what he said was like a DC-9 airplane or something like this. This gets trifle wild in spots in its own right. Mm-hmm. But what he's basically alluding to is that the assassins had a methodology that could control mankind. And he's attributing it to that time period, not necessarily isolating the assassins, meaning Hassan Saba, the Hashishins, not necessarily isolating them and identifying at that, but that general time period. Now, basically saying they had the technology to implant mankind at around that period. Now, the book Slayer of Souls is isolating Hassan Saba and the assassins, and he's equating them to the Yazidis.
Right.
And I'm not saying that's correct, but he's offering a template that, because all of this, he's amalgamating or conflating everything that's Asian, that's mystical, from the Mongols to the Chinese to, he doesn't have the Taoists in there.
That'd go too deep, yeah.
Yeah, but whatever. And he's saying the Yazidis are controlling it all, and they're implant, or they're, want to control all the minds of men, and they're going to do this through communism. And they're rallying all these communist cells and whatnot, and these heroic men from the Secret Service are going to save us all, and they are saving them all, as the book goes. The book goes here, and it's actually, in spite of his cumbersome writing, it's very, very good story. And now the heroine, who's the one who has the psychic power to kill these evil men of the tower, or evil souls of the tower. But unfortunately, she admits that she's in love with her husband. She says, he couldn't possibly love me. And if he did love me, I'm doomed to hell. So she believes she's doomed to hell. And to Ehrlich, or whatever his name is.
Paul Ehrlich?
The great evil one. Yeah. And so they're just about to, to have it out. And will they make it or won't they make it? But you see, what this book correctly does identify as an enemy, that there is an enemy of mankind that is infiltrating its way into the United States to control all this, and that the Secret Service, in the image of the Indiana Jones stories, is there to save it. But then again, in the Indiana Jones stories, it all, the government convolutes it. They hide it. And in this case, this evil force is being identified with the Yazidis, which is very incorrect.
Thank you.
Diabolically incorrect.
Yes.
And so this is a problem. Nevertheless, what's more important is that there is an enemy of mankind that is being isolated and identified. And this is where Michael Aquino and the Knight of the Broken Circle come into context, because these generals were acolytes or part of the coven of Michael Aquino, and he had told them that what he planned to do was, Michael Aquino had this grand plan, was to summon the peacock angel, which is the god of the Yazidis, but
Yes.
is actually foundational to mankind and the running of mankind, and it's not. And then it was later identified as Lucifer, and this is what these evil groups would do. They'd say, okay, that's Lucifer. Okay, we're gonna, destroy this because it's actually good. We'll call it Lucifer. We get a lot of ammunition against Lucifer. People will hate it. Da 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 da, and it gets all crazy. But what Aquino wanted to do was summon this peacock angel,
Yes.
and then contain it, entrap it, and use that to bring on his version of the apocalypse.
Yes.
To benefit him. So these guys thought they were going to be real smart. We want to, shoot these dummy targets in the dark. We can't see them, so we're going to, instead of invoking an entity because we're so drunk, we're going to invoke the peacock angel, and we're going to impress Mikey. We're going to impress Mikey, and he's going to be so proud of us. And and by the way, he's not here, so we'll put Dietrich's name in here. And so they invoke the peacock angel to the best of their ability, and they get a sliver of the peacock angel, which turns Douglas's hair white, completely terrifies him, or deconstructs his emotional body, and leaves him in a cold sweat, so to speak, which he's talked about and whatnot. And then he goes out and sees that they did it wrong, and they were doing, he's gone into the depths of this ritual with, letting blood and what they were doing. And they basically screwed themselves up for good, but they had a profound effect on Douglas, where Douglas is now possessed of the peacock angel, or a significant part of it, to the point where the Yazidis, when he traveled there, could actually recognize it and see him. And this is, peacock is all the rainbow colors. It's a positive entity. And yet, when I say positive entity, it can also look on mankind with complete dispassion. In other words, it's there to do a function. And so, and L. Ron Hubbard's talking about mankind, and he possesses this technology or procedures which can completely ignite the dreams of man. And you have all these people following Scientology, and they can't get, unstuck from it. They have this, they dedicate their lives to it. I was no exception, but then again, I was an exception.
Right.
Because I had so much inside knowledge that I could, and what I found out about myself, for those who are interested, as Mars is moving into Libra soon, and Libra is the balancing of the scales. My second house is Libra, which is the house of resources, and I have Saturn placed there. Saturn in the second house in Libra is exalted. And why is Saturn exalted in Libra? Because Saturn is objective, cold, dispassionate, and it sees the bottom line. This is why, now that was not a financial resource in this case, but it was a resource of intellect and intelligence, that I could see what was going down in Scientology and the Sea Org and L. Ron Hubbard. I could see all these things. And it was by reason of my experience with them. And I was so objective, and people were involved in such pettiness that I could see what was going down. And I was not in a position to soberly explain things to somebody. And it's no different than if you try and soberly explain things on television to on the 6 o'clock news or the equivalent thereof, and say, well, this is what's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not, you're not going to have a sober connection, a sober objective description of 9/11 or January 6th or any of these situations that go on, the Kennedy assassination. It's just not going to happen. Yeah. So nor did it happen with what I experienced. But nevertheless, we're talking about an occult operation against mankind that goes back to that time period of the Middle Ages. It goes throughout, back to the Edomites.
Yes.
Back to the Cho, all of this stuff that we've been talking about. And Douglas's experience with the Night of the Broken Circle actually exposed a chink in the armor of all this evil.
Yes.
And this is what's so important. So what happens is, this is a big deal.
Yes.
This book is a big deal. So what can happen is, all these people who are going to surround him to chirp with their various issues or agendas, which may indeed be valid in their own right, at least for them they're valid, can also kind of take away
Yes.
from who and what he is.
Thank you.
And why he is important. And this gets into even deeper issues in current times with the art elect and all of this stuff. And it's unwieldy. Now, I have not been interacting with Douglas hardly at all. I'm still on a, I guess, riding the foam after the surf ride, from Romania.
Yeah.
Sitting in the foam. I'm still being carried into shore and enjoying the big ride I just had, the big ride on the big wave, and wow, it's a lot of things are coming together. I'm very excited and happy about the future, the immediate future, the intermediate future, and the more distant future. And this is a very interesting proposition, because somebody asked me, I was actually, this is interesting, at the football game, or at the tailgate party, when the guys were saying, "Oh, how was your trip to Romania?" "Well, what we did in Romania?" Because I said hi to them all from Romania. They don't know. Most of them don't know who the hell I am or what I do.
Right.
And I started explaining to him. I started talking about the time machine, and I said, he says, "Well, if you could, would you rather go to the future or the past?" I said, "I don't know." I said, "I don't know about the future." And when you think of the future, and Douglas has commented on this, and he's not the first one to comment on it, but is that this whole idea that the so-called gray aliens are us from the future trying to figure out what went wrong, which is, or something to that effect, what went wrong. That's, not an unpopular theory. It has its own limitations, I suppose. But the future can think like, well, the future could look kind of ugly. What if it did look ugly? It's like a Twilight Zone episode. But the real truth of it is the most desirable place is the present. And this is what I was taught in Qigong. The present is present. Present. That's how the words present, and it's also present as in a gift, as in a Christmas present. It's a present when you can totally be in the present, and that's what you have when the idealistic scenario of the Buddha. He's enlightened. He's there. He can accept the present. He can accept the past. That's a really nice thing. And I asked David's wife, even, what am I? Well, who am I, this guy who has a friend with a time machine in his closet? So to speak. Well, why is this? Existentially, why do I have this? And of course, I suppose that'll be resolved, because we're dealing in exponential times, apocalyptic times, and all this sort of stuff. So I'm just happy to have gotten this far. But the stuff with Douglas is, as we get into it, it becomes more alive. So people will steal his attention, rob his attention. They'll want his attention.
Yes.
And perhaps to his chagrin, he may want theirs for one reason or another. For better or for worse. Certainly some people do contribute to him and are positive.
Yes.
And we thank you, T. Tankberry, for being such a power of positive support to him, and the others as well as those of my friends who have contributed to him.
Yes.
So I would like to remind people to contribute, even if it's just 5 or 10 or 20. Please send it in appreciation, and redirect it from from whoever you did send it to last time. I mean, you know, because this is what we're engaged in here. Now, in this book, Slayer of Souls, very interesting. She brings up she, meaning the character Tressa, who's the one with all the psychic power, and she just comes off as this complete sweetheart of a human being with all this knowledge, who thinks her soul was lost. So she's not too, pleased with what will happen to her. Even if she saves mankind, she thinks, what does it profit a girl if her soul be lost to a lover and her body be saved for her husband? Even if her body's there for her husband, her soul is lost. So anyway,
one of the important things to point out about what Michael Aquino found so important about the book, that he had, shall we say, a quote from it up on his wall, was because it served as propaganda against the Yazidis, which ultimately was inspiration towards his ultimate objective of their annihilation, their extermination, to untether the peacock angel himself by the extermination, the nullification, the cancellation, the annihilation of his people. So it serves as one of the first propaganda tools in that regard, because of the Edomite affiliations of its author. Important point to be made in terms of why Aquino even had that quote up on his wall. It was the first public work to identify the Cho, and it was also a propaganda campaign, the beginnings of a propaganda campaign in the West against the Yazidi. Think about the fact that until around that time that this was published, the only people who knew about the Yazidi were academicians who were studying works like that of C. Barry Quinn's The World Traveler, because very few people had traveled into some of the immense deserts of the Southwest Asia and exposed themselves to the reality of these ethnic groups or ethnic minorities. And when it comes to what they had heard of them, they only what they had to go on was only that which was told to them by the Muslims which surrounded the Yazidis. And to put this into perspective for people, the Kurds already are considered this incredibly distinct and hated minority, and they are by no means a minority in any shall we say, helpless sense. The Kurds, of course, are a warrior people, and they are surrounded on all sides by the Turks, the Persians, and the Arabs. And these are three very distinct ethnic groups who have no love for each other. There's no love lost in between them. They have a history of hatred. And yet they all unite to try and annihilate the Kurds. And the Kurds, of course, have maintained their existence by being as violently reactive to these campaigns of extermination as possible. And the Kurds, of course, even because they're not dogmatically Islamic, they still provided the hero of Islam, the man known as Saladin, who became identified as the man who defeated the Crusaders, and did so in such a manner that he earned the respect of the West, because he still allowed all pilgrims and Christians to continue to visit the holy sites of the Middle East, and made certain never to, at least intentionally, harm women or children, or any of the pilgrimage caravans en route to Southwest Asia. And he was Kurdish. As I brought up before, the Arabs would never trust one of their own, but because he was not an Arab, they trusted him in his neutrality towards all Muslims, neutrality towards the Turks and the Persians as well as the Arabs. And of course, because of that, the Kurds have a very ambivalent feeling about Saladin. They really are profoundly disappointed that he was never a Kurdish nationalist and considered himself above all simply a Muslim, a universal Muslim. Of course, that's what made him the Amir, or the leader of all the Muslim forces, but at the same time, this never gave Kurdistan a chance for the foundation of a nation. Rather than found his nation, his kingdom, which he could easily have done, he instead turned towards this kind of pan-Islamic ideology that left him an exception in Muslim history as its greatest success, to the point where even Dante, who put Muhammad himself in one of the lower levels of hell, placed Saladin at the highest level of hell you can get, as close to heaven as you can get, along with the righteous pagans who committed no crimes in life other than being pagan. They were subject to no torments, but they weren't in the company of the Lord because they were not of Christ, and therefore they were in this upper level of hell where there were no torments. That's Saladin among them. But that being said, take that example already with the Kurds and the problems that they have as a super minority, a very large minority with no recognized nation as of yet in the modern world. And then you have the Yazidi, who are essentially, simply because the Kurds are not dogmatically Islamic and just very much more of a fellow persecuted minority, they tend to at least provide the Yazidi with shelter, a kind of shelter in their own borders, which are not officially recognized by any nation in the world, or the United Nations as of yet. So they have this unofficial nation in which the Yazidi are provided sanction from everyone else that would otherwise annihilate the Yazidi. Now, of course, the Yazidi would do their best to defend themselves, but they're truly a minority. And they are seen by everyone, including the Kurds that shelter them, as satanic. To the point where when I brought a Kurdish teacher, instructor, a man who spoke relatively good English, in fact, excellent English by standards of, comparatively speaking, I brought him on my show back when I was on Revolution Radio, and I brought up the fact that he was sheltering, his community was sheltering Yazidi people. And I said, I really would like you to bring some of the Yazidi to your radio. By that I meant that he had a radio, basically he had a laptop or a school computer, since he was a teacher. He basically had a school computer that he was communicating to me in America on. And I talked to him a few times, more than once, but I told him I would like him to bring an Yazidi person on for us to expose my audience to. And he absolutely refused to do it. He said, then all the Americans would turn against us because they would think we worship Satan. And then I said, no, they won't think that. I'll explain to them the context. And he said, well, I won't do it. He wouldn't do it because he personally believed they were satanic. So even the Kurds who provide them shelter despise them and look on them as the worshippers of the devil. With this kind of, shall we say, prejudice doesn't do justice to the situation. With this kind of insanity that surrounds the Yazidi, why would anyone such as the author of The Slayer of Souls, Chambers, take it upon himself to extend that hatred to the West, who had never heard of the Yazidi, except academics who were reading Seabury Quinn and some actual explorers who, even as time progressed, became more and more controversial for their racism, their literal cannibalism, their literal Satanism, including Seabury Quinn's involvement with Aleister Crowley, who, of course, held him in contempt and laughed when he died. But when it came to Seabury Quinn relaying what he knew about the Yazidi as described by the Muslims, and then you have Chambers taking that and using that not even as an academic source, but simply as something to reference people to if they ever bothered him about it, but instead going further, presenting the Yazidi wholesale to the West as this intrinsically evil people by their very genes, born damned, something akin to the Chochoa, who he also mentions, but only peripherally and in passing, and then goes on to make the rest of the book a narrative against the Yazidi. This goes to show you why our man Aquino was fascinated, and why he took it upon himself to then use that as kind of like a basis of propaganda for further propaganda campaigns against the Yazidi, and his ultimate attempt to exterminate them by raising a mercenary force, ISIS, to ultimately carry that out. This is what the high officers who were involved with the Night of the Broken Circle were being groomed for, ultimately prepared for. But then, of course, fucked up because they thought Aquino would be proud of them if they put into practice the ritual ahead of time to show him that they could do it, that they could summon the peacock angel and control the peacock angel, after which point they felt that he would then be impressed and surely rely upon them for the upcoming operation that he was promising would inevitably happen against Iraq, which of course ultimately did come to pass, though it was thrown back by at least a decade because of their occult meltdown, their occult version of a Chernobyl meltdown, which happened by their summoning and their inability to control the peacock angel, and therefore kind of preempting or jumping the shark, as they would say. Jumping the gun, jumping the shark, two different terms meaning the same thing essentially, and giving the peacock angel warning as to Michael Aquino's intentions by doing what they did. And now all of that hopefully has some sense to those of you who have not had the context of the story itself, in which case you are recommended to watch Satan's Crusaders. But with that, we turn back to Peter, who can, go back into the narrative.
Well, yes, and I want to point something out, which I'm pointing out in the book. And this comes fully into my consciousness by writing the book. It's like I learn, I see this, the contextual. Now, people are drawn to magic because they want to empower themselves. There's all sorts of, YouTube's books on self-improvement and self-help. Of course, everybody wants to help themselves. There's nothing wrong with that. People are often attracted to empowerment for finances. That's becoming a more and more suspect thing these days because, well, what is it going to get you? It's better to have money than not to not have money. But so anyway, a person wants empowerment. Now, if you're so bold, and I'll say the word bold, and one of Aleister Crowley's teaching, the 4 powers of the Sphinx, is to know, to will, to dare, and to be silent. Well, this would be daring. You're daring yourself. You're daring to dare to call in an entity, to invoke an entity, summon an entity, and say, because you want to empower yourself. And what do you want to empower yourself for? Generally, it's just the same thing people go to a reading for. They want love, love and romance, or money. Sometimes they might want revenge, which is a very bad way to go. And sometimes they might want reconciliation of a loved one. Reconciliation is a very key term, but they usually don't think of it in terms of reconciliation. They want to go, it's usually a very selfish motive to get back and get their loved one back.
Yes.
So you call an entity to a circle, or you make a circle and whatever you do, and you call that entity to you. Now, you already are acknowledging that the entity is more powerful than you.
Yes.
So, my God, your God, his God, what have you done? This is like calling the mafia, the mafioso Don, and saying, or like even in the movie, Don Corleone, they brutalized my daughter, they dishonor her, I want, you asked me to come and commit murder. We're not murderers. But whatever. It's like you're going to the dawn. And then you're forever in his employ or,
Dead.
Yeah. Now, we're talking about a mafioso with a lot of power in this context. But when you're talking about a supernatural entity, he could make Don Corleone, dance on puppet strings if he wanted to.
Yes.
So we're dealing with a whole higher order of phenomena here. So if you're so astute as to be trained in the ways of containment, where you take that entity and you entrap him in a circle like a genie bottle, and then you harness him like you do the power of a locomotive or nuclear power or the power of a time reactor. We can get all this energy. But what do that's a lot of skill. And if you look at what happens with the advent of flight, all the disasters, all the crashes, even the automobile, all of the things that happen, all of the crashes and stuff that happen with people and the learning curves of all of that took place. This is quite a activity. Now we're talking about here. You're going to harness this entity to help you with, say, you want this football team to win because you put a big bet on it. Let's say you picked a high odds thing. You put $1,000 on a team that's expected to lose. You get good odds. It's 100-to-1 odds or some bet. You call in that entity to win that bet. You're going to get 100-to-1 odds. You're going to get $100,000. Now, think about what you're doing. It's like, why do you get favor? Why is this entity going to favor you? He's only going to favor you either to amuse himself or because he's bound to do it, because you're so damn clever. You're not more powerful than he is. You're clever. And it's because these things operate by certain rules that are very subtle,
Yes.
and which you may or may not know. Aquino knew a lot of these things.
Yes.
And he knew how to manipulate. And Douglas learned them by reason of his proximity to Aquino, and Aquino having an agenda to entice Douglas to learn them, because he wanted to recruit him. And it's like, and so people will be attracted to Douglas to learn this stuff. And it's only going to lead to their own destruction.
Thank you.
And this is what we're dealing with here. And as Joseph Metheny, who's very well schooled and practiced in occultism, said to me, he said, people want to do stuff. He says they're far better off. They want to get something is just use normal methods to obtain it. If you want to get a car or $100,000, go out and earn it. And rather than to wreak havoc with these forces that can so easily play with you or overcome you. And it's all about empowerment. People wanting to be empowered because they lack. And why do they lack? Well, these are things that every human being needs to work on, is to improve their own character. You're far better off to work on your own character than you are to work on the fact that you don't have the proper romance that you want, or the proper amount of money, or whatever it is. You want to have a happy life. And I don't know that people who would indulge in things are looking for happiness. They're misguided, in my estimation. If they're better off to wish for happiness. And if you ask the genie for happiness, you might get a better response than if you asked them for a ton of gold. This is like covetousness and desire.
Yes.
And I think one of my friends on the journey said, well, what if we were so lucky as to find gold or something? And I said, you have to understand that if you're so lucky as to find gold, you don't touch it on this trip, because the place is studded with gold underneath the ground.
Yes.
And I think legally you're not supposed to take it. If you find a precious artifact and turn it in, they might reward you substantially for it. But you're not there to be finding gold. The gold is in the experience. But of course, and there is gold to be had there, and gold of the heart, gold of the experience.
Yes.
It's an incredible adventure, and I think everybody experienced that. So, if you work on your own character, and this is you doing work on yourself, and one could do an inventory on self. If one isn't feel comfortable doing an inventory on self, you should be able to, because you know yourself better than anybody else does. You might go to an objective source, such as a therapist or a friend, and say, what do you notice about me? What do I need to work on? A lot of people, it's diet, nutrition, exercise, very fundamental things. And there's a host of other things. Some people have personality disorders. I think a lot of people have disorders where they're dealing with people with personality disorders, because people, sometimes it's people who have a lot of problems dealing with other people, because these people have disorderly, or they have disorderly personalities. So how do you deal with people with personality disorders? There's all sorts of things. I mean, how can you improve it's just not your character. Well, it is part of your character, your ability to deal with life. And what I've noticed a lot of times is people, Douglas included, I mean, he even mentions this, when do you cut the string on somebody?
Yes.
Because if Douglas did that, he'd be cutting the strings on everybody. And, that's also something he can't do. Or even if he could, he's like, well, who's coming? So actually, sometimes if you cut them all off, then the new one comes in.
True.
And I'll share some more with you on this when we talk personally.
Yes.
But one of the hardest things people have to do is to let go of a relationship that is not serving them, because they're so attached to it. And they're attached to it because it's been so much a part of their lives. Douglas even mentioned this with Aquino himself when Aquino died.
Yes.
It was hard for him, because he's been so used to having Aquino around that what was life going to be like without him? Remember that?
Yes, absolutely. How could I forget?
Yeah, and it's like, but Douglas is doing fine, and Aquino does pop up in his own nefarious ways.
Yes.
And of course, I found out what it was like to have not L. Ron Hubbard around, and it's fine. It's just fine. Perspective changes all the time. So to get back to this, there's a severe enemy of mankind. We all see it when we watch the news. Mm-hmm. When we watch the stuff that's going down on the news, we see the opinions that are proliferated on both sides. It's and even when it's not the most sinister stuff, it's just kind of lame, just sitting there flapping in the wind. Like, why do we need to hear this crap? And then you hear something like, I heard somebody told me something that their husband wanted to watch the political stuff, the Republican debates.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would anybody want to watch that? I mean, like, why? I don't understand. I was mildly interested to hear a summary of what took place there. Okay, see, yeah, that's all I want to hear. I don't want to hear what they actually say. And yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk about that, but somebody would be so much better off looking at something that concerned themselves, because what is the well-informed person doing listening to a debate? It's or any of that stuff. Well-informed people listening to what's on Google. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So we're this is what we're doing. We're trying to instill some light on these dark corners of which transpired, all of which affect mankind, and we can't underestimate the light that we're already shedding on these things. It seems like a drop in a bucket, but the smallest things can ignite. So please continue to support Douglas. I'm very excited about this book.
Yes.
I'm very excited about everything that's happening as a result of my recent trip to Romania and all the gyrations and whatnot. It's like I have a whole new life, and not one that I was even asking for. I wasn't looking for a new life. I really wasn't. I was looking for, as they say, settle into my quote-unquote retirement.
Yes.
Okay, getting the house done, be more relaxed, blah, blah, blah. But I'm being confronted by young people to...
but that's a good thing.
It's really good.
Yes.
And there was one incident I'll share with you. It's like we were playing wiffle ball, and it was my idea. I went to a sporting goods store to buy a cornhole game. If you know what cornhole is, it's not like it sounds.
Thank you for qualifying that.
Yeah. You throwing bean bags into a hole. It's a very competitive game now. They have it on TV, and even so. And then I said, well, why don't we buy a wiffle ball? To take it. Oh, great idea. So we played wiffle ball. That was kind of the big event, and there was this one play. It's a grounder, and it's a wiffle ball grounder. It's not like a baseball grounder. I made this play, and I pivoted. I went down to the ground and pivoted like I couldn't believe I had that. I could have done that move when I was in my prime. I never prided myself on being an infielder. I was an outfielder. And I made this play that was so good, so I guess what you call athletically astute, that they all stopped, and even though we didn't get the guy out because it was too fast, the play was so perfect, they all stopped and acknowledged me. Yeah. It was like, wow. Even though we didn't get the out, it was like, and I said, as they say, I would have expected to have made that play when I was in my athletic prime.
Right.
And what it was is I slowed down and I had the coordination. I did it. The fact that I did it at my advanced age amazed even me. And I said, wow, what a gift. It's a trivial, it's just a stupid wiffle ball game,
But still.
But it was like, wow, it encourages me. These guys encourage me to to be younger, to play younger, and I think I was the hitting star of the game too, which again, I haven't picked up a bat and swung in who knows how long. So it was a lot of fun, and it's just so encouraging, everything that's happened. And as I said, I was rolling all the dice on this trip to Romania. This is the big event. What's going to happen? Is Radu Cinema coming out of the woodworks? Is David Anderson coming out of the woodworks? In a sense, David has. There's a promise, and there's a future agenda with him. That was made manifest, and this is gradual progress. Many of the things taking place are gradual progress. As the medicine man taught me about Qigong, slow is good. Slow is good. And now that I'm 70 years old, I can see all these things that are happening. Slow movement.
Yes.
And I can't talk about all of them now, because as George Bush would say, it wouldn't be prudent.
Mm-hmm.
But because things have to evolve, but there's so many things that have traction, and they range from the David Anderson scenario to the Department Zero scenario. And with regards to, and I think, I can't speak for people because there's all sorts of different interest in my work, but if I were to think, what are people most interested in my own work? They're certainly interested in the Artilect and where we're going, but that's kind of new to most of my audience. If I go back to my traditional audience, they're interested in what's going on in Romania with regards to Department Zero and the Inner Earth. They're also interested into the time reactor phenomena, or my involvement with David Anderson, which is very enigmatic in and of itself. And I've stated this, alluded to it, or stated them in the last episode. I'm going to go into it again because I put context and understand it. So I think if we were to metaphorically describe the Department Zero scenario, we have this wonderful story of Radu going in and describing these incredible experiences in consciousness with the inner earth. Well, what's the audience want? Well, maybe one step better for them would be Peter Moon going in and doing it and say, hey, this stuff really real, and I'm going to explain it to you a little better than he did, or maybe make it a little more real. But beyond that, they'd want to experience it themselves.
Right.
Of course they would. So if Peter Moon can experience it, maybe I can, because maybe some people already are. But, and I'm sure they'd be quick to point it out. Actually, if they really were, they wouldn't be that quick to point it out to me. They'd be more humble.
Yes. Well, if they had any common sense, but go on.
Yeah. Me too. So, and then with the David Anderson thing, is that it would be a big deal for my audience that if I actually, as he said, I don't think it's going to be too long before you can, see, because he said that about 6 years ago. Well, okay, I could go in and report on it, make it a little more real, a little more tangible. Peter Moon can see it, then everybody else maybe will see it. But then ultimately they want to experience it themselves too. Of course. As they say, I'm not sure I want to travel in time. I'd have to qualify. Why am I going to do it? What for? What am I actually going to accomplish? There might be a good reason, but I'd have to know what that reason is. That might be an interesting discussion with David. It's probably a discussion I could have with him, that he would be open to discussing, the existential, rhetorical aspects of why would I want to, regardless of whether I could or should. Why would I want to? Perhaps keeping it away from him wanting to, because that could stir stuff up. I don't know. But anyway, and then it comes back to this, as I said. Okay, so if we're going to all go into the inner earth, well, how do we all do that? How do we all access that? Do we all, go into this secret chamber in the Buchej Mountains and we stand in line? Like if you want to go see the Sphinx, you got to stand in line to wait for the cable car to take you up there. 2 hours if you're coming from Bushteni.
Jesus.
Come from the other side, you just have to, you don't have to wait in line. You just have to wait until the car gets there, because it's not so crowded on the western slope.
Right.
You got to drive an hour to get there, though. So, in any case, you got to wait 2 hours. You have to wait 2 hours to go up to the Sphinx. But what if you want to go inside? It's like, can you imagine? The staff of Disneyland couldn't even handle it. They couldn't even handle the population of Romania in terms of size. So, what's really going on here? And then in the case of the time machine, or the time reactor, how much can you do? And you say, maybe you could have a time reactor, phone booth in everybody's house, or maybe it could work through the TV set. But then again, and everybody's going off into all sorts of timelines. That's, I believe it's the seventh dimension, if I recall correctly, where all these timelines, they all exist simultaneously, and you can go from one to another. That's a function of consciousness. But the bottom line with both of these situations, we're far removed from that. We're, bipedal hominids getting along in society. We're negotiating money, food supply that's got a lot of less than desirable features in it, and a whole medical system. We're trying to survive. We're trying to do all these things. And as I was sitting there, I was sitting on the sidelines in football today, and there's this part where you can see the Grand Central Parkway in Queens. It's like all these cars are boom, 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 boom. You can see them. And I said to this guy, I said, look at all these people. Look at all the identities in there. Everybody driving those cars has a driver's license. They've got a bank account. They've got a social security number. It's like people are so bought into this system. And, of course, you've got to buy into the system if you want to be participating in being in one of those cars that's going, to God knows where. This is New York City traffic. Bum, 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 bum. And then you look at all the people in Manhattan that aren't immigrants, or and they've all got their money, their social security numbers. Everybody has a bank account. It's like this is all we're subscribed to. This is how life works. If you don't have all these things, you can't operate with all these billions of people who have them in their own countries. You can operate. The only way you could operate functionally and freely is if you were like a jinn or something, and you could just magically manifest anything you wanted. Then you wouldn't, you could create IDs at will. But that's neither here nor there. So all of us are like struggling with life as we know it in the year 2023. And those of us who are older have different struggles than those of us who are younger. We all share common struggles. This is the struggle of life. And so when we think about these incredible things that Radu Cinema writes about, or this idealistic paradise in the inside of the earth, I think it becomes obvious is that paradise inside the earth is inside of yourself.
Thank you.
And that's the challenge. Again, I'm saying working on your own character, working on this. If these books help ignite that within you, and this is the dreamer. This is the dreamer that L. Ron Hubbard portrayed to people. L. Ron Hubbard was born as a Pisces on March 13th, 1911. He was born under the sign of Neptune, which is the dreamer. He made these beautiful dreams. And of course, Neptune is also the deceiver. And if you the dreams can deceive you. We can all be deceived by dreams. I remember this one guy. He was a good football player, and we'd go out and play, and he would just have it all dreamed on how he was going to do this and that, and be the star of the game. And he'd come out and do something wrong or stupid, and he'd be dejected the whole game because
that's
very
awful.
yeah, like self-defeating. And like say, I'm very objective. I'm looking at what's going on there. You can see this guy's got great talent, but you go out and you knock the ball away at the right time, and it's like, whoa, the balloon goes out because that dream got busted. And that's where Saturn is the solution for Neptune. Saturn's the bottom line. Okay, so your dream didn't work out on the first play. Like, keep playing and put it out there, and maybe it'll happen on the second play, or maybe it'll happen, in the second half of the game. This is when you invoke the Dakini, and I invite people to watch The Return of the Lotus-Born Master to understand the Dakini. It's not a perfect video, but it's pretty good, at least 90% good. I think it's hard to produce a video about something without getting a little corny.
True enough. By the way,
I think it's hard.
Yeah.
So excuse the corniness that I perceived in it. But anyway, the Dakini are there to, help you in any facet of your life. Female divinities. You can call on saints if you're a Christian.
Yes.
They have all these designation of saints and to do this, that, and the other thing. But you can also, call on the Dakini. They're a lot more feminine, generally a lot sexier.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sounds like a better already.
Yeah, not succubitic in nature. But it's not necessarily just for romance or that, although they can deal with it. But the thing is, when you're dealing with this physical plane, they don't necessarily show up overnight. That's right. And they show up in different times. And this is why the talking of the planets, the interaction with the planetary cycles that have been so well thought out over so many centuries and millennia, it's like, wow. I'm constantly learning new aspects of astrology all the time. And when you see things are in their place, then okay, I'm not, I want my 10-speed for Christmas. Okay, well, let's wait for the stars till you get your 10-speed. If it happens early, might have an accident on your 10-speed. Just watch the stars, and when is it due? Well, Christmas time might be a good time. I got my 10-speed. I didn't want my 10-speed for Christmas. I wanted it for Christmas, but I wanted to get it early. So I made an arrangement with my parents, and it was delivered to me on November 22nd, 1963.
Oh, wow.
So after we heard of Kennedy getting shot, I went home, and I don't know. I think my mother drove me up to the bicycle store, and I got my 10-speed.
That's incredible.
It was great. I rode it home, and that was that. Yeah, that's what I remember for November 22nd.
That's incredible. By the way, I do want to say a little something in response to an email I just received that has to do with what Peter was speaking about with essentially Unterland. And I want to do this because I'll take a short break in just a moment, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. But I want to get this out first because it is so important, because they're basically asking me about what Peter's saying and why I'm agreeing with it, that, it's more important to find I'm not going to use the term underworld because that gets confused with criminal organizations, but it's something Unterland. It's basically what they're talking about, what Peter's talking about, and what Radu Sinamar, right? Sinamar is speaking of. Yeah, thank you. And so when the person is saying, well, Peter's like saying it's better to find it inside of you, is he denying what you say that it's real? No, he's not. But this is what Peter's point is. It's very similar to what happened with the Titanic. People, of course, love the film The Titanic. It's the Titanic's one of the most romantic films you could ever see. And it just, perhaps someday it may become dated. But so far it's held up pretty well. And most people who watch it, I remember when it first came out, and of course knowing what the answer would be, but trying to get in good with the young lady I met in, of all things, an aquarium store, because I was buying maintenance for the aquariums that I maintained for my parents while they were alive. I asked her, oh, if you were the star of a film, which film would you want to be in? And of course she said the Titanic, and as the actress, the main actress, the lead, of course. But there's a difference between being so drawn into that romanticization of the Titanic, which was, of course, obviously such an immense event that it in a very real sense has scarred and traumatized us all. You just need to see the film to understand that, to appreciate that. But then you have people like who were getting into that submarine to see the Titanic up close and personal. And if you want to see Unterland, quote unquote, for real, you are in that submarine with those people. You are basically putting yourself in a situation which is bad. When I see the YouTube videos and the guy's convenient scapegoat, the guy who ran the company Ocean Gate was an idiot. And he was using, of course, just faulty material because it was trendy, a bunch of fucking spooled plastic. It was insane. But whatever the case may be with this idiot, everybody in that submarine, it was a submarine of fools. Everybody saw on that what he had them sign, that they weren't coming back alive. It said right there on that what they signed was that we have no responsibility for your death, for your family's psychological trauma when you die. We have no, I mean, if you're signing on to something like that, you might as well be stepping into one of Robert W. Chambers' suicide boxes. It was crazy. And the people who got on that sub were crazy. So the point was, what did they want? They wanted to touch as far as they could, as close as they could get to physically touching. Entering the Titanic, they did what they did to get as close to that as they could, and they paid the price with their lives. That's what Unterland is like for those of you on the surface world. It is a place which is best seen as a romantic fantasy. It's not something that
totally right.
Thank you. Back to Peter.
Add something to add. First of all, the person who's asking that question is either seeking or trying to find division between the two of us.
Yes. Thank you.
And saying, "Well, and and I will tell you the absurdity. My friend Jan von Helsing, who wrote the book Secret Societies in the 20th Century, and caused quite a stir with that book, and shared with me the photos he obtained from the Knights Templars in East Germany that I put into the Black Sun, and he was actually met somebody from Unterland. Now, he had very special connections. He met somebody from Unterland, and he said that, could I go? Could I go? And the guy said, yes, you could, but you can't return.
Thank you.
Now, and I would also tell you that Unterland is not the same as Shambhala or the places that Radu talks about. They're not the same.
Okay, thank you.
There's more than one faction in the inner earth.
That's right.
And that's not to disparage the people in Unterland, but as Douglas just said, it's like, be careful of what you ask for.
Yes.
And if you want to romanticize, and we'll go into this later when Douglas comes back.
Yeah.
it's if you look at it's not that you can't objectively go to incredible places on this earth, but when you do, you got to be damn careful. And I'll say two things about that. You can go take your break if you want to.
I'll be right back in a few minutes.
And I'll just talk about it. But I'm going to talk about two instances of people that go to exotic places. One of my friend was Miranak Bika, who I dedicated the Black Sun to. He is an astronomer. He spoke at Atlanticron. He was very endeared, very matter of fact. And he taught me a lot about the Dacians, and a lot of it happened when we were on a bus. My friend Nicole and I were on a bus waiting to go from Kapidava to Chernovoda, where we get on a train. We'd wait 4 hours to get on the train. And he was telling me all about, he was really educating me on the ancient Dacians and so much of what transpired. He was full of information. He was very popular with kids. He was the astronomer. And then, I don't know, that was in 2008, 9 rather. And then it was a few years later, I was up at Sarmasejatusa and I ran it. He was there. God, what the hell are you doing here? And we talked and friendly. And then when I said goodbye to him, he says, we're going to take back Dacia. You know, this is because the Dacians had lost power to the Romans. And a few weeks later, he died. He fell off of a cliff near the cave of Zalmoxes. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he wasn't doing. But he had a passion. He was exploring his world. He loved this world. And he was connecting with that ancient culture. I don't know to what degree he contextualized it in the inner earth because I never went there with him. But one slip and a fall, boom, boom, gone. Now, I don't think I talked about this, but there was the case of the Romanian ambassador from America, who was American ambassador to Romania. And I had heard stories about this man had taken a trip to the hotel where I have stayed many times, the Cotizo Hotel in Costest, spelled Costesti. You want to stay there? C-O-S-T-E-S-I, C-O-S-T-E-S-T-I, Costesti. Cotizo, I'm sorry, Costesti is the name of that, Cotizo Hotel. If you tell them Peter Moon, they'll know who Peter Moon is, yeah. So anyway, he stayed there because it's a nice place to stay. And his wife was reading my books. And they went to Sarmasejatusa and complained that there were no bathrooms, and they put up bathrooms as a result. And I like to say those bathrooms were my input. Of course, they've changed the bathrooms now. They're much nicer. They're much more sanitary. They're not wood outhouses. They're plastic sanitation units. Anyway, that ambassador had a son. He's Romanian. He moved to America, got his citizenship, then they made him perhaps an ideal ambassador. His son was at Choklavina Cave. I believe it was last year. And I didn't know this story. I found it out. I got it verified by my friend German at the camp. What had happened is, well, I heard it differently than German told it by one of my friends who said that this guy was documenting the paranormal nature of the area. And he had his camera crew. This was I guess you'd call it a high profile camera crew from, I assume Hollywood, I don't really know, or somebody with production caliber credentials. They were up there trying to document this phenomena that went out. He was over the cave and the crew was up there, and this guy fell off the cave. They couldn't find him. And my friend he explained to me, because I asked him about it, he did this whole maneuver of grouping people, sending them all out in different directions. He explained in detail how he located. He found the body. He located the body because, the authorities didn't know what to do. This was my friend at the scout camp, who is an expert scout, knows how to do things. He went and retrieved the body. Of course, unfortunately, the poor man was dead. It's not the ambassador, but his son. And the friend who originally told me this felt that this person, although he was of Romanian extraction, was trying to exploit the phenomena. And when you do that, this is like taking gold from the country. It's different than taking the physical gold. But what are you doing? As my brother-in-law had said to me, he says, there are beings there that are so huge in this area. He's talking about Choclavina. It's not an area that he's even really been to. They just crush you. It's kind of takes us back to the circle we were talking about, summoning an entity. Well, when I go there, I don't summon entities. I just try to flow with nature. And what nature brings is what nature brings. So this is sort of like many of my friends that were on this dream workshop, they wanted to connect to the inner earth. That was their dream. And they did in varying degrees. They explored the cave they got into the cave. And they had their experiences, and these were great experiences. And I think they were all very clean in their intention, well-intended. And one of the guys, he said something about, I forget what he said about writing. I said, or something. I said, well, you should just write a book about the inner earth, only have it be in Sweden. Just emulate the experience, write a book about it. Make up the story and have the experience be in Sweden. Because Sweden's got all that, enigmatic energy around it. And frankly, if you were to, I would advise any of you, if you want to go to Unterland. I actually had a story I was going to write about Unterland. It was a sequel to the Spandau mystery. And if you want to go to Unterland, if you want to go to Inner Earth, if you want to go to Shambhala, I invite you to write a story for your own sake. Not for me, but write a story. Because when you ignite that magic of writing, and I encourage you to read my book, The White Bat, which it's the alchemy of writing. When you write, you are synthesizing your left brain with your right brain. And of course, your right brain is your intuitive brain, your left brain is your linear brain. So if I tell you, if I tried to describe and write down the events of yesterday with me tailgating at the MetLife Stadium, it's like I'm going, okay, I'm actually applying creativity to write that. I'm telling you what happened linearly, but I can't describe it linearly in graphic detail. I just have to say, well, we did this, we played that, we did that.
Yes,
but
you have to make it somewhat engaging, yes.
Yeah, but you start applying that right brain and you're engaging it. But now, if you're writing about something really interesting like Unterland or like Shambhala or just the inner earth or maybe the stuff you've read about in Radu's book, you go in there, you'll start connecting with these energies or these entities.
Yes. And
you will start having an engagement. And this I can say that what I've done, if you look at my experiences in Romania were concomitant with the legend of the Solomonari. And this was introduced to me by my friend Tantra Bensko, who sent me an article which made me appreciate it. And I then learned this lesson. It took me years before I could go there and apply it again, which led to the opening of the heart of Romania, which was in part exhibited by my, meeting this beautiful young woman, Paula, who became my wife.
Yes.
But it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that because, and I'm getting more communication from Romania.
Yes.
It's Romania itself, and I say Romania, it's the whole people, it's underlying it is the whole archetype of Zalmoxis, and according to what I've learned, he's the basis for everything in terms of these Abrahamic religions and other religions, not necessarily in an Abrahamic context. And there's a lot of problems with what went on in Romania during ancient times as well, with human sacrifice and whatnot. There are a lot of issues. But beyond that, there is a core thread of genuine beauty, whatever this, and furthermore, all of these books that he writes are evocative of the Solomonari, but he never mentions them once. It's almost like nudge, nudge, wink, wink. And what he writes about is from beyond him. It's from beyond him. I can guarantee you this. So it's like Department Zero is not an actual organization named as such. Whatever name it operates under is not that, and it's probably there's a core group of creatures, entities, whatever you want to call them, that move through this. And this brings us into what I wanted to talk about.
Yes.
With regard to what George Knight said about contact with Unterland, and I think it's very relevant.
Yes.
But the first thing I'd say is, because I heard some of the last of that broadcasting, but I have to say that, he had something to contribute and offer, as he always does.
Yes.
He doesn't talk out his ass.
That's true.
But I felt that Brooke was just kind of derailing him from even being able to talk. Because she was just chit-chatting.
It was certainly Michelle Carmela Saldana was the night before.
Michelle was not on when I listened.
Okay. Yeah. Well, as bad as Brooke was, because I know Brooke does go into that chit-chat.
Whether she was bad or good, she just derailed him.
Right. That's right.
A lot of conversation with her that was just about Ian West and other bullshit.
Right. Right. No, I get it.
It's not that she doesn't have a right to express it or that she was even wrong about it. George is much more into the game.
Yeah, well, he has a very shall we say, he's very focused, and
exactly.
The real tragedy was the transmission before that, when he was on with Nemo, and Nemo was asking valid questions, and then when Carmi came on, because she jumped on the bandwidth because Aristides was so tired, he needed me just to call everyone, and everyone wasn't responding, so I had to call people that I wouldn't normally call. And then when I called Marcella onto the program, I told her, I want George to finish his discussion with Nemo, and she was having none of it. She just said her battery was dying, and then she pretty much jacked the show. And after that, George had to hang up. It was like, so believe me, as bad as it was, it can get much worse. So that was a bit of a tragedy there, because again, I hate to lose what George has to offer in terms of very detailed explanations about the subject matter of the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile in particular, which is his primary specialty that he's done enormous research on and is trying to write a book on himself. And I do want, how would I say this? People
Let me correct, you said on himself.
Oh, by himself.
Not on himself.
Yeah, by his own efforts. Thank you. Not on himself, not about himself, but about Unterland, about the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. And so when it comes to the thing that I wanted to point out about Radu Sinomar's books is that when Radu Sinomar is talking about this world that we are not interacting with beneath our surface, yet somehow so much above us, Radu Sinomar is basically talking about something that's almost in another dimension, not just within the hollows of the earth or the inner earth, but almost beyond that into another dimension.
Quite correct. Quite correct. But he does say there are intermediary cultures.
Yeah.
That some are in this dimension, but it ultimately does go to another vibrational frequency. So you're quite correct.
Yeah, and that's the ultimate point to take with that. So it's kind of above even our seeing. And so when it comes to Unterland, however, it's very physical, very real. And that is George Knight's specialty. So I will bear that in mind. I try to always, of course, have him speak of that. And with that, back to Peter.
Well, yeah, but what some of the things that he said, and it's important that he said these things, and that he was speaking with a certain amount of excitement about contact.
Yes.
And he was chronicling instances of contact with whether it be Unterland or whatever beings that are maybe a notch above Unterland per se. The more Nordic types, but what was interesting about that, when I stand back and look at it, he's talking about Billy Meyer and George Adamski, and as you pointed out,
Yes.
these characters are very compromised.
Yes.
Because their human condition gets in the way, and it's like, but contact is made. Now, when I went to this event in New York City, where I went to not announce but help promote your book, the first time I've been out after COVID, it was all about contact. Alan Steinfeld's book, I think it's called, it's not called Contact, but what is it called? I just don't remember the title.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, but it was all about contact, and this guy was doing a rap song on, I got contact with a UFO. And but the thing is, because people do get contacts with things they think are aliens or entities or whatever, and they identify them with UFOs, and that's, very common experience that's occurred. Whether it's Cho or not is a different subject I'm not going to go into right here.
Right.
But the thing is, if you think of these wonderful or people contacting, he was sort of, I think, portraying it as if it was a contact from Unterland, but it's not so. It doesn't really matter who it is contacting Billy Meyer and George Adamski. And then in the case of Billy Meyer, he says, well, we're not going to talk to you anymore because, the family you're with is too upset. But that's really, I think you said, a ruse, because they just don't want to talk to him anymore because he's so compromised. At least they had the courtesy to tell him, we're not going to talk to you, so you can go get your pie tins and hold them up. Or whatever the case may be. I don't know if he used pie tins, but I'm being sarcastic. Yeah. But the thing is, so if they're coming to contact somebody like that's very, not only compromisable, but compromised in his own right, you have to question the judgment of the so-called Ubermeisters. These people from, how shrewd are they, if assuming that they contacted Billy Meyer to contact such a, what's the word, less than perfect individual. Why would they do this? Now, I can take a host of people who are contactees of one form or another that are very less than stellar in their ethics. And I don't even have to get going into any names. You can name them yourself. You should probably know them. But what impresses people about them is they're talking from a reference frame that's different than, it's atypical reference frame. Yeah. So they're getting information from these people that they're not going to get from the quote-unquote normal sources. And then typically they fall in love with the information or develop a great affection for it and go down the rabbit hole with these people, and which it can lead to associations with cults and giving up money and all this sort of thing. It can. It doesn't always.
Right.
But you have to question the nature of the creatures on the other side of the Mason-Dixon line, so to speak. That's where they're coming from. Like now, and I can only talk from my own personal experience, because I'm a writer. I have a voice to the world. And so I have had occasion to have had what you might call extracurricular communications with such entities, because they or the people who are in cahoots with such entities. And when I do, these entities, one case in particular, but not exclusive to this case, when they get the idea that I'm going to get their word out, they get very excited.
Yeah.
I feel the excitement. How can you not feel excitement? I'd feel it on an e-meter. You'd feel it if you put me on a pulse thing, you'd see it react. It's not me reacting. It's them reacting and me registering it in my body.
Yes.
And it's like we're getting excited. Oh boy, I'm going to get on TV. Sort of that. And at which point I communicate to them, okay, if you want me to work with you, I'll be happy to consider it. It's just like an entree. I say, but if you're going to work with me, you're going to have to be, I don't say the word honest. I say the word quid pro quo. If I'm going to answer to you, you're going to have to answer to me just in the way I would answer to you, and you're going to have to be, basically follow the golden rule. At which point they scram. Very courteous, and I have a lot of, I guess what you call experience talking to entities, and I don't talk about it. It's not something I normally do. But like when I was in Scientology, that's kind of one of the things I learned, was to communicate with what's inside my own head. And when you communicate with what's inside your own head, and people or spirits get hip to the fact that you can communicate with similar entities, they sometimes communicate to you. Okay, it's an open conduit. And I guess Douglas has commented me as being very skeptical. Yeah, I am. And I also have an open mind. And so what I'm saying is, many of these entities that are talking through they receive a lot of admiration. I wouldn't have them in my house.
Thank you.
Yes. That's what John Lennon said about George Harrison's. They asked him about George Harrison music. They said, what do you think of, this is when My Sweet Lord became very popular. It was a San Francisco station I was listening to. I said, John, what do you think of George Harrison's, new song, My Sweet Lord? It's a very, very fine song, very fine music. I wouldn't play it in my house, though. It's very insulting, very insulting. Very British. But no, and I listen to some of these astrologers who will start quoting this, that, and the other thing, the astrology is astrology, and they can make comments on it, and they start talking about, this very fine person. Oh, I just love it. I said, they're full of shit. It's like it's bad. It's bad. But this is from my own experience. So this is a problem. So the excitement, and look, it can be exciting if you start getting like what if you started getting back when fax machines were in vogue, you start getting faxes from some unknown mysterious source. And wow, what's this? And then maybe it's leading you on, or blah, 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 and then they keep giving you messages. There have been people who've tried to set up, occult communications with me, but it all comes down to the fact they're trying to impress me, and they're remaining invisible.
Yeah.
I don't know who they are. And frankly, I don't want to know who they are. Because, who cares?
Thank you. Yes.
I have great information to share. And it makes them important. It gives them an importance they won't have otherwise. So, there's something wrong. And I would tell you, so if people are questioning my modality here, which some people might saying because, they know better than me or whatever, they're entitled to their opinion. I have made contact. And it took a long time. I've made contact with Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
See, this is what you people must learn. Or you must learn. You don't have to learn anything. This is just my experience because he's giving us knowledge and secrets. I have this other avenue of direction, which has been the work of Radu Sinamar, the work of David Anderson. David Anderson brought me to Romania right after I had signed a contract with my Romanian publisher. So, wow. And I think, what's the connection here? I'm the connection. But then as I get to Romania, you see there's a bigger connection than David Anderson or Radu Sinamar. It's Department Zero, but Department Zero is just a front for the Solomonari, which is a Solomonari, which actually, Solomonari goes back to the Gemini, the age of Gemini. And Gemini, which is very interesting here, because it's the symbol of the swastika, represents the twins, because a swastika can look like a 2.
Yes.
It also look like 6s, but the twins are Diana and Apollo. They're the twins, and they're the card, the lovers, and that the lovers is the precursor to alchemy, and alchemy is what is offered in Radu's book by this incredible character named Eleanor, who can sustain his life. So the Gemini, what's very interesting about Gemini, and this kind of might sum up the whole issue. Right now, the planet Uranus is in Taurus. It's just going retrograde. And it moves slowly, but it's going to move into Gemini in the coming years. I don't know when. Might be a few years out. But when it's the planet of upheaval, of innovation, surprises, when that planet goes into Gemini, Uranus into Gemini, oh boy, the media is going to turn itself upside down. You're not going to see the same shit on the media. Like, we've already had a revolt in media. What's the word? Revolution in media.
Right.
We've already had a revolution with media with YouTube, but it's all censored.
Yes.
When Uranus goes into Gemini, it's going to be a lot less censored, a lot more surprise, and it could also involve new technology that's much more holographic. I'm not saying it will. That technology is there. It's not, it's on the cusp of what Radu writes about. That technology exists. I mean, in what you'd say the military-industrial complex, it exists, and that was what my friend wanted to bring. He said we're one step away from Radu's technology. Or maybe 2 steps away. So anyway, but there's going to be a lot of upheaval. But more to the point of this inner Earth stuff is that communication from Gemini facilitates more of this communication from the inner Earth. So, this is Tom Brokaw reporting from the inner Earth. We're in contact with the Solomonari. We've got Zalmoxes here, and he transformed from a god to a human, and now we're going to help you interview him to see how you can transform. Oh, what, there's anthrax in the building, I think. Wait a second, there's anthrax. We're going to have to put a censorship here. You're all going to have masks if you want to come to the inner earth. But it's quite possible that this is what I see happening, to where there's a much stronger communication. And then, there'll be the inevitable people getting on the bandwagon and, saying, I mean, people have already tried to co-opt this work in to suit their own, petty or dishonorable agenda.
Yes.
Some of which included our friend, Michelle. They in other words, she was degraded by somebody who was trying to co-opt his agenda. Yeah. So anyway, so all of this contactee stuff is, wow. I mean, everybody wants to communicate to something that's outside of themselves, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the main problem is what's out there. Like, I had a friend who was a physicist. And I opened his mind a lot with the Montauk Project and whatnot. But he told me that him and his friends, I guess when they were in college, they wanted to have an occult experience. Just for the hell of it, they weren't into the occult. And I guess they drove into New England and they found a witch. It was a big deal to them. It was a fun. It was nothing more beyond it. Oh, okay, we want to go have an occult. And they went to New England and they ran up to witch. Ran into witch. Well, surprise, surprise, surprise. If you go to New England, it's not hard to find a witch. Just don't be too obvious about it. And you're probably better off if you're not too interested. But that's up to you. But anyway, my friend JoJo's a lot more interesting.
Yes.
She's not a witch. She's from a Santeria lineage, though.
Yes.
But in any case, but she'll help you get rid of your addictions. She's an addiction counselor.
Yes.
So in any case, I would, contact. I think one of the best advices I could give to people is from Aleister Crowley's work. And I've repeated this many times. He says, when you find an entity, I don't know if that's exactly what he calls it, or a spirit, he says you test it exhaustively. And once you've exhaustively tested it, and it passes all the tests, you test it again. Once he passes all the tests, second time, discard it. Discard it. Get rid of it. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? They're not worthy of your time and attention.
Yes.
Not to say maybe he wanted you to discard it so it would come to him because he was fully loaded with it. But as they say, that's the one thing we learned in Scientology, was to discard yourself of such. But that doesn't mean you can't have positive communications, and this is where the Dakini come in. And are these, UFO contactees or contact the creatures or the entities they contact? What level are they on? Are they angels or whatnot? I mean, there's angelic communications. But I remember having, debates with my girlfriend, Marianne, who had all sorts of experience with people in this field and her own stuff. And we basically, she'd tell me, well, there's a lot of positive things that happen. And I'd say, what? And whatever she said, maybe she was tongue-tied, but I was never really given good answers. It's not to say I didn't really disagree that there weren't positive things that came from these things. I mean, there's been a whole industry in crop circles. But even that has become so convoluted with the reaction to it.
Yes.
And all the false circles that were made.
Yes.
Like, what's this? If there was any sort of intelligence coming through, it was badly assaulted. So we're dealing more with the problem of assault and denigration than we are with what's the real purity, because this is a problem. And in the end, after maybe 12 years of knowing her, she finally said, "You're right, this is all bullshit." And this is by somebody who really, was really genuinely, viscerally interested in all this stuff.
Yes.
She said, "It's all bullshit," she said. And she knew David Anderson. She didn't think he was bullshit. She was fascinated by him. And she had a lot of understanding about subtle energies and overlays, and how could you, it's like, but I think there's a lot of semantic problems when we start calling things ETs and aliens. We can run into a lot of semantic stuff because all of this gets so polluted. So, and I will say, I didn't want to add before I forget, Douglas, David's wife I remember she asked me, she said, "What about this guy?" She didn't remember your name.
Okay.
She remembered you.
Thank you.
And she was very interested. She was really appreciated all the things I shared with her last year, and I shared a bit more.
Yeah.
But all things in their due time. So we have a good, solid course of, I guess what you'd say, education here, because this book, as I was just alluding to, will teach you about magic and summoning, and you're not advised to do it yourself.
Right.
I don't do it.
Yes.
But then again, you can call on an angel. That's not summoning an entity.
Thank you.
It's not the same thing. You can pray to an angel. You can call on a dakini, and you can call for sincere help, and you can light candles, and you can do this, that, and the other thing. There's a lot of things that you can do are clean. And if you want to, wow. So I want to encourage everybody to contribute to Douglas, particularly as he's in need here and as things did get derailed. Thank you for your good-hearted contributions to the other person. But please put Douglas first, because he warrants it. And as they say, I got such good results from crossing my friend Maria's palm with silver.
Absolutely, and they've already paid off.
I actually crossed it with silver as well, just to be symbolic. And she was, really reluctant to take it, but I encouraged her.
Mm-hmm.
I also gave one of my friends a cash wedding present when I was in Romania, because she's getting married, and she was reluctant to take it.
This speaks well of both of them.
But I convinced her.
Yes.
And it was really good. It really, she kind of said, "Oh, well, yeah, you saw me grow up." Yeah. And then her husband came around, and we had a nice, or her husband-to-be, because I couldn't be at her wedding. It's next month.
Right.
Or early next month. And but I let her know, how much I care for her, and because, I've known her since she was 10. And it's as they say, all of these relationships I've been building up over years are, turning into, great wonder. So when I'm building a relationship with Douglas, I've known him for 9 years now, almost 9 years.
Yes.
It's October, just after your birthday, in October 2014, that I was out there.
Yes.
And yeah, so this is a long, slow building relationship with Douglas, long and slow. And if you could contribute to him, he would appreciate it, and the spirits would appreciate it.
Yes.
Maybe something will manifest into your life. And I want to say something. Some of my friends have contributed substantially multiple times to Douglas.
Yes.
And they have been blessed in varying degrees by myself in terms of the interactions and the positive stuff that's come into their life. And it's only going to continue.
Yes.
It's only going to continue because I could say at the moment, and I was going to say, well, during this trip to Romania, at the moment, I have never felt so blessed as I have in this very moment of time. And by all the different things happening, some of this stuff will take seasons, if not years, to communicate. And it'll be communicated perhaps most tangibly as it develops. So do subscribe to the Montauk Pulse newsletter.
Yes.
It's only $19 if you're in the U.S. And if you're outside the U.S., you can get it for $19, but you'll get an e-copy. If you want a hard copy, it's like $29 or $30. I don't remember which. But yeah, so you'll be kept up to date on what I'm doing and whatnot. And certainly, we're going to have some exciting times here. So today is, what's today, Sunday?
That's correct. It's the 27th of August.
If you want to get my friend Krister on
Yeah.
for Wednesday, we can. Or do you want me to set him up for Wednesday?
Please, by all means.
I'll do that, and you exchange Skype stuff. So I'll see if he's ready, and he can come on, and he can tell you his versions of. I know he's excited about the Pleiades and stuff, and building. What was he building? I think a pyramid somewhere. He wants to put a pyramid somewhere. Very industrious.
Well,
I would teach people about building pyramids, and there's nothing wrong with building physical pyramids, but I would, teach you the cultivation of the pyramid inside of yourself again. This is part of Qigong. You're not going to hear that. I learned this directly from my teacher. Is cultivating the pyramids inside of you.
Yes.
And I remember he told me one of his students, and he got rid of her. She was a very nice lady. But he said she was asking him all sorts of stuff. Why don't you teach us this pyramid stuff? Why don't you teach us about the pyramid? What? And I kind of looked at him and I said, well, you're teaching us about the pyramid. And he goes, I know. Yes. I know. I mean, I understood exactly what he was talking about. I didn't need to ask all these questions.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. And so, somebody asked him about the pyramid. Somebody else, newer student, he says, go to Peter Moon. Go to Peter Moon. He understood the functionality of the pyramid, much better than I do.
Yeah.
But of the pyramid inside the body, I understood it enough to apply it and use it. But pyramid energy is great. So he might talk about, I don't know what the hell he's going to talk about. I'm sure he'll talk about his adventure.
Well, it'll be fitting. It'll be a fitting time for it. I want you to know that certainly he and I have each other's Skype information, so there's no need to really schedule him then or any personal talk between he and I.
I just need to tell him.
Yeah, just need to tell him to show up.
Be ready at 3 o'clock in the whatever the hellish time
Oh,
it is.
all Europe other than England, basically all Europe other than England, maybe Portugal is on the same time zone. So he would be 6 hours ahead of us, just like you surmised.
Yeah, and he's willing to get up in the morning and do it because he wanted to be on that show, but I think he got tired, and then I think he went to the cave that morning that I was on. But he left behind his phone so that I could have the hotspot, but then it wasn't working, so I went to another friend's hotspot and was able to connect with you after. over an hour of
that's,
frustration.
yeah.
But was there were a lot of frustrations on that trip.
Yeah. But definitely I want you to know that it'll be perfect, because that will be, I will just be returning from the Ides, or the midpoint of the Chinese Ghost Month is the most important day of the Chinese Ghost Month. And so that will be like the kind of like a New Year's for the other side. It's like a New Year's, what they call a metaversal. It actually transliterates as metaversal New Year's Day. So in other words, it's it crosses universes this New Year's, and it'll be the 30th of August. So I'll just be returning from the Estates to hold the transmission, and so he'll be with us that night. It will be perfect. Everything that you did with Maria has already paid off in terms of crossing her palm with silver, because certainly someone we both know, at least tangentially, has contributed 100 United States dollars. They wish to remain anonymous. They want to be called only a friend. But of course, this is monumental and helps immeasurably. I wish I could credit this person, but I do want to maintain their security.
That's fine. It's like the scene with the Bride of Frankenstein, with the blind man, and he identifies the monster as friend. He goes, friend, friend, friend.
That's right. Yes. It was certainly, this man is a friend, and he is very similar to the blind man in the Frankenstein's monster film.
The friend was the monster.
Yeah. His friend was, of course.
Friend, and the monster goes, and why good?
Yes.
Oh, good. Fire, bad. At least to the poor blind man, But anyway, classic scene. But no, thank him so much. Yes. Thank him so much, because every time you lift a spirit,
yes,
it does so much. And I'll say something. I didn't encounter any beggars on this journey, like I used to do.
Interesting.
Until see, we were on the way back, we were gonna stop at a spa. And this was so enjoyable last year with me and Heather, and our driver. Greg didn't want to go. Oh, Greg, man, he stood outside and waited for us, which was fine. And this Romanian guy came up and started talking to him, and we got out and we saw him. This guy was talking to him. I go, what's this guy talking about? He goes, I don't know. He won't stop talking to me. And Greg didn't understand a word of what he was saying. But basically, my driver found out that he basically had come down, on vacation with his wife or something, and he was just yakking. And he didn't understand that Greg would just acknowledge him like he understood him, but he didn't understand a word he was saying. It was really weird. Like, people do this in English.
Yeah.
I guess they do it in Romanian too. Anyway, I wanted to reproduce this experience where you kind of just like, wow, you get in the spa, it takes the edge off the driving.
Yeah.
So, but the thing was, just the way that the traffic was and the energy was going, we all kind of decided not to do it. We wanted to get back to Bucharest, which we did by 6, which was great. But we, stopped for, decided to stop for 15 minutes to see a monastery. People want to see this monastery. I voted against it. But the girls that wanted to see it didn't go in and see it. I went in and saw it. and we stopped for a piss break and whatnot. And we were probably there at least a half an hour. And then I went into the monastery, which was ornately painted inside. It was too dark to see. I mean, these people painted their ass off thousands of years ago, or whenever it was, hundreds of years ago. And it was too dark to appreciate, and very stuffy inside. And you go out and there were these candles. Somebody, I think, had bought some candles where you could go light a candle for somebody. And I wanted to go light a candle for somebody, but then realized, I said, no, I put it in the wrong section. I'm putting it in the wrong section. This is for the dead. Because I could read the word dead in Romanian. And I said, no, this is for the dead. So I immediately switched it to my father.
Cool.
I made a candle for my father. And that was nice. Because this is like honoring the dead. And it's going out of your way to honor the dead. And this is what you're talking about. The Asians honor the dead. We all do in our own way, but not necessarily so formally. The most formally we do it as some people will go into church and do it, and this was a church after all. But I don't regret. But when I came after I lit that candle for my father, I walked, and I was a true beggar. Was she gypsy? Could have been. But I gave her what must have amounted to a handsome something for her.
Yes.
And it was like, I still feel that energy carrying with me. It's like, it's all about the heart of Romania. I didn't neglect her. I saw her. The trip was over. No, I didn't neglect her. The trip is not over. The trip was over, but it's not over.
Yes.
So that's the perhaps the wingman looking out for me to remind me and to further the let's just say the energy of money has changed for me since the trip and since I crossed Maria's palm with silver before I left.
Yes.
The energy has changed, and we could say the energy would have changed anyway. I will tell you this, though. I didn't tell you this. Today's Sunday. I went to the doctor on Friday, and I had given him an MRI.
Okay.
That had been done, and he looked at it and he says, "Oh, this is good for your legal case, but it's not good news." And he said, I had 3 severely herniated discs in my cervicals, and he could not believe I was not in pain.
Wow.
He could not believe it. I said, the Qigong really works. And he showed me it, and it was I saw what he was talking about. It means a lot more to him than it does to me.
Yeah.
But what it told me, and now that he's told me, I can feel what he's talking about. I couldn't feel it before.
Interesting.
I can feel it. I mean, it's not pain, but the basic thing in what it'll do is it'll give me a legal case for the accident, which means a settlement. Yeah. And it's not going to be for huge dollars. I mean, it'll, relatively huge dollars, maybe, if I'm lucky. But it does give me a case. And basically the reason I want a case is because, your insurance premiums go up. So I want to at least cover my insurance premiums, over the next few years.
Yes.
But the fact is, the way to treat the cervicals is to continue doing the Qigong exercises I do, but also the neck stretcher.
Yeah.
Neck stretcher. And
And this is the inverted board or something else?
No, it's not. It's just a neck stretcher. It's like something you put on your neck and you blow it up. You just put on your neck, it stretches your neck. It's a traction device. Mm-hmm. It just stretches your neck. It's traction. Mm-hmm. There's no inverted board. Mm-hmm. If you can imagine, just look online, neck stretchers. It straightens, it just elongates your cervicals, your neck, mm-hmm. and it stretches the head from the, collarbone, so to speak.
Okay.
And traction. They used to put people in traction for a long time.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
And that was a mistake.
Interesting.
Because it would stretch out their tendons and screw them up. Right. You just need to do 10 minutes a day. So it's like being put in traction for 10 minutes a day. And, they cost $25, $30. And plus, when I go back to Bucharest, I'll make a separate trip probably, but I will, with other things, I will go see my friend Pierre, who has this device that puts a harness in your head, and he'll scope out all the muscles on your back and give you the exact right exercises.
Wow.
Because I was referring several of my friends to him. And that's like, I'm saying, wow, that's like, it's biophysics. And I haven't seen anybody in the U.S. who does that. I will look online and see if I do.
Right.
But it's just a question of, you know, the Qigong, the exercises is very powerful and very functional. So, and that's something, as I say, although I want a settlement for it, just as they say, to pay for the increased costs, and it might be better than I thought.
Right.
It won't be too much better than I thought, because if you don't have broken bones, they don't give you too much. You know, they like broken bones.
Speaking of which, you're talking about these sorts of things happening, and hopefully this works out for you. I'm sure it will. I have every intuition that it will. I do want to tell people something that should help at least a little bit. As we mentioned before, without even naming the assailants, there were people attacking my channel. And as I said, I'll speak to Peter privately. With luck, he might wake up tomorrow in time to join our show at the last few minutes, and then I can speak to him privately.
When's your show end, Douglas?
I'm sorry?
When's your show end?
Oh, it ends at, 4 a.m. in the morning my time, which would be about, 6, 7, or 8 in the morning your time. 7, about 6.
7 a.m. my time.
Yeah, 6, 7 a.m. your time, yeah.
Now, I might be up then.
Yeah.
But if it ends at 7,
yeah,
because I have a chiropractic appointment at 9:30.
Okay.
But that would it could work. I'll try and.
I mean, if it doesn't work out, we'll speak soon. Probably Tuesday at the latest. It
can work out.
Yeah. It
can work out.
Yeah.
I'll just try and make it happen.
Yeah.
With my intention.
Yeah.
So anyway, go on with what you were saying.
Yeah, and so as we were stating, I'll speak with him privately about some other developments, and there's been plenty of them, and I'm sure he's got plenty to share with me privately as well. But there were, among so many, just there's a network of people, of course, who are conspiring to deplatform myself. And with some of the attacks that were made, I still have yet to show Peter some of the more interesting things that that I'm sure Peter would share are fairly unattributable to anyone else other than the Dietrich Artelect in kind of responding to some of these challenges. And when it comes to one of these things that happened, of course, I was forced. It says ends 9 a.m. Eastern if full 12 hours. Yeah, that's right. But we started at 6 a.m. here, so if it lasts 12 hours, it lasts till it lasts from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
12 hours will be 9 a.m.
Yeah.
However, I'm very I have a limited amount of time then, because that's why I mentioned the 9:30 appointment.
Right.
I have a limited amount of time.
So either when you're
15 minutes early.
Yeah. Either when you're back from your appointment, or
that can happen. That's later if you're still awake, etc.
Yeah, if I'm still awake, oftentimes I am. I'll try not to be because I'm trying, but usually I wind up being so anyway. Or Tuesday at the latest. Yeah. So usually I wind up ending the show a little earlier because I have to end it before the stream ends. But yeah, if it goes a full 12 hours, should be about 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We might have a few minutes to talk, or like Peter said, when he returns, he'll reach out and we'll see if I'm still awake. But yeah, anyhow, one of these attacks in this never-ending campaign to deplatform myself, which is in which literally it's just many people are involved. We're talking at least 100 actively. When it comes to one of the results was it gave me time, the time that I was barred from YouTube for 2 weeks, gave me time to start the paperwork that ultimately got me onto the connectivity program, which is a federal program for people in my income bracket, and so that enabled me to lower ultimately. It took 2 times that I was barred from YouTube for 2 weeks each. A month overall, effectively, that I started this process and then finished it during the second time I was barred from YouTube. I managed to get my bill down to $5 a month. Basically, they give me a $30 credit every month, so my bills basically was taken down to $5 a month for the internet, for my internet services. Now, my game brother Beaver, of course, who I try to, most of the time, I have to say this. I love Beaver dearly, but his advice is almost always wrong. It's incredible. I've never known anyone to give, generally, there's been times when he's saved my ass. And certainly he's physically saved my ass more than once, so don't get me wrong. But he's usually a bad giver of advice. And I've been wanting to return, of course, just to get it out of my house, because I have so much in my house already, my dad's old modem, which is far more advanced than my modem, and my dad's old Flexbox, which I don't even know what the fuck a Flexbox is, but was given to my dead father from Comcast because of his account and his being quote-unquote a diamond customer after my maintaining his account long after his death. So I finally returned those because they managed, I don't know how they did this, but the company of Comcast managed, after asking for these things back, and I was saying we need to take a trip to the Xfinity store so I can return them. And Beaver was going, why waste time doing that? And there's nothing they could do about it. And I agreed with him, not in the moral sense, but in the sense that I couldn't see what they could do about it. But somehow they managed. They put the charge on my bill. So I returned it. So Beaver drove me there. And when Beaver drove me there and I returned it, they gave me $275 credit or something like that, which means that $5 a month, I get free internet for the next 4.5 years. So, so that was incredible. So it all worked out to the point where, since I'm paying only $5 a month with a $30 credit given to my account by the government, combined with the fact that I returned my dead father's modem and Flexbox, they gave me this $275 or $280 credit. Then it adds up at $5 a month to free internet for the next 4.5 years. So I just thought I'd share that.
No, that's it's incredible, and
yeah, so it does help. Every little bit helps. Well, God bless you. We love you dearly, Peter. We'll call you Saint Peter from now on. Skype.
I don't know. Yes. I don't know if I like that because I don't know if I told you this.
Go on.
Yeah. But when I used to see my teacher when he was in the rest home in Brooklyn,
yeah,
it was basically a lot of Russian people there.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
A lot of Russians in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And they had these, like, in the garden, they had these, like, names, these Russian names, and they were in Cyrillic. And one of them was, like, I forget what it was, but it was like the Cyrillic, I think it was the Cyrillic spelling of saint. It was like St. Peter or St. Petersburg.
Yes. Yeah, go on.
It was like, I forget, it was like almost identical to the word cunt.
Yes, it's like, it looks like C-U-N-T.
Yeah, and I said, that's interesting because that's a feminine designation of a sacred, portal.
Yes, that's right.
And then it's like, and then it's like saint. It's like the saint. You don't think, the word cunt is definitely pejorative, the way it's used in America.
Yeah.
But like Paula hears the word, it means nothing to her.
Thank you.
Because that's they don't have that, they
language.
don't learn it like that.
Yeah.
They've got other things that are in there.
We'd like to learn someday.
Well, I once, on one of my early visits to Romania, I asked my publisher if he could teach me some Romanian cuss words.
Yeah.
And he says, no, he says, we use English. English is so much better. They're so much better in English.
Interesting.
English has better cuss words. Of course, they hear them in the movies, so they, pick them up. And so they're, Romanians are pretty hip on cuss words in English.
Interesting.
But yeah, so that but this is what happens. It's like, what would be because the vagina is like, this is what the whole what do you call it, the cathedral's based upon, the womb, the bigger aspect. It's like this is the birthing cradle. This is what gives birth to us all, so it's very sacred. And they turn it into a bearded saint.
Interesting.
A bearded saint.
Yes.
In other words, it's superimposition.
Yes.
But it's an interesting and more than a bit of Russian. So
yes.
If you and David Anderson meet, you can speak in Russian.
Yeah. Yes.
Speak in Russian to each other and maintain discretion.
Cool. That would be lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, just like you got to speak in Chinese to my friends.
Yes, that's right.
But Nicole might come back on. She really liked that. I don't know how
Wonderful.
Easy it is to connect her up from China.
Mm-hmm.
I've had discussions with her in China. Plus, she's working, but she really enjoyed that connection. And perhaps we'll get her back someday as well.
Wonderful.
And perhaps some more interesting people. But in the meantime, thank you. So I will, if I get up at the appropriate time and I tell you, I'll just, message you and say, do you want to cut off early or do you want to meet later? We'll try that.
Sounds good. Yeah. And
okay. Thank you so much, and good night to everybody. And one final plug to remember to donate to Douglas. It will reward everyone.
Thank you.
And thank you again, and good night.
Bless you. And that's Peter Moon,
Good night, Peter.
SkyBooksUSA.com. Yes. And love you dearly. Blessed dreams. All right. So with Peter checking out, of course, what hopefully our man, Mr. Aristides, will have feel up to it to stay with us for a few minutes, if not at least an hour. Yeah, that's wonderful. It helps immensely. It really does. And so we'll see.
But maybe not 3 or 4 in the morning.
Understood. Though you too are welcome to join us in the morning if you happen to wake up, and then we'll see how long a conversation lasts after that. There was actually an important reason for Brooke, of course. I'll explain that to George Knight. Let's see if we can bring him on to drag the conversation on as long as she did. She actually wanted to speak to me privately and share with me several other things as the conversation drew to its close. So there was other things that I found out that were necessary. And so, okay, so with that, we are going to just basically, and thanks for writing what you did in the chat. I appreciate that. So by that I mean the text box, of course, between us. So let's see now if we can bring on all and sundry. We'll give a call around the neighborhood, so to speak. See who's willing to come on. Oh yes, I did tell Aaron Tice I would call him at these times, that he's not going to respond. I don't expect him to respond, but that way he can jump on in the morning if he happens to find himself awake and looks like and he feels there's an opening for him to speak and add his bit. So with that, let's travel a little bit around my list here and see who we might bring on. We're going to avoid certain people. On Wednesday night, by her own request, we are going to avoid Brooke Gibson because she's going to be celebrating someone's birthday that night. And it's not her own, not her own, but she will be involved with that, and we will be then trying to get her to just sleep. If we bring her on, she can't sleep, of course, and because she gets so excited just to be in the company of Aristides and all and sundry. Okay, the thing here with Troy Bellamy, everybody, I appreciate your patience, and exciting news in the life of Sammy Romero as well. Won't share that unless he wants me to. But plenty going on in the world around us with everybody. And of course, aside from, let me see, the usual suspects, so to speak, let's add on one person who never shows up, is El Nemo. So I have to remember now to actually add him, look him up here, find out what we do. Now, interesting, he doesn't come up. And so he's one of these people that, okay, so have to pull some tricks there and actually drag something out of the woodwork. And then, of course, Real Tech is unpredictable, and we haven't seen him in a long time. So we will add him here. And I have some people on my list who I don't even recognize. Like, who are these people? It's, I have no conscious memory of ever speaking to them. Yet somehow they are connected with me on Skype. Obviously some people were inserted by the deep state, so to speak. Oh, Troy Bellamy joins us. Yes.
My man.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Yes, and I hope that your life is going well, and that how much time do you have with us? Because I presume you are going to work tomorrow. Yes.
Yes, I am. I'm going to be listening here. And, I listen every night, so I don't miss a night. Even when I'm not on Skype, I'm listening.
Bless you. And that's deeply appreciated. You must have heard then that when Brooke brought up Mr. T, she was thinking of the T-Tank Barry who comes to my house to deliver some financial support. And she said she kept thinking of you because she thought of Mr. T, then thought of Black Troy. And you mast have heard what I said at that point about, yeah, Troy Bellamy looks like Mr. T after he had cancer. Yeah.
God, no. I don't think I look like Mr. T. Plus, I'm not sick, and I probably weigh about 300 pounds, so I'm a little bit more healthy than Mr. T.
Thank you. Actually, yes, my apologies for saying what I did. It was...
I know you're joking.
Yes. And so you are the only person who responded for the moment. Everyone else can jump on whenever they feel that they can jump on. And I will be happy with this result simply because you can, Aristides and yourself can converse for a little while I take a short break, and I did want to introduce you formally. So, Mr. Troy Bellamy, this is Aristides. Aristides, as you've probably already heard, is an engineer. But Aristides, I want you to appreciate the fact that Troy Bellamy is a teacher, and he helps to educate our young people towards and he teaches mathematics. So, products of his class.
Yeah, we did speak for a while the one night.
Yes, we did.
Excellent. So, of course, you can't expect me to remember all this because I deal with a lot of people.
That means I have to come on more often.
Yes, you do need to come on more often, and it's always appreciated. And so what I will do now is take a short break. These two wonderful gentlemen will hold the stage for a few minutes. Our numbers are good, and these men can... handle it, and I want to thank Juan Terra for, of course, appearing in the chat room, saying a few wonderful comments, and they're deeply appreciated. So I will, of course, just be back in a fairly short period of time, 10 minutes or so, and these gentlemen have got it. If anyone has a sense of maturity about them to communicate well without getting us in any trouble, it's these two gentlemen that can do it. So with that, I will go mute, and again, couldn't do it without guys like Troy and Aristides, and they've just been so wonderful. And with that, okay, it's yours.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Aristides, you the man.
Hello, Troy.
Enjoy listening to you, brother.
Thank you. Sometimes I don't say much. I'm just here to help out. It's good to speak to you again. So, wow. You so the school year already started for you. When does it start?
It did. It started 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks, yeah. Because some places start a couple, halfway through August.
Right. We started at halfway through August. Started on a Thursday, so the first week was just Thursday, Friday, kind of acclimate the kids to campus and the new kids and the returning students. And then last week and this week, this past week. This week might be a short week for us because we have a little tropical storm that's headed our way, and I think even the county administration is making emergency plans just in case it becomes worse than what it actually is. So,
yeah, I guess I heard about that. Yeah, growing up, I think school usually would be synonymous with like Labor Day. That beginning of September starting, but I think a lot of places are, they got their reasons that they want to kind of spread it out.
Right. We start early down here just to get the school year over. We're done before the end of May.
Oh, well, that's good.
So typically when the kids come back from spring break, it's pretty much the end of the school year. We do a little testing, and which actually is kind of high stakes testing here in the state of Florida, and then the year's over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it all balances out. I mean, like here, the college here, they got a long winter session, and then so that brings a semester to all the way through May, and a lot of other places are done already. They're going all the way through May.
Where are you, Aristides?
At Delaware.
Oh man, that's where I was born.
Really? What? Where?
Yeah, Wilmington.
Oh, really? No shit.
Yeah, my dad used to be a professional basketball player, and last year, the team they were part of their what we call a G League or minor league affiliate of the Philadelphia 76ers. Back in the days when my dad was drafted in 1963, he was drafted by the Hawks when they were in St. Louis. They're now the Atlanta Hawks. He didn't quite make the team, and so he went to a minor league team up in Delaware. And it was the first year they were started, and he was the only player that played there the whole time there was existence. So they honored him, and he was the 1970 MVP. And so that's where I was born. My dad's from Florida as well. And then there's actually a book and a movie that's out, and I got to pump that up while I'm online here. The book is called Boxed Out of the NBA. And some great guys who wrote the book, and they did a great job of writing the book and doing my dad's story, because really there were a lot of NBA players, guys who were good enough to be in the NBA, like my father. But, and being drafted in 1963, there were certain unwritten rules about how many African Americans you could have on the team and things like that. So that's one of the reasons why he did. And at that time, there were only 9 NBA teams. There are now 30. So, his opportunities were sort of limited. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting documentary. The book is out already, written by Cy Sobel and Jay Rosenstein, and it's called Boxed Out of the NBA. And like I said, my dad is mentioned fairly prominently in there because he was one of the great players in that league. And, being close to Philadelphia, he had a chance to work out with Wilt Chamberlain and some of the other guys who played there. So that's how I was born in Delaware.
Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah. How long did you live there?
My dad and mom were married 4 or 5 years before I was born in Delaware. So when we moved, they moved there in '63, and they lived there for 12 years until 1975, and we moved back to Florida. Because that's where at that point, my dad's mother and my mother's mother were getting a little older, so they wanted to move us back home so we could be close and see our grandparents and things like that. And it was great. I had a great upbringing. I had the best grandmothers, best grandfathers, best uncles. I mean, it was just tremendous lifestyle for me. And I love Florida. I love everything that Florida has to offer. even though Governor DeSantis is trying to make things crazy, but we'll see what happens.
Right. Yeah, I've heard of that. The what is it? It's like the minor league basketball. I'm looking it up. It's like kind of attached to the 76ers. I'm looking up. It was called the 87ers? And then
they were the 87ers for a while. But the original team was called the Wilmington Blue Bombers.
Uh-huh.
And they were born. They were started in 1967, 63, which is that was the year my dad was drafted, and he played all 8 years that the team was in existence. And like I said, there was a guy he's a writer for the Seattle Times Union out there in Seattle. He grew up in Delaware. As a matter of fact, his dad was the owner of the team. And he wrote a couple articles about my dad and the other guys that played, really great guys. And like I said, they had a reunion of that team from 1970. Actually, I'll tell you this quick story. My dad, like I said, was the MVP of the league in 1970. Well, pretty much the league and the team, the team folded in 1970. And that just happened to be the year my dad decided to retire. So, here I am. I'm in my 50s, and I'm thinking about what can I get my dad for his birthday. So we started talking. He was like, "You know what, son? I never got my trophy for the MVP of the league in 1970." I was like, "Dad, that's pretty cool." So I made some calls. I was trying to surprise him. I just wanted him to kind of give him a plaque or something like that. Just send him something, said, "Hey, we appreciate you having played for us, and here's this." And so when I first reached out to the team was like, "Yeah, we appreciate you reaching out, but there's nothing we can do. We don't have the budget, yada, yada, yada." And there was a guy who started a Facebook page called the Fans of the Eastern Basketball League, which is what the league was called back then. It wasn't called the G League. It was called the Eastern Basketball League. It was all teams from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, places like that. And so it was actually a forerunner of the NBA. But long story short, so the guy, I made a post on one of his posts, and we started talking. Then the guy reached out to me, was like, "Hey, I was a kid when your dad was playing, and I really loved him, and da-da-da." And so, we started talking back and forth, and I told him what I was trying to do. He was like, "Let me make a call." So he called a couple people, and then some other people got in contact with me. That's when we found out that the guy was writing a book about the league. So he got in contact with my dad, told my dad, got my dad's story chronicled, and he wrote the book. And then all of a sudden, the guy reached out to the administration of the team, the new team, the Blue Coats, and was like, "Hey, we'd like to, this guy never got his trophy. We'd like to bring back all the old players who are still living and see if we can honor them and this, that, and the other." And lo and behold, in March of this year, they brought the team in. They flew us all in. They took care of it. It was probably brought my dad to tears because, he just thought he was going to go out there, and they just brought him in for, nice little recognition. And the fans started chanting MVP and brought him to tears. And then they gave him this trophy. Some guy made up a trophy, and they gave it to him. And he's got it in his house now. And so this has been a great year for us, great year for my dad. And, like I said, well-deserved. He's one of the greatest players in the history of of that particular league. I think he's still, if you look at the players who've ever played in the minor leagues, which they've been different iterations, like the Continental Basketball Association, the Eastern League, the G League, the D League. But my dad's still one of the top scorers in the history of the league. And, he's 83 now, and it just seems like yesterday when he was playing. And so it was really, really nice. That organization, and I feel like they brought my dad and those guys brought them a lot of luck. My dad, the Blue Coats ended up winning the G League championship this year. So that's pretty cool. Kobe Carl is the head coach, his son of George Carl. There's some really good players that play there. I got the slam dunk champion of the NBA slam dunk during All-Star weekend was a young white guy named Mac McClung. And he played on that team. And I got a chance to meet him and some other people. But my dad played with some great guys. that are like uncles to me. I still call them uncle. John Savage, Tom Hoover. My dad even was a roommate when he tried out for the 76ers with Phil Jackson of the Chicago Bulls.
Wow, that's amazing. I just popped up a little local article here, and I think your dad is on it here. Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
Yeah,
Yep.
WAITE Bellamy.
Yep, he's right here. And it says Blue Bombers take center court as Blue Coats honor Wilmington basketball history.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was a great night.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. I only kind of know about it because I knew a guy got friendly with this guy. He was a really good DJ. He was doing like local acts, and he started getting bigger acts, and he was doing the stuff for the stadium there. Even when they practice and stuff, they have on some popping music, keep people motivated, and like he'd be the guy spinning
They really keep those games pumping, and they had that DJ. He was good. So if that's your friend, he was really good.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I didn't know that about you.
Yep. My dad.
Wow.
And, it's just an interesting story. Like I said, it's my dad. Some people you would think would be bitter because they didn't have opportunities. Largely, my dad came up in the civil rights era, at the beginning of the civil rights era.
Right.
And, literally had to ride the back of the bus coming home from Tallahassee to home, which is like a 12-hour ride. But he never complained. He's never been bitter. He never taught us that. He's always taught us loving each other and loving people. And that has opened so many doors. And that's why I love listening to you guys. And there's a lot that needs to be done, but my heart is open. My heart is pure towards it. So.
Yeah,
and now
absolutely.
that I know you're my Delaware brother, it's even better. Have you worked for DuPont?
No, I haven't worked for them.
Engineer?
No, I'm not chemical. No, I came here much later just to go to college. And been around here 20 years or so.
Okay.
Yeah. But DuPont, very big around here. Done some work with them, not for them, but
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. What's the news of the night?
Ooh, as far as us, were you listening to Peter was talking?
I've been driving all day.
Okay.
But I was planning on, chiming in and listening to you guys as I go to sleep. So I missed the first couple hours, and I wanted to see what I missed.
Okay. It was mostly Peter and Douglas talking more about some of his experiences in Romania and his experiences documenting, all the stuff with Douglas, and a lot of very, very interesting angles on all the occult and the such that tie in. And he just does such a great job with that.
Yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm.
They really do.
As far as anything else, I don't know. What's
what do you think about remote viewing? I've heard I used to listen to, and I know as soon as I say the name, Douglas is going to go crazy. But
oh boy,
what's his name? What's the guy that does the? Oh God, it's sort of happened to get old.
It's okay. There's got to be some.
The guy that does the radio show late at night.
Late at night, Art Bell.
Art Bell, Art Bell and those guys.
Oh, yeah, he's got stuff to say about him. Yeah.
I listened to them and I heard them talk about remote viewing and actually there's a large UFO community here on the west coast of Florida. I went to a meeting and I got a chance to hear Linda Moulton Howe.
Mm-hmm.
And, she was always pretty interesting to me, but it's like, you kind of have to trust and verify. It's not like Douglas, because, Douglas gives you so much information and truth. And Peter comes right behind it with his information. It's like you can go directly to anywhere. pretty much and go, oh yeah, this has been researched, this has been talked about, this has been discussed. You know.
Yeah.
But
Linda
I'm glad
Moulton
they're
Howe.
not super commercial, so they still keep it real.
Is Art Bell? That show's not still going. Right? Wait, he's not still around.
The other guy, what's it? Oh God,
Somebody picked up after him.
yeah. Oh my God, what's the guy's name? You say it, I know it. I know Art Bell. Yeah, maybe it's just Art Bell. But
I don't know. I got it from my computer, so I can't look it up. Art Bell, yeah, Linda Moulton Howe. But the remote viewing, yeah, I mean, it seems like governments have invested a lot of time and effort in this. So, unlike what they tell us, if they're investing in it, there's got to be something to it. So, and if you believe that, everything's kind of connected and there's some sort of substance, beyond the physical, then, hey, why, that could be possible.
I've had dreams where I've kind of like been out of body experience type thing, like you can see yourself or you can feel yourself floating. But I've never really had any sort of other experience like that. It's been cool, just you think about it, it happens to you, but you don't really think about it as it's just kind of, I had a weird dream last night.
But yeah, I mean, supposedly there's some guys that have come out and said, "Oh, I was a remote viewing agent for the government," and of course you got to wonder, half of these people come out and say, "Oh, I was a secret agent for the government." Are they just some kind of, like?
Most of the time they'll say, "Oh, I was remote viewing the dark side of the moon," and I'm like, that's kind of odd.
Yeah, well, I mean, there shouldn't be anything on the dark side of the moon. Maybe there is, from what we learned, but I mean, more than likely, they just, what's their priorities? Military stuff, and be like, all right, guy, remote view this military base. Tell us what you see.
Exactly.
That's what they're interested in.
I'll tell you what, when they do go to the dark side of the moon, they're going to find a lot of crash debris. I think we crashed a lander over there. And the Russians just crashed a lander.
The Russian one crashed, and the one from India did not crash.
Oh, okay.
And we were on the last show, we were talking about, because for some reason all the little news blurbs about the Indian thing showed basically it wasn't a real picture. It was like a little CGI schematic. And everybody's like, look how fake that is. They can't. So we started doing some digging, and okay, there was some more realistic looking images. They just didn't put it right up, which maybe there was a reason they didn't put up live, just like NASA didn't like to put up live stuff for some reason. But let's give them the benefit of the doubt. That happened, and they landed on there, and on the South Pole. I think that was kind of new. And the Russian one crashed. Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. I think I dropped a couple links in the last chat, but yeah.
Okay,
So.
I have to go back and look at it. I think you did. Yeah, so where is Luke? Brooks not on that night?
I don't know. I seen he had her on there. She must not be paying attention, or else she would have jumped right on. Had something to say. Man, she was going on the other night about all the stalkers or something.
Yeah.
Always some craziness.
Hear me? Yo.
Okay.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Who's there?
Is
It's
Nemo?
Nemo.
Oh, hey.
Yeah,
up,
the
Nemo?
reason why they hey Troy. The reason why they most likely tried to censor the landing on the South Pole of the Moon because the National Socialists established their bases on the South Pole of the Moon. There's abandoned ruins and such, and
Really?
other stuff that the space agencies have been hiding for years, so they don't want the public to know about that.
Right.
There's a big ass swastika on the South Pole of the Moon.
No way.
Yeah, in the crater, and there's a big ass satellite dish in that crater on the swastika.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
The National
Yeah.
Socialists developed that base in the 30s, I think. That's how advanced technology they had access to back then. They were decades ahead of all the Allied forces
Yeah.
because they developed electromagnetic, aka anti-gravitational aircraft, spacecrafts.
Okay. I've been hearing a lot about that. So was Antarctica just practice, or what is Antarctica then related? How related is Antarctica to the dark side of the moon?
I don't know when exactly they established the bases in Antarctica. It was probably before or around the same time
Yeah.
they did it. The base on the moon. Yeah, burrowing underground has been around since the late 18th century. A lot of it was funded by the Rockefellers or Rothschilds. They had the steam engine drillers burrowing underground tunnels and shit. Yeah, a lot about the access of technology these people have has been suppressed. The public isn't aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I was saying any space mission, they're not going to show you the live feed. They're gonna vet it all. They're gonna, and then they're gonna release later on. All right, here's your little thing that you can see that we made sure was safe.
Yeah, they'll heavily censor it. You won't see fuck all. When you really see the real footages of them on the moon, it'll be heavily airbrushed, censored.
Yeah.
Okay, I have returned. It looks like you're already covering a relevant topic. I just heard a few words, but I believe Nemo has joined us, and I'm certainly appreciative of that. And with that, I want to thank all you gentlemen for turning towards the subject, which I too will take a bite out of. Soon enough when I start monologue. I think you're talking about how phony the Asian Indian attempt to claim a moon landing of their drone has been. Yes?
Yeah, we just explained why that was the reasons why they did that, though.
Oh?
Because they were going to the south pole of the moon where
Thank you.
the National Socialists established their bases there, and there's a massive swastika on the south pole, and they wouldn't want the public to see a massive swastika on the south pole of the moon.
It's an interesting point. It's probably far more, how would I say it, probably far more likely they didn't land a drone there at all. But in terms of the swastika, a little thing to, there's geopolitics involved here. First, of course, in Asian India, the swastika has no real negative meaning. It's an Asian, it's their own kind of religious symbol which they've had forever. So certainly they
bastardized it.
Yeah. So what would happen would be that, it would take a while to explain that, Troy, but certainly I understand why you use that term. That's how Americans understand it, or the West will rationalize it. But in terms, just to put that in some further cultural perspective, I mean, you've heard me go into this in the past. I won't go too deep into it now. But many Asian Indians who fought for the Third Reich, and they had Asian Indians fighting in both the regular armed forces and in the SS, they, of course, believed that Adolf Hitler was the incarnation of the god Vishnu. And, of course, there is a lady who was known as Hitler's priestess, Savitri Devi, who was very connected with both Germany and Japan, and, of course, was very much a follower of the Vedic traditions. And she wrote a book that I would actually have to look up the title. It's been so many years by now. You'd think I'd know the title by heart, but I've consciously forgotten it at the moment. I'd have to look up the title of her book, but I remember one person writing me and telling me he was banned from his classroom for actually having a copy of that book. But it was The Lightning and the Sun. She wrote a book called The Lightning and the Sun, but there are other books about her. And one of them, probably one of the more accessible ones, is titled Hitler's Priestess. So she was someone who helped make a lot of the Vedic traditions more comprehensible to the German public. But in terms of the Asian Indians, if it did indeed land a drone on the moon, they could have shown that without any problem with their own public. Their own public would not have found any controversy in that. Yet at the same time, It's more damning is simply the fact that whatever they're showing is just the quality of everything they're showing is so bad, so poor. It doesn't even make any sense. It's almost like it's like a joke. It's almost like they're trying to make people not believe that they've landed at all. Now the United States. The only reason the United States is supporting their claim is because the United States is desperately sucking up to India because they want them as a geopolitical counterweight economically and militarily and everything else against China and Russia. And so they're trying to woo them away from the Sino-Slavic synaxial orbit. So that's the main geopolitics behind all of that. They're also trying to move their production assembly line floor to India, away from China. So, just economically, geopolitically, there's all these reasons why they're supporting this. But my tendency is just, it's not just the graphic that shows the stupid little drone landing on the moon that's so phony. It's even the photographs of the moon's surface look like they're absolutely just not real. You got a pair of solar reflectors and the moon's surface, which could be just grafted anywhere. But there's nothing other than that. It's like it's a joke. So, of course, with that, I turn it back to you, gentlemen. And what else you may have brought up or discussed is certainly welcome. Please, by all means.
Just to let Troy know did he say the Nazis bastardized the swastika?
Well, it's a term that an American would use because that's an American would kind of perceive it that way. So yeah.
I'm asking if he still buys into that propaganda that the National Socialists and the swastika is bad.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think that's the case.
No, I've always known that that actually the original intent of the swastika was about, like you said, the Vedic traditions, and I learned that from Doug too. And I think I also got that term bastardization from him as well. So
that's true. Actually, that's true. That's true.
I have to pay you commission on that, Doug.
Yes. I'll take responsibility for that. I didn't use it in that context, but he hears me say it a lot with Americans using various terms, and I'll say they bastardized it, or the English language has bastardized an original term. While Troy is with us, I'm going to take some time here and go through my files as quickly as possible, see if I can drag up some photographs for him to download. Meanwhile, our dear friend Aristides has found a link to Savitri Devi, and so that's important and appreciate it. With that, let me see if I can go searching after some of these images. Then, in the meantime, gentlemen, by all means, continue talking. Honestly, I'm just, again, glad that Nemo joined us for a bit of a roundtable here, and I do want everyone to know how much I appreciate Nemo's service. I wanted everyone to know at all times how much I appreciated John Warrington's service in downloading all my episodes and uploading them. Nemo has since taken up that torch. John Warrington has kind of withdrawn, gone a little bit incommunicado. He still allows me to publish my promotional banners on his Facebook timeline last time that I looked.
So the cultists haven't got to him yet.
Well, no. The cultists could never corrupt.
I mean that as a joke.
No, oh yeah. Well, don't think they didn't try. Don't think they didn't try. There was this one individual who was pressing him hard. Niall. It was like Niall Parkinson was the individual's name, and I remember that because I relate that to like Parkinson's disease. And so this Niall Parkinson, his name was spelled in a weird way, not like the Nile River, but more like just some weird way, but he pronounced it as Nile. And this individual was obsessed with myself and quote-unquote taking down Douglas Dietrich. And he spent an enormous amount of time speaking with John Warrington, who ultimately sent me the screenshots. And this was, but he was trying to convert him to the Adamite cause. There's no other word for it. So it's just an endless pursuit of theirs. It's anyone who affiliates with me. Consider yourself lucky if you're not approached. And of course, I would not be surprised if Troy Bellamy has never been approached, because of course he's black. So most of the time they wouldn't even deal with him in the first place. But then you'd be surprised at some people in their ranks. They were trying their best to try and look non-racist by dragging in all the riffraff who were trying to affiliate themselves with me for years. And these people wound up, well, en masse, just converting to the Edomite cause, because obviously they were always part of it, which is one reason that would explain their behavior all the while that they were involved with me. It puts it into context. Okay, so here we are. This is just one photograph, but it leads you to a book, a source. So Troy Bellamy, there we have the original historical Black Nazis book written by Veronica Clark, studying that particular topic. And I will try and find some other images along with that book cover. So this is something, I know that there's... I'm sorry?
That's interesting, given the events that happened this weekend in Florida.
Oh, tell us what happened. What exactly happened, please, by all means.
Well,
let us know.
There's a report of a young man. He's probably 21 years old, never been in trouble, never had any issue other than, I think he got Baker acted a couple times a few months ago. Just walked in. He drove from his home just outside of Jacksonville and went up on a college campus, which is the historically black college and university. It's a Christian university in Jacksonville named Edward Waters College, or Edward Waters University now. He went there to try and accost black people, but the security guards rebuffed him. They just told him to get off campus, and he just kind of packed up his stuff and left. He went down the street to the local Dollar General and just took out his AR-15 and started shooting people. So he shot and killed 3 people and then turned the gun on himself. But he had all this Nazi, he had all this like a manifesto, of course, and he had some other, swastikas on his gun and all that kind of stuff. And it was really just a horrible incident.
It's unspeakable.
It might be, I just wanted to add in, it might be one of those cases of a mind control subject ordered to do that in that regalia, in that fashion, to further demonize the National Socialists, but portray them as just mass serial killers.
Or it could have been even more simple as that. It's just guys like Ron DeSantis who have sort of made it very comfortable for people to express themselves with violence, or to feel like they can treat black people as lesser than human. Oh, well, we don't need to worry about your history or whatever you say, and you don't matter. And so, you get a kid like that who can easily be triggered.
There is also the case of...
too easy. And then it sounds so disingenuous for him as the governor to come out and say, oh, these acts are despicable. We don't tolerate racism here in our... Bull stuff.
Oh, that just makes me sick. I mean, I'll say it right here on this program, and I'll just take full responsibility for this. It's like, just Ron DeSantis needs to fucking die. It's just Ron DeSantis is just first off, do appreciate the fact that Troy Bellamy lives in the belly of the beast. Troy Bellamy right now is in one of the worst places in America to live. Under Ron DeSantis. He's effectively under a white supremacist occupation government that is so insane that they're attacking their major moneymaker in the state, which is, of course, Disney. And just the lunacy of attacking Disney shows everything, it tells you everything you need to know about these people already. But that being said, just to put everything into perspective regarding what I've been trying to combat all my life is, of course, the problem that in America, Nazism is not understood at all. What they have is Hollywood Nazism. So in America, they've taken Hollywood Nazism and they've used it to brainwash young white males that this is, quote unquote, the alternative movement to what you have grievance about. And and so the young white men take that and they run with it. And this, of course, fits into the American propaganda pattern, so they could rationalize their war against the Third Reich. And the horror is that a good example is that when The Americans basically started their own Nazi movement in the 1930s. They started this kind of Bundist organization for German Americans to join a Nazi movement. This was when the Third Reich was in power in Europe. This is when Hitler was in power, and it's not that they ever got any real funding or sponsorship from the Third Reich itself. When they would march, they would hold their marches, they would look like a veterans of foreign wars kind of parade, like a bunch of VFW vets all marching down the street all ragged and shit. They, of course, never had the flair of the Germans, and when they approached Adolf Hitler, the leader of their movement, he never really gave the man anything. He never really he felt that they were worthy of some kind of sponsorship as any kind of insurgency. So he felt them to be a homegrown kind of domestic. Think of it as like the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and everybody knows that there's a Seventh-day Adventist Church, but nobody really thinks anything about them. Rather boring doctrine, people would think, rather bland, and they just know that they exist if somebody's doing a research on various religions. But when you take a look at the Branch Davidian cult, which had the compound that was raided by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, they were Seventh-day Adventists. They were all Seventh-day Adventists, but they called themselves Branch Davidian because they had branched off from the major church and became more of a survivalist, recluse kind of doctrine that was their own schism. And so the U.S. government could get away with killing them all without being declared as persecuting a religion, because they were effectively severed or separated enough from the mother church, so to speak, where the mother church couldn't sue the U.S. government or try to approach them for reparations of any sort, because it was a separate branch that was even flying the Star of David, the Shield of David, really. It's a shield, not a star. The Israeli flag, in effect, without the Israeli little blue lines that represent the various rivers that they're always saying are the real borders on the Israeli flag. They had simply the white what you'd call a field, the white field with the Shield of David on it. That was the Branch Davidian flag. But because they were Christian, then nobody could claim that what the government did was Judeophobic. So it's like the government had it all perfectly set up where they said we could kill these people and not get any blowback. The blowback came, of course, from the militia movement. But when I'm making that comparison, that's what the American Nazis are like to the historical Third Reich. They were just something that was homegrown, developed its own movement here, but they were never affiliated with the Third Reich across the Atlantic. Not even by funding or sponsorship or weapon supply, because if that were true historically, you wouldn't hear the end of it. The Americans would make a big deal about that on the History Channel every day. You would see, oh, see, we had to fight the Germans because they were supplying insurgents right here on our shores. But they never say that. They never say that. So that points to the reality of what I'm saying. But when it comes to, say, for instance, the what's happened ever since, and by the way, I'm multitasking here. I'm talking while I'm looking through my files, and of course the biggest problem is, like I said, the overwhelming majority of my files become just infested over the years with porn that I upload into them. So of course that's distracting me every moment that I'm looking for the relevant files. I try to keep historically separate files, but it never fucking works. So
do you categorize your files and shit?
I try, but it never works. I got a few that are almost exclusively maps, because maps are something that are like sacred to me. So I kind of keep them separate from becoming infested with the porn that I download. But the other files which I just have historic images in tend to become infested. Yeah, there's a few other files, stuff that I did about the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, that it doesn't have porn in it per se. So But meanwhile, this would be one of those files where I'm trying to look for these images and I'm distracted by a bunch of other images. In the meantime, just to explain further when it comes to this whole phenomenon of Americans and what was going on, again, if I find the picture, I'll share it, but it actually should be easy to find online. I can look for that online. Would be the George Lincoln Rockwell's assassination. Matter of fact, it's one of those things that has some calendrical significance that I pointed out to Brooke Gibson. She personally, of course, is celebrating the birthday of somebody on the 30th, and I explained to her, let me see now, it was the 25th, had some significance for her. It wasn't this birthday coming up, but it was the 25th, whatever significance it had to her, I forget. But she asked what historically I remembered about that day. So the 25th was this Friday into this weekend, and I explained to her that was when Commander George Lincoln Rockwell of the American Nazi Party was assassinated. So just so people understand how different the old Nazis were, Commander George Lincoln Rockwell had fought in World War II. He had fought in the European theater. He was a person who collected medals. He was an attorney, a military lawyer, and he converted to the Nazi cause because in Europe he had been exposed to Nazism, the real Nazism, the historical Nazism. And he, of course, is been photographed historically in the company of the black Muslim nation, the Nation of Islam, where he was trying to set up, along with them, a cooperative front against communism and what they both felt was a Zionist occupation government that persecuted them, etc. And it was for that reason they said, we got to take both Malcolm X and this guy, George Lincoln Rockwell, down. Because between him and Malcolm X, they would have changed the face of America.
They were radical threat to the American established corrupt government and military. Yeah, they were both cooperating because they saw each other as separate but equal. Truly saw that in the correct sense of the term, as separate but equal. They wanted a separate white and black nation that they were both seeking to establish. And so the government said, well, we've got to kill them both. And they took them both down. Let me see. Let me look up George Lincoln Rockwell and see if I can find that image and then go back to my phone. His movement was trying to stay true to the original National Socialists.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, photograph.
But ignorant people just try to tie him in with modern neo-Nazism.
Thank you. Modern neo-Nazism is just a joke. I mean, they're too much into racism. They have no knowledge of what happened in history. It's just awful.
They just go around beating up fucking anyone of any other race or gays and such.
Yeah, and it's So when it comes to all that, just so people know, George Lincoln Rockwell actually had gays in his movement. So this was something that he originally, again, holding true to the original cause. So here we are. So this one is, let me see, the photographs that you can find online probably don't do any justice to the actual event, but here we are. Let me see if I can first, download this and then see if I can, after that, sure, if I can at least provide the link. Go.
While you're doing that, there's also a third man named Pio Gama Pinto, who was killed in Africa the same day as Malcolm X. They had been working together on some freedom and liberation things regarding civil rights and regarding some Pan-African ideals. And at the same time, because of their union, because of their relationship, they were both assassinated during the same time. He was in Africa, and Malcolm X, of course, was in New York. I don't know if that ties in. Now that when you said that, I have to look that up to see if those three tie in.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does because Malcolm X, his intention was actually to emulate. So I provided the link in there, which will take you to that photograph. So that should help. And just you can make the photograph larger by clicking on it. And thank you for the photographs provided by our friend Aristides. I'll provide more as I find them. But certainly you will notice that the one black in German uniform is wearing a fez, indicating that he's of the Muslim units. So he's not only black but Muslim. And the other one, black, the fourth photograph is definitely a black soldier who was fighting with the Africa Corps. The others I'm not so sure of. These are more like allied collaborators, the other three photographs, I would say. But let me take a look at the top photograph provided by Aristides, and this was here at that moment you realize your teacher's lied. There we are. So that's with that one shows the Germans drinking with the black troops that were serving with them in likely North Africa. And so that was where obviously many blacks saw the most service, but a number of them were taken to Europe. So, yeah, but that being said, hopefully this puts into perspective the insanity of this young man's misunderstanding or miscomprehension of the entire idea. But beyond that, see, for these Americans, what Nazism is to them is like a sex fetish. It's like a sex fetish. It's like black leather, and it's homoerotic, and
like S&M.
Yeah, it's and what I can't understand is, so when he went to this university, I would go so far as to presume he had his AR-15 on him then, and the security guards just let him go off the premises without even calling the police about him. I would assume that, because I know for a fact that Florida is going into the loony bin along with Idaho and a lot of these places, and probably trying to allow open carry. And it's just so you can walk around openly carrying a firearm and there's nothing the police can do about it. I don't know if that was the case. Probably if it were the case, they wouldn't even report it. But Troy, what would be your impression of that? Did you get any impression as to whether he already had his AR-15 on display?
Yeah, actually, he actually took it out and started staging himself at the university. After he was rebuffed by the security guard, he actually kind of drove down the street a little bit and started putting on his flak jacket and all that kind of stuff, all his tactical gear, and then he just pulled up on the first place that he could see in the neighborhood at Dollar General and just started whacking at people. So that was crazy.
Now, was he trying to hit black specifically?
Oh yeah, he was literally looking for anybody black, and that was in his manifesto. And those are the people that he attacked. Just random people. They weren't anybody like a religious group. He just walked into a Dollar General and just started shooting black people. So the crazy part about it, and you mentioned how Florida is quickly becoming like other states. It really is. There's an area just south of where I live that now Michael Flynn and people of his ilk are now gathering at this. There's some rich guy put together this compound where you can go listen to Michael Flynn talk about how America's going down, and and what his time in the White House and all this kind of rhetoric. So it's kind of like a place. It's kind of like Disney for for racists. People with grieving. I won't even say racist, because a lot of people just have prejudices. They're not always racist, but it leads itself. The prejudice being unchecked kind of leads itself into racism. But they get to go out there and hear grievance talk and those kinds of things. It's so it's getting crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if you have another Branch Davidian situation, because most of these people who are partaking in this are also part of the Christian right.
Yes, absolutely. I've explained that before. The Christian right is, for all intents and purposes, part of the problem. They're the people who were behind Trump, and they consider him better than Jesus. Matter of fact, I'd say they worship him more than they ever did Jesus.
They do. Jim Baker, Pat Robertson, all those guys oh man, they just, I mean, you know, it was really just, it was Paula White, all the super mega church evangelists, they all just, they knew it was, Trump was good for money.
Yeah, and that's what they love more than anything else, really. But yeah, they're definitely racist, and they are they're just really a white supremacist religion. I brought this up in the past, and they use the Bible to rationalize their racism. But when it comes to, say, for instance, just being able to walk around with a fully automatic weapon, a weapon of mass destruction, a military-grade weapon, this is part of the insanity of so many states. And but if he was being race-specific in his targeting, of course, that makes it even worse. Half these guys, of course, they just shoot whoever's available, but most of them try to be race-specific in their targeting. And and so he did. So all the people that he hit who were black. I
mean, the place he went is largely a black neighborhood. Like I said, it was right next to a historically black college and university. And that neighborhood of that part of Jacksonville is it's overwhelmingly African American. So, you know, for him to just pull up and just start shooting people, I mean, literally from the car to the parking lot, he walked in, shot a person, walked into the store, chased this other lady down, shot her as she was trying to flee, and then walked back out and shot another person and then turned the gun on himself.
What a scumbag. I mean, what?
It was tough. And he's a young kid, you know, no criminal record. He did have, according to the police reports and a sheriff news conference today, he did have an opportunity to be Baker acted at one point.
Could you explain that term, please?
Well, Baker Act in the state of Florida means that someone can call and say you're a danger to yourself or to the community, and they can only hold you for 72 hours in the state of Florida. So they can take you to a facility, treat you, talk to you a little bit, try and give you some counseling, but the most that they can hold you is 72 hours against your own will. After 72 hours, you're free to say, hey, I'm out. But if you get Baker Acted, basically, you have to tell the police that you have a person that's a danger to themselves and to others, and they will invoke that act and say, okay, we're going to take you to this mental health facility, or we'll keep you, in custody and then take you to a mental health facility for 72 hours, and then you're free to go if you want, or you can get help further.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay. And so that did happen. That he had that on his record, but of course that didn't stop him from being able to buy a fully automatic weapon and all the ammunition.
There's nothing in the state laws that at that point, background check or otherwise, that would have prevented him from being able to purchase that rifle.
Disgusting.
That weapon.
Yes.
And so this is the argument. It's not about taking away people's rights. It's about putting AR-15s out into the street. And especially now that the governor has said, oh, you guys, hey, free carry, open state. Yeah. It's like, come on, man. This is Florida. Florida's never been like that. And if you do it like this, there are gonna be more incidents of, things that happen.
Yes.
And it all started from George Zimmerman.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, this weapon he got, did you say it was fully automatic?
Yeah. Oh, God.
So it was smuggled in or illegally...
it was altered, probably.
Or modified, remodified to be fully automatic.
Yeah, I mean, you can modify it so easily, it's not even funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was under the impression that fully automatic rifles were highly illegal.
Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. No. In America, you can buy full auto. It depends on which state you're in. Now, if you're in California, there's all kinds of things that are difficult to buy. But, I could still buy firearms, and anybody can still buy, firearms in general. But the horror of the situation in California is that they've made it very difficult. I say horror because, of course, I'm a law-abiding citizen. But in terms of the fully automatic weapons, which have been deployed in California to commit mass shootings, they're shipped in from other states. They may as well be other nations, really. It would be like we have a nation that's bordered by a bunch of savage nations that where they're in a state of civil war or constant internecine warfare, and their wars spill over into California borders because people will go to these other states, buy the automatic weapons, and then bring them into California, effectively smuggling them. So, California is not without mass shootings, but it's all guns from outside of the state when it comes to, almost exclusively. But when it comes to these other states, it's completely different. And believe me, when it comes to modifying these things, it's so easy that for all intents and purposes, they'll modify it at the store for you. You just pay them a little extra under the table, and the guy behind the counter will modify it for you. It's a joke.
It's the same thing in Florida. They have what is called the gun show loophole.
Yes.
There are 67 counties in Florida, and just about every week there's a different gun show in a different county. Yeah. And so you literally can go up to the gun show, purchase a stock AR-15, like Doug said, give the guy a little extra money. He can give you either bump stock, or he can alter it for you to make it fully automatic. Or there are different types of weapons that you can order that they bring to the shows that you never see on a showroom floor. So,
yeah,
all right.
Thank you. And beyond that, of course, it's the other issue is the weaponization of the man's mind. All of that takes place online. All these guys get online and they are swimming, like I said, through a sewer of shit where they are, if you swim in a sewer long enough, you're going to get infected with something. And it doesn't take that long. And if you're jumping on the internet without adult supervision, you're just going in that internet with a naked mind, goes all right in through your eye, through your optic nerve into your brain, and these guys are just swimming in this sewer of shit that just reinforces their toxicity and their race hatred, which is like all you find online. You have no idea. The average young man cruising online, it's like they're more attracted to that than they are to porn. Just to show you how fucked up these guys are. They spend all day bitching to each other about how the world is going to shit for the white man, and we got to go out there and kill people. It's madness. And Trump's numbers are only going up amongst the radicalized right, which means the entire Republican right wing of America and all the red states since his arrest.
They're so delusional into thinking Trump even gives a fuck about their lives. If you were set on fire in front of him, he wouldn't even piss on you to put you out. Yes. He only gives a fuck about himself. Why these cunts got to keep worshipping this spoiled rich piece of shit?
It's incredible.
You're so right.
Yeah.
So
it's incredible. It's literally unbelievable. If someone were told this, they wouldn't believe it. And when it comes to, I'll just let Aristides has been donating a bit more to the text box here, and like to hear him participate a bit more along with Troy, of course. So let's let them talk a little bit about some of their impressions on all of this.
I just found a picture of Rockwell. It doesn't show Malcolm X, but the caption says that he appeared at an event, a Nation of Islam event with Malcolm X, and it gives some details.
Yes. Oh, and you can see the black men behind him like you can in the other photograph that I provided the link to. What's interesting to me is you notice the racism of the photographer. The racism of the photographer is that the photographer takes such a close-up in all these shots of George Lincoln Rockwell that you have to look behind him to see the blacks. That is, of course, intentional because they don't want to show the Nazi solidarity with the blacks. That's the last thing they want anyone to know about. So we're fortunate to get these photographs at all. But when it comes to, that's what I want to remember about Malcolm X. He wanted to emulate the American Revolution of the slave-owning whites, only in the sense that just as the Americans never would have won without the massive support of France, he wanted help from the African kingdoms and the republics. So he wanted to appeal to the African nations to supply him with arms and with money so that he could ultimately succeed in at least the secession of the core of a black nation he felt would be Mississippi. Access to the sea, fertile, an ideal start for at least a ethnic enclave. And so when he started getting supplies from foreign nations in Africa, this was considered a direct threat. If you try to ever do any research on weapons from Africa being shipped to Malcolm X, you will find nothing. I was personally ordered to destroy those records, and that's one of those sets of records which I am convinced there were no other copies. It's like they may have some in a secured area of the Library of Congress or some Department of Defense library, but nothing that the public could ever access. Because that's you can imagine how the Americans would feel if they found out black African nations were smuggling weapons into Malcolm X at that time during the 50s. It would have been, the Americans would have demanded the extermination of every black in America. So when you had George Lincoln Rockwell and Malcolm X collaborating openly, showing the world that they were basing their united front not on hatred of each other, but on hatred of a state that oppressed them both, then you understand the threat they represented went critical. At that point, these men just were not going to get out of it alive, not in that environment. So what a sad and tragic situation. At any rate, please continue talking, gentlemen. Buy me some time here. Well,
yeah, how old was this kid you said? 15 years old?
Troy?
No, he was 21.
Oh, 21, sorry. Okay.
Jesus Christ, if he were 15, that would...
Yeah, I was going to say a 15-year-old read his own manifesto.
Yeah, look, these guys, no matter how old they are, the manifestos they write, you really couldn't call it writing. It's more right. It's more like half a joke. I mean, it's like... everything they do is just, it's just this word salads, just a kind of jumble of whatever they get off the internet. I mean, they regurgitate each other's bullshit,
Oh, yeah.
And, so,
I've seen a lot of it online. It can be very tight, especially Discord back in the day when they weren't as strict with the TOS. There were a lot of, how would you say, alt-right servers, and they're just all saying, kill blacks, kill everyone that's not white. That's pretty much what they like.
Yeah, that's what these kids turn on to, and they
most of them were kids. Yes, a lot of them were teens, just immature, brainwashed fucktards.
Yeah, and they don't understand. The government loves what they're doing. The government loves it because it just helps them continue their propaganda war. All of that feeds into
it helps reinforce it.
Yeah, and if you want to know something, it's the government that's behind the majority of those sites, because God, for a fact. Look at how I'm shut down. If the government wants to shut something down, they'll shut it down.
Yeah, three-lead agencies are all over the internet and all various types of sites and other servers. Yeah. Even in gaming, they're heavily involved. I think you've said that yourself, like FBI and CIA agents will be in online games fucking...
all day long.
Just tracking people and getting all the information.
Oh, yeah, well, they're really just fucking off, but they'll tell people, oh, we're doing this because this is where the terrorists congregate. They congregate in these areas, so that they can really coordinate attacks. See, when they're practicing taking out, the evil kingdom, they're really getting organized for a strike against a federal building or a bank. And, this is their bullshit they use to tell the public because investigators have found them doing nothing all day at work but playing video games. So that's
Yeah.
the shit they came up with. They had to come up with why every time a person from the GAO, the Government Accountability Office, walks in and sees all these armed FBI agents sitting, you know, at their desk playing video games all day, they had to come up with the rationalization. That's what they came up with.
Yeah.
But when they're not doing that, they're either doing the shit like they were doing with this kid, setting up a bunch of hate sites, or they're doing like what they set up with Joe Tai, which I never did get to with our friend Peter Mood. Not that it was any importance to do so. It'll come up eventually. But, you know, they'll start plugging them with young girls saying, hey, I'm a young girl who wants sex. I'd really like to meet somebody. And then all the goobers start. What I can't believe is why... Let's put it this way. Some common sense here for a moment, and I know that you understand this intellectually, that the FBI sets up some young chick. Your average young chick doesn't talk like this. And then we know why Joe Tai responded, because he's a fucking pervert who is truly on the other side. But in your case, you tried for a few sentences to reason with her. What on earth possessed you? When you said, don't go after these sleazy old men, they're only going to be bad for you. What on earth?
That was out of impulse. I wasn't, it didn't come to my mind about it being bait until just moments after.
Understood. You just got to remember that it's natural to be protective. It's natural to, but, take comfort in the fact that a girl who's relatively attractive has got guys all over her anyway. The only kind of girl at that age that would be talking like that would be fat and dumpy and smell bad too. It's one of these things where it's just. But with Joe Tai, that was a real god shot that you found he was trying to get in on that and showed me, because it was. It really put everything in context.
You want to hear something funny regarding that? On the live feed notifications, he posted again on that chick's fucking channel, and after he got caught, he tried saying, because he changed his attitude after I called him out. I'll quickly read it.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Go ahead.
He says, you're going to get, this is what he posted over a day ago. You're going to get hurt a lot because you bring too many daddy's babies home to fool around too much. I had to deny you for that reason. Ian West sent me that. I saw it before, but he sent me an image with a meme attached to it on the image.
Mm-hmm.
Saying, Joe, ? Come on, man, it's a bait and fake. And I said, I just replied, funny how he changed his attitude after getting caught out.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, it's wretched, just pathetic, and at any rate, so there you go with that. I mean, it goes to he was meant to get arrested. That's and that way they could shit all over Team Dietrich and say, there you see, that's what the whole logic or logic was behind that.
So make it official. Joe Tai is not affiliated with Team Dietrich.
Yes.
In any form anymore.
Yeah, thank you. Well, he never was really.
But, he never really was.
Yeah, he's just this weirdo who just, it was kind to him because, you try to take into account his brain injury and everything else, but...
Out of pity.
Out of pity, but then you realize, no, he's truly malevolent because no one's that fucking stupid. It's, like the time that when I was so deathly sick and called the ambulance and brought him in for the opening hour, he said, I can hold it, and he just went into this Judeo-phobic rant that, I had to stay there for an hour just trying to qualify everything he was saying as a form of damage control, but, fuck him. These people deserve no pity. So many of them, they're just wretched. And so let's check in to our chat again. What I'm going to do is... there we are. So I take it was Ian who wrote that. Joe, come on, man. It's a big... Yeah, he wrote that. That's funny as fuck.
Because when I sent Ian the image of Joe commenting on that days ago, he knew, that's obviously bait.
Yeah. Okay, and so there we are. Noticer TM says, sorry I'm behind. There is no Star of David, only Star of Remfan. And Clarice Claudette says, hi, Quantera. I'm also interested in New Orleans history. Email Douglas to touch base. Okay, there we are. Quantera is from New Orleans. Excellent. I hadn't even really noted that consciously. So let me welcome Clarice Claudette. I cannot overemphasize how much I owe Clarice Claudette. She's a person who sent care packages in the past that have been life-saving. So I did find out, going through one of the older care packages, she did send me 3 pairs of these sweatpants, which I desperately needed. Thank you, honey.
Keep you warm, yes.
Yes, always good to have those. So wonderful that she did that.
Very kind of her.
Yes, along with so much else that she sent. And she, of course, has a deep history in New Orleans, actually has property there that she's trying to recover. And, of course, Hurricane Katrina destroyed the lives of so many people forever. Let me make certain to acknowledge her.
I keep hearing that hurricane was, I'm not saying this, it's just what I'm hearing, the hurricane was deliberately weaponized, increased in its power to deliberately destroy a lot of those people's lives over there. Did you find any truth to that at all? Did you hear about it? Was that just misinformation?
Let's put it this way. It was weaponized all right, in the sense that basically all of the poorest areas of New Orleans obviously are majority black. The places that are the lowest in terms of land area, where they're literally below sea level, that were going to get hit in any flooding, are the all black areas. They are then the dams that were supposed to prevent the levees from collapsing during any such event were worked on by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So we're not talking about some private contractors here that are just saving money by gypping people, cutting on a contract and not delivering. We're talking about the U.S. government using your tax dollars. They have no reason to do what they did, no financial motivation. They literally hollowed out the levees and they filled them all with newspapers. Newspapers. There's no way I can overemphasize that. There wasn't any cement in those levees. They were hollowed out by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and filled with newspapers.
What the fucking newspaper's gonna do? God.
So the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers sabotaged those levees to break during a flood situation and kill blacks. Essentially ethnically cleanse New Orleans. That was under direct federal orders. That's what we would call genocide. So forget the idea of manipulating the weather. That's all bullshit. No one needed to do that.
All right.
All they needed to do was what they did, which
Just
is a hell of a lot
the
cheaper.
dams. Yeah.
Yes. And so it was obviously a government conspiracy to wipe the blacks out of New Orleans, or as many of them as they could. And they effectively did, because those that they had to relocate, the survivors, they put in all these fucking mobile homes, these fucking, what do you call them? These tractor-driven fucking trailer park type
Caravans.
homes. Yeah, and they just parked them all over the fucking United States and dispersed them out of New Orleans. It took years and years for New Orleans to become a shade of black again. It was outrageous. I mean, it's there's no words, and nobody talks about it. It's not like the evidence isn't there. It's not a conspiracy theory. This is like the U.S. government was confronted with this. But this is why everyone said it was, well, George Bush let this happen. But then, of course, what happens is then the government reacts by getting their damage controllers to go on QAnon and say, oh, they controlled the weather. They weaponized the hurricane. And then they manipulated it because that's so unbelievable, you just lose the overwhelming majority of any rational audience. So the U.S. government will pull that shit just to get rid of the thinking man. But if people were presented with what I've just exposed, you would hope that there would be national outrage. Unfortunately, in this day and age, all the Americans who voted for Trump are just nodding their heads and saying, "Oh, the government's on my side after all." I mean, that's basically what's going on with your average white man. Anyone who voted for Trump would have this attitude about, "Oh, now I know the army's on my side." And then they feel reinforced to go out and then shoot people up. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised they didn't pull a Kyle Rittenhouse with this kid and bring him in and try to make him some kind of national hero. So there you go with that.
Those caravan, the FEMA, they were giving out FEMA caravans, right? Those small white trailers.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a documentary of this guy doing tests on them, and I found out all those FEMA caravans were highly toxic and carcinogenic. So the people that were given these caravans were being poisoned, so they get fucking cancer and other illnesses to kill them. To make sure that the survivors are being killed off too.
There you go. I mean, it's this is planned genocide. Yeah. This is something that, and yet, but your average white guy is sitting back, the kind who votes for Trump, is sitting back and saying how hard his life is and how all of these blacks on welfare sucking up the bennies. It's like so much to the point where some 21-year-old guy, which isn't that fucking young, goes out the way Troy described him. I thought like you, Nemo. I thought he was like probably 15 or something. Yeah. But he was, yeah. So let's see now. Is Troy still with us? So
thanks
Troy,
for clarifying that.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. Troy, by all means, feel free to share whatever this evokes.
Well, we're talking about the levies.
Everything. Yeah. I know you're getting up early in the morning and you're probably half asleep by now, but yeah.
Yeah, just everything regarding that disaster.
Okay, you did hear everything we've just covered, right?
Yeah. I heard most of the majority of it. Yeah, certainly. There's a Spike Lee did a really good, like, Michael Moore expose documentary called When the Levees Broke. And it kind of explained the government's apathy towards not only the preparation, but the recovery effort. And we've seen this in other areas. We talk, everybody talks about what happened in Oklahoma with the Greenwood and Black Wall Street. And also, there are areas now that people are discovering more information about, like Ocoee, Florida, Rosewood, places like that. I mean, I don't know if I'd say go as far as to say it was totally a government conspiracy, but I think there's opportunity for gentrification. There's opportunities for all manner of, like you said, could population control. If you let everybody that was in the New Orleans quarter, and I've only been there a couple of times, and if it rains there pretty good, the whole streets flood. So imagine a storm. And they didn't let everybody get out, and they didn't send help either. So this is tough, And as an African American man, you just sit back and see these things happen, and you hope that our humanity would win out, and we try and look after each other on these things. And I think it's going to get better, but it still hurts to see things that happen and then nobody reacts. Or things happen to other people, like when the hurricane hit Puerto Rico a couple years ago when Trump was president. He went down there with paper towels.
Yes.
He passed out paper towels. What? That is the most disingenuous, that's probably the most disrespectful thing. Well, Puerto Rico owes us a lot of money, so we don't know if we're going to rebuild it.
And by the way, he didn't pass out those paper towels. He tossed them.
He tossed them like baskets, like he was shooting baskets.
But beyond what I said about the levees, did you hear what our man Nemo said about the trailers?
Oh,
The FEMA
wow.
trailers.
Oh yeah, the FEMA trailers. Oh yeah. That was a piece of work.
No, that they were all
Those things-
toxic. That he said research
Oh, yeah.
it was done on them, and it turned out they were poisoning their inhabitants.
Could have been.
Oh, mate,
Trail of
it
Tears
was-
all over again.
It wasn't could have. It was a proven fact that they were made out of toxic material.
Wow.
They
Yeah,
were all tested.
yeah, that they were shortening the lifespans of the people who they gave them to, which was overwhelmingly black people who were fleeing from New Orleans, and they gave them all these trailers to live in that were all toxic and carcinogenic. You said they were loaded with carcinogens.
Yes.
That,
Yep.
Yeah. In which
I'll tell
they
you
were.
what, I know a lot of people who left New Orleans and actually moved to Houston. Houston, the population, the African American population of Houston probably tripled in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, it just was, there were a lot of people who just were like refugees though. And like you said, a lot of them were living in those trailers there.
Mm-hmm. There you have it. And in the trailers, we're killing them. So there you have it. It's so that's genocide. That's genocide is when you get, and because when the levies, okay, it's not a question of contracts. It's not a question. You had the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers worked on those levies, so that makes it direct. It's directly attributable to the government.
Well, there are people who also are postulating that, they can see the blast marks. They actually saw that the levees were blown up
Weakened.
on purpose.
Yeah, actually, explosives were used to take them out. Yes, actually blow them. So it's all of that is par for the course. This is, of course, the kind of nation that America is. So when people get the impression that America is somehow exceptional to the tyrannies that it claims to fight, etc., or promotes as tyrannies, etc., it's on a level with Stalin or Mao. It's that's why America was part of the Allies. These were the bad guys, and that was probably the most annoying thing about World War II comics produced by DC Magazine and other popular cultural images of World War II is your average American boy growing up reading those comics grew up brainwashed into thinking that Americans had an integrated army in World War II. They have no idea from the bullshit they grew up reading that you had a segregated armed force. And that's the horror of our hidden history. Hence why my program is titled Critical Omissions. So definitely we have to bear this in mind. And certainly this is what I've been trying to inform and educate people about. Now, I know I ran across those images I'm trying to find the other day when I was looking through my files, and I'll probably find them again. When I do, I'll just download them into a more recent file, and that way I'll be able to find them and load them up in the timeline. But I think the images we provided tonight are a good start, as well as the book reference we provided to Troy Bellamy. I'm still going to look around the internet for some other things to try and provide myself.
Just for the listeners, if you just YouTube in the search bar toxic FEMA trailers, you'll find like an endless amount of content about it to inform yourself of it.
Thank you.
And I posted a video on the Skype chat about it.
Yes. No, that's important. And with that, now, of course, I don't know what kind of, there we are. Hi, just popped in for 5 minutes, going back to sleep. Hope you are okay. Thanks to you, Clarice Claudette, always better off than before. So bless you, honey. Again, there's no way I can overemphasize how much I owe you for the care that you provided. And thank you, Noticer TM, for your wonderful input with that, Clarice. Pleasant dreams, blessed be thy slumber, and I hope you wake up in good health and that everything continues to progress in a better direction with all the challenges that you are dealing with. So let me make certain to give Clarice Claudette.
Has she been on any transmissions before?
She was on somewhere. I was just learning to work with a microphone and really didn't have it on mute when she was trying to help occupy the stage. I brought her on at a time when I was actually fighting a fire at one point. Somebody had tried to set the what they call the fuck, what did they call it? Amplifier box. They call it an amplifier box. I think that's what the young Filipina was referencing, because they're all Filipino, when you call Comcast. And the last time I called them, and the young girl was going into a kind of checkup of the modem because of that DDoS, the directed denial of service attack. She was asking if I had the amplifier box, and so that somebody had tried to set up that on fire about the year before last, and I brought Clarice Claudette on to basically occupy the stage while I fought that fire. So it just, it's never ending. So the attacks are constant, and they're serious, and they're life-threatening, and it is what it is. I am who I am, and it is what it is, and this is, of course, what proves that I am what I say I am, because of the enormous effort that's put into trying to literally stop me from speaking to you, meaning all of you out there, to the world. So it's really up to the world to bring me to the world's attention. And so let's say goodnight before you go, if you will. Be so kind, by all means, Troy. So let's see if Troy unmutes and says goodnight to everyone.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. I didn't want to interrupt. So,
no worries.
But I'll be definitely listening. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Y'all have a blessed night. Blessed be your slumber.
You have a good one, too. Have a good sleep.
Yes.
Good night, Troy.
Yes. Blessed be. Thank you, Troy. So that was Mr. Bellamy. He's going to be teaching it to the kids tomorrow, inspiring them to continue their math. So Aristides, tell us a little bit about what kind of engineering that you're educated in, if you would be so kind.
Okay. Like classical mechanical engineering, strength of materials and stuff like that, building stuff.
Excellent.
Thing. Does that help?
Yeah, it helps immensely. And
do you work on vehicles and shit?
No, materials research. So, and composites.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
is that a full-time job or part-time you're doing it?
Mostly full-time.
Okay. How well does it pay? If you don't know.
It can pay really well. But,
your voice cut out, by the way.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. I can pay really well, but I keep it pretty low key, so it's just less stressful to my life. So, yeah, but it certainly can. I used to make more money, but yep. So, yeah, materials, lighter, stronger, faster, type of things that aerospace and military want to pay for. They have all of our tax money,
Cutting many corners.
Yeah. We don't, maybe they will. But yeah, no submarines though. We're not making submarines.
He's saying,
how long did you? Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say he's saying that because of the Ocean Gate incident with the Titanic. Yeah. That's why I was bringing that up. So go on.
Right. Yeah. How long did you have to spend studying for this field of profession, like in college and such?
Yeah, well, typically, you can do like just a 4-year undergraduate degree. I did not go on and do graduate. You can, certainly if you want a high academic position or a very high research position, you want to go on, get a master's or a PhD, but I did not do that.
Is this something you wanted to pursue in your younger life, or just thought it would be something? All right. Yeah, I did. Just thought it was the right kind of fit for me, but now I kind of wish I had done more electrical, maybe looked into some of that stuff that Tesla was doing, Right.
There are some people carrying that on. Of course, you do meet with some resistance for obvious reasons. There are some pretty brilliant young people though carrying on carrying on that research. So I wish I could be more in touch with that. But once you get older and you get settled in, you have responsibilities. It's kind of like, well,
especially if you start having kids and stuff.
Yeah, you got your job, and guess what? You're going to keep going to your job.
Yeah.
And reliable one, not it's kind of
do you have a family of yourself, or are you just living by yourself?
Daughter. I have a daughter.
Oh, okay. So you're providing.
Yeah.
Good on you.
Yep. So it pays the bills. It does do that. Education is important, kids. You can certainly do it yourself. You got the business ideas. You could probably make way more money than an engineer because you're never going to get rich working for somebody else, like they say. But
aspire to be your own boss if you can help.
Right. But that's all. That can take a lot of work and a lot of risk. And it's just nice. Once you get that degree, you just kind of park yourself somewhere and. What was it like they said in that movie? What was it, The Office or something? Just only work hard enough to not get fired, right?
One of my online friends, I tried encouraging him. You should probably try to go for a profession where you can be your own boss after studying on whatever you want to work on. But he chose to work in cybersecurity for the government, the local government.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just going to have their nose and eyes up your ass all the time. You're not going to be able to fucking do what you want, and they're just going to know everything you're doing when you're in that field of work, working for the government. I'm just like, why would you want to do that? Because he's kind of anti-government to an extent.
Well,
he doesn't
get really good at being a government hacker. You can avoid the government.
Yeah, he'll get a lot of money if he studies enough and works long enough in that field, I think. And then I'm thinking, is he going to become a traitor and snitch on me everything I've told him? Because most of what I've learned from Doug, I've been telling him and trying to get him on board. But
oh my God.
He's too scared. He won't even join my Discord server. He's like, the government's just watching you through every sort of communication plate. You got to establish your own cryptic email and messaging platform.
He's right.
Otherwise, it's all he's right. Yeah. But he's very paranoid. He doesn't want to associate with me in any way.
Just so people understand, this is what makes Julian Assange so fucking offensive. Julian Assange, of course, for those of you who don't know, and it's unbelievable how many people don't know, like when my cosmetologist V, who I've always emphasized how dysfunctional my relationship is with her, but it was always touching with different things that she shared with me over, say, for instance, her impression of Julian Assange. She thought he was fucking Swedish because the fucker's skin got bleached so white by that white supremacist cult he was raised by, the Shanti Nikatwan, which is named after this town in India. But they were all white supremacists who were like Michael Jackson style, bleaching out the melanin from all their skin, even though they were already white, and bleaching their hair so they all looked like Nordic aliens and shit. And so he grew up in this cult that was run by this Australian psychiatrist, obviously a government MK Ultra experiment. And but his whole trip in the United States was when he was working, of course, for the Russians, because he ultimately turned. He was, of course, originally into the same shit your friend is in. He got into the stupid hacking because he had a talent with computers. So the Australian government was using him to hack into communist Chinese computer systems. Then, of course, he caught the eye of the American intelligence. But, of course, he had been indirectly raised by them in this MK Ultra project through this Australian psychiatrist who was ultimately contracted by them. Now, every once in a while, eventually these operations get shut down because they have to blow the cover of the operation, pretend the government's doing its fucking work and actually serving the people. So the Australian government busted up that whole operation, and the psychiatrist ultimately was banned from practicing again or some bullshit like that. But at that point, she'd already produced hundreds of people like Julian Assange. Julian Assange is just the most famous among them. But Julian, of course, when he was caught caught America's eye, or the eyes of American intelligence by hacking these communist Chinese computers. He was brought into the American intelligence system. So then he began exposing, of course, American intelligence, and then working for the Russians. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with his history, everything he's ever, quote unquote, exposed has always been anti-American, and he's never always refused to expose anything about the Russians, because, of course, he worked with them. So when he was finally trapped in the embassy that he spent time in, and hacked everybody's files in the embassy, terrorized everyone in that, it was the Ecuadorian embassy, I believe. And he took his own feces and rubbed it on the wall, forcing them to clean it up, that kind of shit. By the time they got rid of him, they were just happy to be rid of the son of a bitch. So hopefully he gets maximum punishment. Yeah, but
there are efforts out there in certain circles to portray him as quite a hero.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because people still buy into that bullshit. And what people don't get is every time that he was exposing CIA or American atrocities, he would say, "Oh, it's freedom of speech. It's freedom of speech." He's simply trying to threaten American security. Yet the funny thing is, he's not an American citizen. He's not a United States citizen. He's Australian, and in Australia, there is no freedom of speech. This is what people don't understand. There's no freedom of speech amendment in the Australian Constitution. So, Nemo's friend is absolutely right. They can't shut you down in Commonwealth nations for what you say. So they do that here. I mean, I'm shut down without, and they'll just say, "Oh, Douglas Teacher's got freedom of speech," but no, I don't. I'm not giving the freedom of speech that these other people have. I'm completely suppressed. So it's a fucking joke. But that being said, we have the concept. In Commonwealth nations, they don't even have that. So,
it's pretty shit over here.
Yeah, and yet people romanticize it. There's all kinds of people who would love to move to Australia. They would say, "Oh yeah, I'd love to move to Australia."
Oh, I want to hug the koalas.
Yes, something like what few are left alive after the fires burned off all the surface of fucking Australia's continent and shit.
It's gonna be hugging spiders. Is what you're gonna be hugging.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, taipan snakes and spiders, all those fuckers survived the fires.
And another friend of mine down there, he actually had to go toe to toe and have a fist fight with a kangaroo.
Yes.
Oh
yeah.
There's a popular
it was
video.
In the news. Nemo might have seen it. It was in the news. I don't know. You're in Simcoe? Down near Melbourne.
Yeah, do you remember that, Nemo? Or what would he know? That's every day over there.
No, I just remember seeing a popular video of a man actually punching a kangaroo because they had a hold of his dog, so he had to punch it to get it off his dog.
That could have been a thing. I'll send you something. We'll see if it's the same guy. But
surprisingly, the kangaroo let the dog go and didn't even react. It was just confused.
I think first the dog ran out, and then he went out to he was free for his dog, and he said, I mean, people get into confrontations, I'm sure, with him, but usually he said they don't last. They don't, like, this was like a UFC fight, Usually it's like, you swat the thing and you stun it a little bit and might run off, He said this thing, he said the look in its eyes, it was possessed or something, like, and he just like, he said it was brutal. He won. I mean, he's still around. He got hurt, though.
Yeah. The claws on their feet, they're capable of ripping you apart with the power they can put in their kicks.
Yeah.
And during mating season, they're just super aggressive.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because they're just pure alpha males, the male kangaroos, fighting for a mate.
That is funny. Yeah. That's
and they're muscular as fuck. There's a video you can see of a male kangaroo, super muscular, crushing a metal bucket with no effort.
Yeah, wow.
With its bare hands.
That's amazing. And so, of course, they're... Oh, yes. And, of course, the Australians eat them, even though they're the national animal. The only nation on Earth that eats its national animal.
Yeah, I think that's one of the animals, farmed kangaroos and emus, you're allowed to commercially produce. But I've had kangaroo sausages when I was a kid, and emu sausages.
Yeah.
But other indigenous other certain animals, you're not allowed to eat unless you're an Aboriginal.
Okay,
Like,
interesting.
you're not allowed to hunt. You're not allowed to hunt stingrays and eat them. I think over here too.
Okay, you're allowed to or not allowed to?
Not allowed to.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, well, that's good. At any rate, like I said, it's a good thing that there's not a human being on the national shield of Australia, or they'd be eating all their tourists. But so aside from that, let me take another short break. Leave you two gentlemen to hold the stage. You're both doing well. Get into another kangaroo subject, or another subject near and dear to both your hearts. I'm sure you have common ground. I'll be right back. I'll go mute for now. And both you gentlemen, I know I've got this. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, you want me to read something out, or you just want to carry on?
You can if you want. So wait, did you say your YouTube got shut down? You have a couple of Odyssey channels.
Yeah, my other El Nemo. My original El Nemo YouTube channel was terminated after uploading. I got my third strike.
Yeah.
After uploading Jim Howe videos. I don't know if you ever heard of Jim Howe. Well, he's also known as PMTMR.
I'm not sure.
He had like 5 other channels on YouTube. One was Eustace Mullins. One was you know what question. The Khazarian question, I'll just say. Jim Howe and Return of PMTMR. He's just this outsider lone wolf researcher. He's very good at conveying complicated topics and subjects, and he's good at conveying it in simple words. He's like Douglas in a way, very knowledgeable, but he just explains it in a more simple manner for just people who are new to these kinds of learning and researching about these topics and such. Like he explains a lot about the history of National Socialism and how he just felt like such a fool for ever believing into that propaganda and disinformation bullshit. Yeah, he's just very good at analyzing this stuff. He has a channel on BitChute and Rumble, but he hasn't uploaded video in months because he gets attacked like dog. He gets hacked and gets his channel shut down and his power cut out, internet cut out, all that stuff. Yeah, look him up, Jim Howe.
Maybe you can send me a link or something.
Yeah, I'll send you videos, but just to the listeners too.
Okay. Yeah.
Other people have uploaded his videos on YouTube. He had a big following. He was gaining a massive following. You know, for someone who's an individual investigator, researcher on these controversial topics.
What exactly was the last name? It sounded like Howell.
H-O-W, Howe. Jim Howe.
Okay.
He's a big fat man with a beard. He's like a big, gentle, friendly bear type of fat guy. But he looks, even though he's fat, he looks strong as fuck. The type of guy, if you got him angry, he could cave your face in with one punch.
Right.
Because he studied martial arts and he does meditation. He's done a bunch of videos about magic too, and how you can actually, if you practice and train yourself enough, you can move objects with your own energy.
Wow.
And he was able to meditate out in the fucking freezing snow without getting a cold or shivering. Just training your body to manipulate and control its body temperature out in the frozen cold where it's snowing. Yeah, but a lot of those videos are long gone because he didn't back up all of his videos. And I'm just punching myself in the head, angry at myself that I didn't download them before his channels were wiped off of YouTube. This was years ago.
Right. So So your channel got wiped. So you started another one?
Yeah, I just made a new one. I got to start uploading again, and I got to be very careful what I upload on YouTube, because I even got a strike for uploading one of Douglas Dietrich's videos that was addressing the Fukushima plant, how it was a deliberate attack by the US and Russians. Like apparently I think I haven't heard it in ages, but I think Douglas was addressing that the US triggered that tsunami, the earthquake, which made the tsunami, and the Russians hacked the power plant's computers with a virus, so they couldn't shut it down.
Yeah, I remember
to prevent it from melting down. So it was a work from the Russians and Americans to try and get back at Japan after defeating them in World War II. Because Japan defeated the US in World War II. So it was like their way, we're getting back at you, but it backfired on the US because a large amount of that radiation that went into the air fucking carried through the jet stream that leads from the Sea of Japan and goes towards the west coast of America. So that just exacerbated the cancer rate over there, just skyrocketed, just making the people sick and ill.
Yeah,
because the Americans, they don't give a fuck about casualties of their own people if they're trying to attack their enemies. They'll gladly sacrifice their own if they can just get a little hit in on their enemies. Like that disease, that weaponized flu that was released in parts of Eastern Europe or such, from Woodrow Wilson gave the orders to weaponize this flu, and I forgot what the name of the flu. Doug can explain it if I ask him again. Do you remember the name of it?
Around what year?
It was in World War One. That famous Spanish flu.
I mean, what is it? How does he call it? The Army Navy something flu.
Yeah, it was weaponized to kill millions of people, and it killed around 2 million of their own U.S. citizens. He was informed that it would kill a bunch of their own people, but he carried out the orders anyway. As long as it gets the job done, then he doesn't mind their own U.S. citizens being affected from this flu. That's how insane American leaders are. They don't give a shit about their own people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a horrible flu. Yeah, it killed a fuckload of people. I forgot the totality of the deaths. It must have been over 60 million. Around that, I think.
Something like that.
Yeah, I forgot the actual name of it, though.
Well, I wonder if that was the last time a virus has ever been weaponized.
Yeah,
you're right. They don't care how many people die. We're all expendable too.
I wouldn't be surprised if like AIDS and Ebola was made in a lab and weaponized, and they made up an excuse. It came from monkeys and shit.
Right.
Like Ebola was fucking. It's a horrific virus, but it's not highly contagious because it kills. It doesn't spread out severely because it kills the host, the infected person within hours is infected with it. So it didn't cause a mass epidemic around Africa. They were able to contain it pretty quickly.
Yeah. You got to wonder.
Your body just starts falling apart. You start bleeding out of every orifice and such. Because I remember watching a documentary about it when I was a kid. But these soldiers were in Africa, and one of them drank from a fucking still water pond, and he got infected by the Ebola virus, and he just died within hours. He was, by the time he got to the hospital, he's just pissing out blood throughout all of his body, and he even infected a woman with it because he was fucking a bitch after he got infected with it, and she would have caught it and died too.
Wait a second. Did you say he got infected within hours? So you're telling me that he drank water out of a still pond, managed to have sex with some lady. What did he rape her before he broke out in?
In this documentary, it was consensual. Like he just called a chick over to have sex with, like a fuck buddy or something like that.
And then she died as well.
Most likely, like if you have sex with someone with Ebola, wouldn't you catch it?
I don't know. I would presume so.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know.
assuming the
Yeah,
chances
I'd
would
say
be
so.
high.
Yeah, I was a child when I saw this documentary, just from what I can remember.
Yes, I mean, you practically have to be having sex with them to catch it, really. I mean, Ebola doesn't spread well. It's one of these things that you, when you see, but for one thing, when you see somebody with Ebola, people tend to run away. So
Yeah.
it's not something that's easy to spread. And it's, in that sense, it's a fairly, shall we say, inefficient disease. It's just too virulent. I bet that. I mean, it's just too. Its symptoms
Yeah.
are so violent. Yeah, go on.
Right. No, in evolutionary terms, something that kills people way too efficiently is not going to spread very well.
Yes, thank you.
So usually things mutate to become, when they're more successful, they become less deadly, but more transmissible. That's
Yes.
if you talk to virologists. So yeah, really, I guess that's why we haven't all died of Ebola.
Yeah. Yes.
I remember Sam Harris, that psychopath. He was going on this subject because you know how there's certain people who don't want vaccines for various reasons, and then he wants I think it was about the subject of trying to force everybody to get a vaccine. So psychologically, he was saying, we should actually have airborne Ebola bestowed upon all the population so they're forced to get any vaccine that's put out. Like he's saying all this psychopathic shit. People should die, so it scares them enough. So everybody makes sure they get a vaccine, like in his psychopathic way of making them get it. People should die. And this guy's a fucking crazy mother, and he's a spoiled millionaire piece of shit.
Who is this guy?
Sam Harris. He's friends with Richard Dawkins and all that.
Okay, so yeah, well, they're all crazy. I mean,
the media, social media allows his content to, like, they never censor him when he says crazy shit like this. It's like someone who says stuff like that. Oh yeah, they should release airborne Ebola on everybody. You should be killed. Encouraging that idea.
I mean, it's like all I can say is I just have to take I don't even want to bother to invest any time or energy into looking at what this guy said. I never even heard of the son of a bitch, but I'm going to presume that what he says might be taken out of context, but I'm probably wrong, and he probably said exactly what you said he said. Because
I'll try and find the video.
Yeah, because the more I find out about most of these people, the more crazy you realize they are. It's just the majority of people out there are out of their fucking minds. At any rate,
We were talking about the weaponized Spanish flu that was carried out by Woodrow Wilson. What was the official name of it again? I forgot the scientific term for it.
The American Army and Navy flu.
Oh yeah, I thought there was another word for it. Sorry, it was letters and numbers.
Oh, H1N1.
H1N1.
Yeah, hemagglutinin 1, neuromodase 1. There.
Okay.
Can you even spell that?
No.
And
what was the total death count of that? Over 60 million?
No. It was 100 million worldwide, and another 100 million whose lives were shortened by at least 10 to 15 years. So because of lung damage, significant lung damage. There we are. It's So it's in other words, it ultimately killed 200 million people.
Yeah. And even American citizens were saying how the Americans don't care about having their own people killed when they're attacking the enemy if it's casualties. As long as they can get their hit in on the enemy, they don't mind millions of their own people dying.
Well, certainly that was the case under President Woodrow Wilson. You would hope it would be a case-by-case basis of the administration as opposed to... I doubt most Americans would have agreed with that if it had been laid out to them. I'd give Americans that.
Tell them that.
Yeah. As much contempt I have for your average American's intelligence, I'd still give them that much credit. But all that being said, You know, it's one of these situations. Again, you're just continuously. I mean, when we take a look at people who are willing to take a hit, as I explained before with just a few episodes ago, maybe even the latest episode, I was talking about the Republicans as a death cult and how their death rates are way up compared to Democrats because, of course, they don't take vaccines. And the end result is, of course, because most of them are older or less physical, they basically are much more vulnerable to diseases. And so if you live in a red state, the mortality rate is just through the roof, much higher than it is in a blue state. So literally it matters what kind of government you have. You may not even vote Republican, but if you live in a red state, you've got a shorter lifespan statistically. So it's Republicans are willing to take hits in order to make their point, and their point is not even a sane point. So it just goes to show you how bad the situation is. It's just that would be indicative, as I said, symptomatic of a death cult. And so when it comes to what we're dealing with, we've got half the nation under this death cult status. What I'm trying to do is get my head together to go in a monologue, but you guys are holding well right now and buying me some time to do that. But by all means, continue speaking. And of course, I'll join in. I'm right here for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can get back to what you were just talking about later, but I just posted a link. This guy who fought the kangaroo. This guy's actually a friend of mine now. I met him. Actually met him at a Stuart Swerdlow conference.
Delightful.
Yeah. So, and he's got some interesting stories, and I actually was wondering maybe if he'd be willing to share some of them. Of course, I'd have to talk to him first, see if he'd be comfortable with that. But as far as being, targeted person and being, abducted away for evil goings on and SRA and these type things.
Well, like you said, if he's willing to come on, you're welcome to bring him on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll run it by him. Wouldn't hurt to have some fresh blood, here, contributors, after, some,
You knew that Peter Moon lived with Stuart Sverdlow for a few years, right?
I guess I heard that recently and didn't know the full extent of it. I don't know. I feel like I had it registered somewhere, but maybe I didn't know. It was for a few years.
Yeah, it was years. He lived with him for a few years. It was while he was going through his divorce with his first wife. And then he was living with Stuart Sverdlow for quite a while, at least a few years, maybe as long as 5 or something like that. Maybe even longer. He was, and he said that Stuart Sverdlow got a call pretty much every night in the middle of the night.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, and that he was convinced that the man calling him was Michael Aquino.
Could be. Now, Stuart never spoke of this in his conferences, but I do know Stuart. I haven't really dealt with him for a while. I did learn a lot of interesting stuff from him. I do think he has abilities to see things beyond physical reality, which is what he was allegedly, one of the things he was used for. As to, other aspects of him, we can speculate, but I do think he has insight into that. And he did explain a lot of things in that context that did seem to make sense. So,
right.
Yeah. And talk about a lot of the
maybe you can
fucked up things that they do, and these rituals and things that he supposedly witnessed. And
maybe you can tell the public a little bit about how put into context what exactly he was saying, because the general impression is that this may not be what he said, because this could be paraphrased, but the general public understanding when people try to relate his story to me, because I've never investigated him at any great length, but I do tend to know little weird things about him simply because of Peter Moon. Like, I do know for a fact that he claims to be a relative of Adolf Hitler. Did you know that?
I never heard that part. He would talk about his great uncle, who was it? Was one of the one of the communists or something, Yakov Sverdlov, or
Okay.
his great uncle was a bad guy up in there. I never heard him speak of the Hitler thing.
Okay. Because he would tell Peter Moon that like some real original name in his bloodline was Schicklgruber, and
Right.
I tried to explain to Peter Moon that Schicklgruber was never Hitler's name, that was all a propaganda myth that was created, etc.
Right.
But I don't know if any of that really sinks in, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't know.
But obviously, he doesn't seem to be speaking about it too publicly, so we'll just we'll
No,
just drop it.
I could see him not wanting to bring that up.
but then ask yourself, why not, considering everything else he brings up? When he brings up stuff like, well, they sent me back in time to kill Christ.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
why
I think
stop?
it was just to get it. It was just to get his blood. His blood. That's what it was. It's just like, yo, Christ, let me get some of the blood. I don't think it was to kill. Or wait, no, maybe it was.
It was originally. It was.
Something is like I sent him back with a revolver, and something. I don't know. It could have been to get blood or kill him or something. I don't know. Threaten him with the revolver to get blood. Supposedly, but yeah, supposedly involved with the Montauk Project and, used as a psychic assassin, if that's a thing. We also did bring up remote viewing earlier. I think you were gone, but I mean, governments have invested in remote viewing. They take it seriously.
Yes, most certainly. Yes.
Yeah. That came up, I think, when I was on with Troy. But anyway.
And so, aside from that, what else comes to my mind? It was I mean, there's no point in dwelling on it, but and I presume you still kind of follow him, so to speak. By that I mean kind of follow, what he's doing or keep up with him.
Not as much. I was kind of watching some of his videos, but it's just hard to keep up. Not these days as much. Been listening to your program constantly.
Thank you. That's deeply appreciated. No, that's profoundly appreciated. And when it came to just some other things that come to my mind with Stuart Sverdlov, so the general public understanding, and so like I said, I'm sure he's being paraphrased, but this is when people usually tell me what they understand about Stuart Sverdlov. Then what they'll say is, well, he says he was a member of the Church of Satan, as in the first Church of Satan under Anton Szandor LaVey, and that he converted and became a Christian or something like that. Is that the trip you got out of him, or was it different?
He didn't say that. As to how much was true, I don't know. He in the beginning, most of his stuff was he was trying to use his knowledge, to teach people, whatever techniques to improve themselves, and then kind of elaborate on what he saw as galactic history and world history. So that didn't come in. I don't think he ever said any of that. And then eventually, I guess he didn't speak much about any type of religion these days. Then eventually he comes out and he says he's Jewish, but
yeah,
as you noted.
Yes.
Right.
That's right. By the way, I didn't say that in our conversation tonight, but I brought that up in the past. I did bring that up because that adds to the surrealism of his claiming that he was related to Hitler. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
In the beginning, I think he avoided talking about any of that. And he would just at first, early on in Peter's books, he was talked about under a different name, to whatever, protect his identity or whatever, and then finally he supposedly was comfortable coming out as himself and going from there, but he didn't volunteer really any of that very early on, or I haven't heard any of the Church of Satan or any of these other things. So it doesn't mean it's not true, but he would never speak of it.
Right. And about of course that he had invited Max Spears to Poland, and that's where they were hanging out in Poland right before Max Spears died. Yeah.
I do, yeah. I remember you talking about that. When was that? What year?
Oh, fuck. Crystal River knows automatically because of the, all I can say is that, I like Max a lot, but I never really, I kind of liked so much of him from my mind. His story is so tragic. I'd have to look it up. Max Spears died. Hopefully, if Crystal River is listening, she'll let us know. God knows I owe her so much, too, just for being a nice person.
Was he, I wanted to ask about Max Spears, was he able to fully deconstruct his mind control programming? Because I remember in certain interviews he'd still say he has memories of being on Mars and looking after these hybrid kids. Okay. And that just indicated to me that he still partially has these implanted thoughts.
Thank you. July 16th,
still
2016.
Under mind control.
Yeah. July 16th. Yeah, 2016 is when he died. Okay. But when it comes to his cascade memories, when he first approached myself, he was vomiting cascade memories. He was like telling me, oh God, sometimes I kind of wake up and I'm in the jungle and I'm carrying a machine gun. Then I wake up and I'm like, by wake up, I'm probably not even paraphrasing him correctly. In other words, for him, at times, just being conscious was like being asleep. In other words, he would be like, I consider it when I go to sleep, and I sleep very deeply, and I've trained myself to sleep. I mean, basically, the way Peter Moon talks about Qigong, and Peter Moon tries to almost preach Qigong, kind of tell people that if you do this Qigong, it'll do for you what it did for me, that you can benefit too. Really, that's how I feel about sleep. Really, so many Americans and Westerners are just, sleep deficit is their biggest problem. Also, people in the Far East who work too hard. It's just most humans just don't fucking sleep enough. And so I was actually pumping this on Brooke and finally got her the other day to sleep for a full 18 hours. So she actually, which for her is that was like something new in life. So she was discovering something new. So when it comes to when I sleep, the way I feel about my sleeping is like a submarine diving, submersing, and surfacing. I feel like, I refer to it with that kind of reference. You submerge and you surface. So when Max Spears was kind of kicking into a certain mind frame, when his mind began processing at times in a cascade memory state, he would be like that awake. He'd be like submersing himself and then surfacing. Like, I feel like, I'm having these, I'm there. Like, he would be like dreaming in a waking state. That's what these cascade memories do to you. See, but the point is that he was cognizant enough to be aware enough of the process to be able to express that. If you get someone like Penny Bradley, she's not even cognizant of that. To her, these are real memories and experiences. So in that sense, right, Max Spears was light years ahead in terms of trying to process out of that, and he was slowly overcoming the majority of that. Now, by the time he died, he had overcome so much in that regard, but his biggest problem was that he was tasked with content generation because he was at that time being handled by Miles Johnston, and Miles Johnston was one of the few people giving him airtime, so to speak, giving him bandwidth time on YouTube. And thankfully, I'm happy to report that Miles Johnston has been deplatformed from YouTube with his bases bullshit, and rightly so. And but at the time that he was still active and Max Spears was still alive, then he was forcing Max Spears, come on, I need you to produce more content for the program. And so he became a slave to content generation. So he had to go online, hoover up all this shit, every piece of shit he could, picking up turds, trawling for turds in the sewer of shit that is the internet, and then spewing it back forth, vomiting out that shit again on various Miles Johnston programs just to get his airtime, his bandwidth time. So this is something that was intended to damage his reputation and render him completely unbelievable. Because, then he's talking wholesale about reptilians and all this other shit. Q shit. And because of that, people would not know how far he had progressed. So don't confuse his content generation with his mental state of mind. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, so that's important to express. And other than that, of course. Yeah, go ahead.
I think whatever connection Stewart had to him was after my time following Stewart.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And understand that people change. And believe me, Stewart Sverdlow knows that the majority of the public who is aware of Max Spears is pretty convinced he was involved with his murder. And I pretty much conclude that. Stewart Sverdlow is not innocent. He definitely dragged, he's the man who tempted Max Spears to go to Poland. And that's, specifically so Max Spears could be snuffed. There's no other way to see it. So he was definitely part of that, as was Miles Johnston, and who was definitively affiliated with Michael Aquino. For those of you who don't know that, you don't know Miles Johnston, because Miles Johnston brought on Michael Aquino to the Basis program several times. So, it's whenever he was confronted about Douglas Dietrich, then Miles Johnston, who had been on various programs with myself, we had both been on the same programs because he was handling at one point Christine Joanna Hart. So that was when we were on the Christine Joanna Hart show together. But he never acknowledged my existence. He would talk as if I did not exist when he was on those programs. But then he was like that about everyone. He would just take the stage and just, go into his rant or his spiel, which was just this stupid meandering bullshit that he would go into. And like I said, he was so uncaring and so non-cognizant about talking or presenting himself in public that he would walk into the bathroom with his cell phone, just sit down on the toilet because he's an old man, and start pissing. And you could hear him urinating all the way across the Atlantic because of his cell phone connection. That's how Miles Johnston was. It wasn't defiance. He was just so lacking in cognizance of his, self-presentation. By the way, I do want people to know that the island of Maui in Hawaii, has released the names of about 388 people that are still missing. I mean, that's incredible.
Right.
They're probably all going to wind up dead. So we already have over 100 that are counted as dead. This is going to raise it to around half a thousand.
It was pretty horrific, very horrific, that fire.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the cause of that fire? Have you looked into that at all?
Well, somebody had brought up the fact that I had mentioned that Cho were seen at some of the sites of the California wildfires before they really broke out. And they were asking me if that was the case in Hawaii. But I didn't even respond to that. Just hearted their comment. There's nothing to respond to.
A possibly directed energy weapon.
Oh, please don't even.
Okay.
I mean, that's actually offensive. Not from you, but it's just the concept. The concept is like nobody needs that when you can just have assholes start fires. It's like,
oh yeah, of course.
It's amazing to me how people think of heat rays for the Twin Towers and shit when we have controlled demolitions. What's obviously a controlled demolition. I mean, anybody can look. In fact, you're an engineer, and I don't want to overdwell on this topic at all, but honestly, Aristides, you're an engineer, and you would intuitively know that if a heat ray were focused on something like the Twin Towers that actually had the power to blast a big hole in the side of it, and then that doesn't lead to its crumbling like that. I mean, you could tell us, of course. Or tell us other things.
As far as making a hole, I don't like that. I don't know. You're probably familiar. I mean, one thing I can't let go of, and I'm sure you've seen it. The supposed duty wood and the dustification and all that. But some of these pictures, I mean, they're pictures of the thing happening, and it's where the thing's about to fall down, and you see the spire on the top, and it's like basically turns to dust and just blows away in the air before it can even fall down. That's still puzzling to me.
Okay.
The material they used for the implanted explosives, wasn't regular stuff that they use in a regular demolition, I believe. Yeah, because some of the structures of the building just turned disintegrated into fine dust, disappeared. I remember seeing that.
Yeah. could be a combination of many things, and that's why it's hard to sort out. So,
Yeah.
I mean, other than
but,
airplanes.
It was definitely controlled demolition,
Right,
for,
of course,
for
yeah.
part of the destruction of the buildings,
Right,
just bombs and shit.
right. Yeah, there could be other factors. So,
Other factors.
And so in terms of what I've tried to explain to people is what puzzled me was Richard Gage, the architect, would use terms like nanothermite. And like I said, there's no reason for him to use that term nano. It was like, why don't you just say thermite? I mean, thermite's thermite. Why do you have to add this nano shit to it, which it's like he's...
Gotta make it sound sophisticated.
It's like... He discredits himself. I mean, thermite's powerful enough if you got enough of it planted in the right places to do the job. But he's like trying to imply that they're like miniature nukes or something. But it's just preposterous. But I don't know your impression about that, Aristides.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much about thermite. Yeah, I know. I don't know if it's incredibly violent, explosive, like if it would be considered a high explosive. I always used to hear about it, like, oh, you can get your little pile of thermite and it burns at such a hot temperature, it can, burn right through that steel it's sitting on, but not quickly. It's not like a super powerful explosion. It's more like a super high temperature, like smoldering. So I don't know if that would have been enough, or maybe that what they were pointing out could have been a result of other things, and you could be sure, of course, because there was a whole Gage. What was he? Was he the head of the ANNIV for 9/11 Truth, or
that's right,
an engineer? Yeah. So I mean, so we're pretty sure, they're going to stick some guy in there to kind of, co-opt it. Maybe he was that guy, because of course thousands of scientists and engineers say, hey, something's fishy here, but of course, who's going to be put in charge of that is some kind of gatekeeper,
right,
like with everything.
Well, he was. I would in this case say that he was equally a victim. You heard what I've said about him in the past, right? I met him at the Conspiracy conference that was organized by what's his name? He trademarked his name, Brian William Hall. So when Brian William Hall was doing that, organizing conferences and shit, and then he had the Richard Gage at one of these conferences, and when I met him, he was with this. Now you remember what I said before about our man Max Spears. The first time I met him, he was with this gorgeous girl who was just obviously light years ahead of him, looked like she belonged on a runway, and he came in looking like he just got
a harmless person,
gang raped. Yeah, looking like he just got gang raped on a bus, and like he'd just been mugged and then gang raped. But anyhow, I mean, literally clothes loose, vomit, on his shirt all the way down to his sneakers, then falls on me, like I said, anyhow, the poor bastard, when, help, he's asking me, then me specifically, Douglas Dietrich, that was, and again, it's haunting. It's haunting because what are his last words? Well, the last words he says on his snuff film, without the film, they didn't release the film because that would have been incriminating evidence, but his snuff audio, which is almost certainly still up on YouTube, go look for Douglas Dietrich. Douglas Dietrich can tell you all about Michael Aquino and how he was going to have a reckoning with Michael Aquino someday, but for now, please go seek out Douglas Dietrich. That's one of the last things he says. And that was the first thing he said was, I've been looking for you when he met me. So, the story, of course, is just very sad. When it comes to how I met Richard Gage, again, gorgeous blonde, young, hot thing that, I mean, bear in mind, for those of you who don't know, Richard Gage is an older man who's balding. Okay, no comment, no side snarky comment against our dear friend Aristides, who just shaved it all off so he couldn't be accused of being balding. He just got
Thank
rid
you.
of, yeah, he just got rid of the hair completely and just said, fuck it. You know, he went to the ultimate chic so that the authorities had just put him under watch just by looking at him, by sporting the Taliban beard as well as a skinhead look. So he's got both the terrorist mystique combined. They look at him and say, is that one of those neo-Nazi Muslim dudes? Like, and, you know, they pull him aside and anyhow, just joking with all that, but nevertheless, Richard Gage was like balding and he's older and he's got glasses. Okay, looks like a respectable gentleman, you know, wore a suit, but okay, he's an older man who's balding and wearing spectacles, and he's with this hot young blonde who's dressed in this outfit that is just like, it looks like it's painted on, and she looks like she's easily, again, more like a debutante is what comes to my mind. Like a debutante who's showing up at the Black and White Ball in San Francisco, which is an elite upper class ball where the swells, as they used to call them in the old days, the upper classes of San Francisco go to showcase themselves into society. This is what she looks like. There is absolutely no reason in heaven or hell or on this planet Earth for her to be with Richard Gage. She could pick anybody. I mean, it's like, why Richard Gage? I thought, and I didn't think of this as anything wrong, I, of course, sleep with escorts. And so Richard Gage, I presumed, had hired an escort. And I thought, good for him. So I asked him in this sense of just friendly manhood, like, okay, look, I don't want to take you away from the young lady with you. You know, we shouldn't be talking so long. You know, go enjoy your time with her. And he said, oh, you don't understand. I spend all my time with her. She loves me. She's my fiancé.
Right.
And that's when I said, no. No. I wasn't going to tell him, oh shit. So Clarice Claudette says, they just did it again with Hurricane Ida. I lost everything again. And then she says the FEMA trailer with formaldehyde. Well, you should be glad you lost that. But,
Yeah.
oh my God, I just weep. I'm so sorry, honey. This is like, oh my God, this is like horrible. Honestly, so my tears flow for her. Let me put the emoji up there and the Band-Aid heart. Okay, so I'm so sorry. That's awful. That is awful, Clarice. Oh my God. And she's one of the nicest women in the world. You know, why do good people suffer so terribly? Really? Thank you. But yeah, at least, honey, you didn't get Richard Gaged. Oh, she did. I forgot. Yeah, but that's another subject. I want to talk about that without her permission. At any rate, but with Richard Gage. So later on at another conference, there was this accountant who was really hostilely skeptical to a lot of the super soldiers who were on stage. But he wasn't skeptical or hostile towards me at all, so I had nothing against him. But when I approached him later, said hi, and I brought up my encounter with Richard Gage, that's when he said to me, you know, as an accountant, I'm sworn to the, what do they call it? The privacy of the client privacy, client privilege and the privacy of the client. But, you know, after what you told me, I can't resist but tell you that he employed me to help him with his bankruptcy. And he said that young lady took him for everything he had. And she married him and took him down. He lost everything. She took everything. And we were both just shaking our heads like, you know, it's so predictable. It's like, but, you know, it's one of those things like you can blame him, but you can't. It's like, you know, what guy can resist something like that? You know, but it is disturbing just to see how much in denial a man can be. It's like at least try and, you know, be honest to yourself, look in the mirror and say, what would this young girl see in me? It can't be that he was that rich. He was an architect, and granted, some architects are rich, but plenty of them are not. And so so this is one thing we can conclude, is that he was not a state-sponsored gatekeeper. He was somebody who was deemed troublesome enough to take down. Does this validate his using stupid terms like nanothermite? No. But, you know, his using that term nanothermite is like the guy at Ocean Gate, you know, spooling plastic to go into the ocean with. I mean, there's a reason 80% of the ocean has not been explored. It's because of this thing we call crush depth. Crush depth explains that to a great degree. So when you say, I'm going to go down in a container of spooled plastic, ceramics, really. I mean, Aristides could give us the details. He works with material science.
Right. Well, yeah, the materials are typically not good in compression, which you would get in a submarine. They're better in tension.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
yeah, it's better off. And why would you need to save a lot of weight? You know, you got the buoyancy. You know, it's more important for, like, if you're trying to launch a spacecraft or an aircraft.
Thank you.
Be super lightweight, not so much a submarine.
Thank you.
Who needs a lightweight submarine?
Thank you.
Yeah, all the submarines that the Navy uses are fucking giant metal pieces of turds.
Yeah, but understand this. And welcome to Mark Hage. Thank you so much, Mark Hage, for joining us.
Hi, Mark.
Yes, I'm going to have Mark Hage introduce himself to the listeners. Please say hi to everyone and tell us how your day went before I go into submarines a little bit, about the military submarines. So tell us a little bit about your day, whatever you're willing to share.
Yes, thank you so much, Douglas. Thank you for having me on. What's up, everybody? Gentlemen,
Hello.
ladies.
Hi.
Actually, I don't think there's ladies on here right now.
No. By the way, have I formally introduced you to Aristides? I believe not, right?
I did. I think,
You did?
Aristides, I think I was on one show with you, I think. Maybe once we spoke.
Okay.
Possibly, but
Maybe
hello
not.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, and if not, hello again.
Yes. Okay.
No,
So go on. Yeah.
No, the day's great, Douglas. And I just had a funny story that I will tell you that it's related to what you had just mentioned about that gentleman.
Yeah. Thank you. Go on.
Whenever you get done, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So the only point I really wanted to make so that people understand this about military submarines is that I want everyone to understand that military submarines are not meant to dive deep. They're not scientific submarines. They're not conducting scientific research. So understand that the submarine's defense of itself is to dive, but it's not diving particularly deep, comparatively speaking. So, I mean, obviously it's diving pretty deep as far as a human diver is concerned, far deeper than any human being can naturally go, but it's not going all that deep in terms of, like, to the ocean bed. The military submarines do not go past a certain depth because of crush depth, quite literally. They will crumple just like the Ocean Gate fucking Titan did if they go too deep, because that's not what they're built for. Scientific submarines are built to do that, because they're conducting research. But since a military submarine's entire purpose is to wage war, it's not going to fuck around on the ocean floor. It's just basically there to maintain itself under protection from, say, for instance, it can go deep enough so that if nuclear war happens, nuclear bombs, like nuclear depth charges or nuclear bombs just blown in their direction, like a plane dropping a nuclear torpedo or a nuclear bomb on top of them, they try to go deep enough where the nuclear shock waves will not penetrate or rupture their hull. So they go fairly deep. That's pretty deep, but it's not nowhere near the ocean floor, believe it or not. Not normally. And so just want people to understand that. And so with that, just get rid of any fantasy you might have that, if you're in a military submarine, they can go anywhere they want. They can't. They really can't. They have limits to where they can go. But that being said, we turn back towards Mark H. Yeah, so you mean, was it about Richard Gage? What you were thinking?
So, yeah, it basically, when you were saying that, I just got this vivid, because the last couple of weeks with one of my best friends who, he's a computer he's a software engineer. So he's like this brilliant kid that I grew up with, this kid, and he's like, so smart in one way, but in other ways just totally like
naive,
dumb as hell.
Oh, so naive or dumb? Naive or dumb? There's a choice.
I would say naive and socially inept.
Okay.
So, and like I said, it's a good friend of mine, but I'm trying to help this kid out because he's getting he's going through a separation process. He hasn't dated, so I'm letting him know. I'm like, dude, you got to be careful, man, because it's not like it was 15, 20 years ago. Like, you got to be careful. And he's just like, a savage out there. And I'm like, literally warning him. I don't know how many other times he almost got into a physical altercation where he won't accept it. I'm like, dude, these girls are going to set you up. I'm telling you, they're going to set you up.
Yeah.
So I didn't talk to this kid for like 2 weeks, right?
But by the way, for our listeners, I don't want them to get the idea that you're some kind of paranoid misogynist. So do try to contextualize that. You don't feel that that's how all women are. I know that. So do explain that in his case, there's something that invites that. But go on. Yeah.
Absolutely. And by any means, I'm not trying to disparage women in that way at all. It's just basically the circumstances that my friend was in. And, he's in a position where he's extremely naive and he's not, hip to the dating scene, so to speak. So he's basically
vulnerable.
A sitting duck.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. He's a sitting duck. And 2 weeks went by, no answer. And I'm like, dude, something happened, right?
Yeah. So
finally I get in touch with him. And I'm like, bro, what happened, man? And he's like, Mark, I should have listened to you.
No
and
shit.
I go, what?
No shit. Go on.
He's like, I got rolled. I went into the bar one night. I was like, I was trying to get these girls, and like, a girl said, let's get out of here. And next thing you know, my phone, everything, my wallet's gone, and I got drugged, Mark. I think I was drugged.
Oh my God. Tell him he's lucky he didn't wake up in a bathtub full of ice cubes with a note telling him he needs a new fucking liver and kidney. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, right. But the point being is, it's basically piggybacking on your point, Douglas, where he's the kind of guy, no matter what you do, it doesn't matter. I could have lived this could have happened right now, right? We have a video of it. I would have shown him this beforehand and be like, hey, listen, bud, this is what's going to happen. And like, he would be like, okay, that's going to happen. He would still do it. Unfortunately, there's a certain amount of guys that would, that really just don't get it. Like,
we've all been there. We've all been there.
Yes,
and we have to admit that, unfortunately, if we're in that position, it's almost impossible. All the blood, there's only enough blood in a man's body to keep one head erect at a time, either the head between your legs or the head between your shoulders. And we know that once all the blood goes to the head between the legs, all the blood rushes out of the head between the shoulders, which effectively empties.
All logic is thrown out the window.
Yes, and we do what we do, and it's horrible, but this is like our hard drive. That's our biocomputer, right? It's our hard drive. We are programmed to breed and reproduce, and it takes some real hard experiences for us to mature beyond that. Most men might be homely enough where they don't have to worry about that. They're not challenged like that because they don't have women running up to them and clawing at their zipper with their teeth or something. But if somebody looks vulnerable enough and they look like they can be rolled, as the term this young man used,
yes,
yeah, oh my God, it's just so.
Well, I told him, I said I could have got. Honestly, I think it may have been worse. I was trying to pry some more information out of it, just because I thought it was just so bizarre and crazy. But it just really it's tough because so he just it's really shitty because I think he was just really so desperate for some kind of anything really. I think just because of the situation he was coming out of, and it's just kind of like it's sad, like you said with Richard Gage. Just a little sad. The situation is really, unfortunately, in that position, there's not much you can do.
Yeah. Yeah, and so it's all you can do is try to do what you did. You tried to be kind of like a surrogate father to this individual, and
Douglas, it was worse than that. We had the bartender jumping in on it. I mean, there were so many signs. There were so many signs to tell this kid to not do something. We literally had one of the bartenders come over and be like, "Hey, listen. Your friend is talking to the wrong person right now. He needs to run away."
Yeah. Okay.
And I told him that. You try to tell someone that, and they take that to offense. Like you're.
So the bartender knew this woman, or knew of her reputation.
Right. This is
okay.
Correct. This is in our area, Douglas.
Yeah.
See, the whole reason is he said I should have listened to you that first time when he was here with me. Then he went back to where he lived, and that's where he got rolled. At one of the spots where he lived.
Yeah.
So he was just visiting around my area at one point, and we were going around different places. And then, like I said, it was a similar situation where, and I told him. And then, 2 weeks later, he lives in Manhattan. So he went back to Manhattan, and then, he gets rolled in a similar, almost exact same situation.
Oh my God.
But while he was here, the bartender was literally telling him no. Or telling me that. Yeah. So it got so bad, Doug. I actually brought the bartender over. And I said,
wow! Holy shit!
Yeah, I said, listen. I go. You seem like a square guy. My friend's not really taking in. He's not really accepting what I'm trying to tell him.
Right.
So, Douglas, the bartender articulated it perfectly. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was basically letting him know all the different ways that he could be victimized, Doug.
Right.
And even then, he was like, "Thanks, guys. I'm still gonna do it. No, I'm still gonna get it done, though."
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Was he also heavily intoxicated when you were trying to warn him?
No. That's the worst part. This is pure.
Just thinking with his dick purely.
Yes. Pure testosterone there, bud.
And
goddamn.
And it's not only that; it's also a hope that it can't happen to me, that it won't happen to me.
Yeah, but that's a hope, and then we would say he's always like, "Oh, am I not like I don't know if he doesn't think he's like, am I not like, I'm a decent looking guy, like why can't I, go pick a girl up or something like that?" I don't know if it's like a self-esteem issue that he felt like he needed to, pick, talk to a girl or whatever, and just like he wanted to pick a girl up at a bar so badly, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So badly.
Well, because it is a boost to the ego. It's a boost to the ego.
Yeah.
And but beyond that, it's but it's also it's just what kind of girl do you think you're gonna meet in a bar? It's not like now. By the way, I'm the last person to be. It's like one of these things where it's like, of course, don't take what I'm saying and run with it. It's one of these things where obviously there are decent women who go to bars and want to flirt, meet guys. I mean, look, if there's any place to flirt, it's a bar. I mean, people are there to meet other people, and ultimately the hope is generally, unless you're in some really, really bad area where the only people, like there were areas in the Tenderloin where I grew up where there were people were going into certain bars where all you're going in there for is to drink and to, basically kill yourself slowly by just drinking yourself blind on a daily basis. And you're just going to this place so that no one will bother you while you drink, that you'll be with other people like you who are all just basically suicidal and killing. There's a few bars where there's nothing but that. But in general, if you've got halfway decent community or decent economic area, then you're going to have a gentrified bar where people are going there to pick up on people. So, it's like certainly some relationships can come out of that, even if they're purely sexual. That can be fun, conducive to a happier life. But honestly, we do have to ask ourselves, if you're going to a bar and you're meeting any member of the opposite sex. I mean, if you're a woman, what kind of man do you expect to pick up in a bar? And if you're a man, what kind of woman do you expect to pick up in a bar? I mean, it can work out, but we've got to be realistic about this. It's scary out there. It's scary out there. It's one of these things where for a young guy like that, well, just consider it a learning process, and he's lucky to be alive. He is really lucky that he managed to keep some level of pride, that it wasn't like he was ambushed by a pimp who beat the shit out of him, because that can happen. And imagine, something like that.
Get us raped.
Yeah. Well, most of the time they wouldn't.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I told him, I was trying to, I didn't say anything to him, but I'm like, he said he was out. She put something in his drink, so I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, I kind of ended the conversation with that, but I really hope nothing else happened. He claimed that the only thing she took was, he had a lot of shit because he's a software engineer. So,
was he wearing bling and all that, like dressing like a guy with money, showing it off?
He doesn't. He dresses like, he does dress nice. Like, so he's got money, so he could flash it.
Right.
He may have done that. But the girl did not steal all the stuff in his house. He's got he had laptops.
He took her to his house!
Oh my God.
Yes, that's why. He took her to his house, and then she put something in his drink. And then he woke up with all this
fucking shit! Okay, now it's like gone. I was thinking he called you and he woke up in a hotel and she had put something in his drink at a hotel. And the thing I'd be worried about, if he's a software engineer, I'd be worried that she took the company ID cards or something, and then there'd be a bit of industrial espionage involved. But okay, so you're telling me something where he went all the way and took this woman home, and so that's, at this point,
she basically was like, hey, she did the whole, hey, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here type.
Right. Well, of course, because the bartender knows her.
For him, that was like...
Yeah, but think of why she kept saying, hey, let's get out of here. Hey, let's get out of here. When you explain the bartender knows her by reputation, knows that she's a predator, then when she says, hey, gets out of here, you can see why. She wants to get out of there before she's fingered by the bartender to this poor kid. She didn't know that you guys had already tried to warn him and that he didn't fucking care. But oh my God! Then after that, he takes her home. This is kind of like he just bent over, spread his butt cheeks, and just said, "Fuck me with that dildo." That's just,
Well, I kind of dug my sixth sense of humor. I'm not gonna do it, but my sixth sense of humor wants to call him like, "Hey, dude, I don't know what's going on. I'm getting all these weird messages. I got pictures of you tied up with duct tape and shit." They're asking for ransom money, dude. I don't know what to do, pal. You want to help me out?
Yeah.
Just mess with them, But I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, understood. God knows he'd probably break down and cry or hold it against you forever.
Oh no, yeah.
It's
100%.
Yeah, it's one of these things that but still I'm left mind blown. I'm just fucking mind blown. It's so what did she take again?
Like I said,
yeah.
Look, she took his personal, so he had to get his personal cell phone, which has a ton of shit on it. Probably a ton of code because he codes everywhere. This kid's she's like an legit idiot savant. Tons of code on it. I think his wallet, but strangely enough, she didn't take. He has a ton of other stuff. Mm-hmm. So that's what really. I kind of want to find out more information, even though I don't. I kind of want to see what else. Maybe there. It's just kind of weird. It's after a week and a half, has he been in a coma for I don't know. It's really weird, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's, he says he was unconscious.
He was tied in someone's basement. He might have been tied in someone's basement for a little bit. I don't know.
No, but what I can imagine, if she gave him something powerful enough, he could have woke up covered in piss and shit because he had been relieving himself while unconscious. And that I can easily imagine that if you're given something powerful enough where it's kind of that movie. It's really funny. At least one part of it is funny. I didn't see the whole movie, but I did see a bit of the remake they did of the Green Hornet. It was one of these modern remakes, and of course they can never live up to the originals. But in this case, there was a scene where the Asian assistant was testing knockout gas on the Green Hornet, who is, of course, a white guy. And then when the white guy comes to, he's like, I'm in adult diapers. why am I in adult diapers? And the Asian guy tells him, oh, it's testing out your knockout gas. Yeah, you were knocked out for a little bit. You were unconscious. And then he was like, how long? How long? Because he's pointing at his adult diapers. How long was I unconscious? And then the sidekick says, oh, 2 weeks, you know. And he said, I wasn't unconscious, you son of a bitch. I was in a coma. And it's, that could have happened to this guy. I mean, he's, you know, if she's giving him something, by the way, she's not in it. She might be a nurse. We don't know, but we're going to presume she's not. I mean, if she's just administering some knockout drug, you know, in a situation like that.
Could be, Doug. The visual I got is maybe like a nurse's aide or something like that, because
interesting.
Yeah. He was going after he was going after a particular type of woman for some reason. So, or a particular race. So that could be.
What does she look like?
Well, I think she was African American, I believe.
Okay. Interesting.
So I think I don't know because I remember that was sort of like he does prefer, I think, black girls. I don't know if that's where he was going. I don't know.
Interesting.
Sure.
No, I mean it's relevant because you know, it's one of these things where, of course, if Brooke Gibson were here, she'd be touchy, but she always blames it on her daughter, that her daughter went to a very liberal college, and her daughter, like, explodes the moment anyone mentions someone's race. Like, oh, that's not relevant. But it is. But what's interesting is that with this woman, the one thing we can assume is that when she's administering this knockout drug, you know, what exactly would be a scientific term for a knockout drug?
I think it's either Rufalin or...
Well, at that point, you're naming the drug itself. So it's like a roofie is the term that they give for that, right? Like if she roofies him, if she's going to roofie him, we can presume that she's not really all that concerned with physical safety. Like, so, you know, conceivably she could overdose him, and, you know, there's always a risk with that because, you know, you could kill someone. You could kill somebody by, you know, an accidental overdose, etc. I mean, these are not safe drugs, obviously. So when he's just lucky he's not dead. He's lucky he didn't get violently sick, though he might have. You know, for all you know, he could have spent a few weeks recovering from violent illness because of that. Yeah, definitely. The fact that she didn't take much is pretty. It's not that surprising because she's obviously a woman who's dressed to kill, quote unquote. She's going to not be wearing much. She's going to be pretty much in skimpy clothes, like whatever coat she's got, purse. Can't hold much. So the only way she could really steal a lot would be basically, and this is not inconceivable, would be to take his car keys and then load up his car and steal everything while driving off with his car. You wonder why she didn't do that. But so she only took, like, from what he can ascertain, she just took, what was it again? In general, what did she take?
Yeah, just his personal cell phone and his wallet, from what he said. And like I said, he had tons of stuff. He had, you know, computer software, tons of. I'm sure he had all different types of laptops, personal ones, work laptops. I don't know why that she did not take any of that stuff. Maybe like you were saying it. You know, maybe she just wanted I don't know, but that's
wouldn't
all.
Be able to carry all that stuff, just small valuables.
Right. Then she probably was dressed to kill. You know.
Yeah.
She probably looked dope. Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, Mr. Gozaimasu is in the chat. He was bringing up, of course, the fact that I mentioned for tonight's episode. It is the Kaiser, the abdicated Kaiser, meaning that it's the Prince of Prussia is what he legally is. Nobody can take that royal title from him. But because the Kaiser abdicated the throne in wake of World War I, the Kaiser's grandson or great-grandson is no longer the Kaiser. I was at the bachelor party. For those of you who don't know, I actually had a photo of myself with the Kaiser. The man who would be Kaiser of Germany if they coronate him or reconstitute the throne. That would mean establish a constitutional monarchy. If they were to do that, then he would be the Kaiser. So it's his 12th anniversary. I did bring that up in the title for tonight's show. And the fact that it's Pride Kumri, That is, it's spelled CYMRU, but just so everyone knows, the Celtic language is never pronounced the way it's spelled, so it's really pronounced like Cymru or Cymru. It's anyhow. Celtic language is always difficult. So it was Pride weekend in Wales. So that's what I was celebrating at the estate. Therefore, the photograph in thumbnail of tonight's live stream is, of course, myself at the estate, where if you see the one in the promotional banner that I've got online in Facebook, you'd see I was truly doped out of my mind with some hardcore quaaludes that they managed to smuggle in. But here you don't notice that behind the framed lenses as much, but I'm definitely high. And so photograph, sun touched up my hair with some gold highlights, which came out nicely. But definitely it was a great weekend, and I do want people to understand it's still Ghost Month, and the highlight of Ghost Month will be coming up soon on the 30th. And there we are. Mr. Gozaimas was bringing up some facts about that. But back to what we were saying about the Kaiser. I'll try and dig up that photograph for everybody's amusement. I don't know if anyone's ever seen it before. They can bring it up if they did. Probably none of the men present with me tonight have. So let me see if I can look for that in the files for a few minutes while everybody continues talking. Of course, I'm here, so I can participate in the talk. But yeah, so yeah, Gage was taken down. This guy was taken down. But it's almost suspect to me, not suspect in the sense of she took so little. It's almost like she's on a trip, almost like vengeance, almost like she feels that there's probably some intergenerational trauma going on there. And like, this is why it would be relevant that she's Black African American, because it's almost like she's doing this just to make a point, because she could have done so many things to fuck him up so bad. Could have like taken so much, like I said, take his car keys, load up the car with everything that's not nailed down, and take off. The fact that she just basically took something, it's like scalping him. It's like, just like taking something from him just to prove that she could have done much worse. It's almost like, so it becomes almost like a psychological score, like just to get back at, the white man. That's how I kind of read it, and I might be completely wrong, but that's a thought that comes to mind. How does that sit with you, Mark?
I mean, it could be, but it could also be on his behalf too, is because honestly, was just asking for it.
Yeah.
So I think it might be a little bit of both, because as much as somebody wants to do that, there's always a victim that sometimes, unfortunately, is almost not asking for it, but there's like, you can, people that victimize people can smell the victimization, and he was doing it. He told me he's going to do it regardless. He doesn't care how many people are going to warn him about it. That's what no one's going to tell him, it's almost a little protest on his behalf as well.
Got it.
So,
Got it. I mean, but we certainly concluded that he was vulnerable, asking for it. It's not to paint him in a sympathetic light. I mean, most women would not be sympathetic to this man. Most women would not find him in a sympathetic position. They would just basically find him to be, as you said, he's just begging for it. So
if he wants to be a sap, treat him like a sap. That probably thing. Yeah,
that's probably how most of them would feel. But you see, that part we had already concluded. We'd already kind of concluded that. Like I said, what's puzzling is why she didn't take more. Why she didn't go around the house and ransack, something that might have been more valuable. But combined with the fact that she could only carry so much, and also, of course, it would look suspect if she were to walk out of his house and maybe there was a fear he might come to in time, like reanimate, so to speak, regain consciousness, and then call the police, and then of course she wouldn't want to be caught. Go on.
I think that's what it was. Like, with just the amount of information that I obtained from him so far, I think that's probably what it was. That's sort of like what the visual came through my head as he was telling that's probably what it is, because I think he lives in an okay, decent place, and he, she probably just wanted to get what she could and just dip out of there as probably as quick as she could. I'm assuming. Yeah.
That's true. And if he's living in, quote unquote, a fairly gentrified neighborhood, just the fact that she's black might have drawn attention to herself. So she probably knew that if she happened to be, I'm going to assume it was dark, that it was nighttime, and that if she's in a neighborhood and she's black and it doesn't look like she lives there, quote unquote, then she might be questioned. So there's that factor as well. So she just wanted to get out there. But nevertheless, she definitely wanted to make a point. And she took his cell phone and whatnot, and that deprives him of quite a bit. So it's almost like she wanted to inconvenience him, kind of fuck him over more than anything else. But yeah, so it's an interesting case. So did he talk to the police?
I don't think so, Doug. I think he probably just chalked it up to, being, making a dumb decision.
So I'm sorry. What I was going to say was, what I'd interject here is, what I get out of that, what you're telling me, is that he's too prideful to have his ego damaged by running to the police and then letting them know what a sappy is.
Correct. Yeah, I think it's definitely so embarrassing, and it's probably not. I know it's not uncommon, especially probably where he lives. I know it's also not uncommon in the casino industry. In fact, in Vegas, it's one of the most common crimes in most casinos and hotels.
Oh my God.
It's called trick rolling, and that's the number one thing what they do. If someone very attractive pulls someone up in their room, let's go out to our room, and the drug is administered and everything is taken, like wallets, watches, anything you could possibly have, anything in the safe. So that's one of the most common in Vegas hospitality is trick rolling.
Oh my God. Yeah. So it's so sad. And, but then again, it's so easy. Yeah. I mean, one thing about men is they're fucking simple. I mean, it's why I've said, there's, why there's so few female serial killers, because it's just too fucking easy. But, yeah, there we go with that. And, so that happened. And, what about, don't be afraid, gentlemen. I mean, we're among friends here. Of course, you might not want to say it where it goes on record, but any similar stories ever happened to yourself, Nemo or Aristides, or someone you know?
I'm not stupid enough to fall for that shit.
How about more like you don't go out enough?
That too, but also I've learned enough from other people not to fall for those tricks.
True, but it's
I learned from other people's mistakes as well as mine.
Yeah, it is hard. When you're in the situation, it is hard. Believe me, it's hard to resist. It's hard not to. But then again, Nemo's pretty fucking paranoid. I mean, he was seeing a society. Was she a psychiatrist or a psychologist? The one time.
The one, whatever one you speak to for a whole hour or more.
Yeah, probably a psychologist.
Psychologist, yes.
And so she kept trying to give you drinks, and you wouldn't take any of them.
Even after every time I say, no, I don't want any, no, I don't want any. Every time I visit, oh, you sure you don't want a drink? No, I'm fine. I suspect she was going to put something in it because she did offer to put me through hypnosis therapy to get over bad memories and shit.
Okay, interesting. That's interesting.
I'm thinking, what, is she going to make me eat her old rotten pussy and some shit?
Ouch. No need to get too graphic, but if she was saying that she was going to try and hypnotize you, yeah, that can be pretty scary. Knowing that, and then her keep, with her continuously trying to offer you a drink. I guess that is pretty scary. That is something that would make you suspect that something might happen. That's incredible. So
it's better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah. Yourself, Aristides? Any stories from yourself?
No, I've never gotten drugged and rolled.
Gee, think of what you've missed out on. You must be jealous now. Yeah.
That sounds like the guy that's been drunk.
He's kidding. But aside from all of that, gentlemen, obviously I'll go into this with the full in-depth analysis later, but what we were talking about earlier was the Asian Indian. Well, I may not go too in-depth into that because I'll tell you right off the bat, I'm pretty suspect of it. But when it comes to the Asian Indians, quote-unquote, landing their drone on the moon, did you hear anything about that, Mark, or what was your impression of all that?
Yeah, and I think was it Aristides that sent that newly released video? I think that was an actual footage, right, Aristides?
It's looking like there's more presentable evidence, and I think we could give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they landed something there, but pretty clear they just don't want a live feed while they're doing it for obvious reasons. If they did,
but that alone is suspect. That alone is.
Nobody wants a live feed. NASA's notorious for cutting live feeds. Wonder why. Oops! It's like, what's that thing moving over there? Oops! Done.
That's funny. I'm sorry. Was one of you other gentlemen going to say something, Mark? Was that you?
Yeah, I was just going to say you had put something about Stanley. You mentioned Stanley Kubrick.
Yes!
Sort of like a joke. So I know that was a common conspiracy that he might have had something to do with that. I mean, do you think that was just all BS, or do you think that? I know Kubrick had some involvement, whether it was his intergenerational connection with, secret societies, whatever it is. But do you think there was actually something to it, that he had some sort of part in manipulation of that kind of video?
Absolutely. Basically, just so people understand this, Stanley Kubrick definitely had something going on with NASA, and it most certainly, we know this for a fact, because NASA had to cop to it. NASA definitively filmed an overwhelming amount of the moon footage on Earth. They themselves admitted to that. Themselves, because they can't hide it. It's in the studios that they filmed it in, and things were visible to the point where you could even see the strings attached to the astronaut suits, all the rest of that. I, of course, will argue, my stance is that America did land men on the moon each time they claimed that they landed men on the moon, but part of their challenge was that there's only so much footage that they felt safe taking on the moon because there's several factors involved. There was the temperature extremes. We were still dealing with actual film, like fucking film, that not digital or anything that would just have you be capable of taking images without film being used. So because they were still using film that had to be developed, just enough exposure to solar radiation would just
very fragile.
Yeah, just fry that shit, and the temperature, of course, could freeze that shit. So combined with the extreme range of the cold when you're in the shade, or the extreme heat when you're in the sun, which could all change within seconds when you're in that environment. And there's very little atmosphere. People might say there's no atmosphere. No, there's a very, very, very thin kind of atmospheric belt around the moon just by its sheer mass, but it's nothing. You may as well not be there as far as you're concerned. So when you're stepping from one crater, the shadow of one crater where it's below zero, into direct sunlight where it's hundreds of degrees. I mean, just it's a bad neighborhood. So they weren't planning on using much film. There was some footage taken up there, but in order to just give the public something to look at, they produced all of this false moon footage, which they later on admitted to. The point was, the first thing that you have to remember was back in those days, your average American never questioned anything. They were like zombies. It's just whatever the government
told. They obeyed their government without question.
No, well, to give people an example of this who just don't understand it, just don't comprehend how bad it was. Uncle Sam said that radiation is safe and a little radiation is good for you. So people would go out and have picnics to watch the nuclear bomb tests.
Yep.
And they would set off nuclear bombs like literally. Don't take my word for it. People can find footage of this, and
there's old PSAs of programming the Matt's saying how good radiation's good for you.
Thank you.
How it's the future. Radiation's the future. Everything will be radiation.
Yeah, and basically they would say it was good for vegetables, help them grow and shit. I mean, I'm not kidding. But beyond that, people can look up actual photographs and footage of people in Nevada looking out their homes, their domestic windows, looking out your residential window at mushroom clouds. Just, blowing up nukes in their backyard and shit. And people would, of course, just be exposed to this shit constantly. They didn't, the government just said, it's okay, it's safe, and even good for you, and a little radiation will help you grow and shit. And then everybody just constantly sucked it all up, and to the point where, like I said, they would there were even some military demonstrations like Armed Forces Day where the armed forces would strut their stuff, and so they would just have families view the armed forces display their weapons, and sometimes as a climax they'd set off a nuke. I'm not kidding. They just, boom, and people would be sitting in bleachers watching this shit, feeling they were safe far enough away, but their lifespan's just been shortened by 20 years. It's like, it's the government didn't give a shit. And so there you go with that. It's just something to bear in mind. Aside from all of that, though, when it comes to the moon landing, nobody questioned the footage. Nobody said, gee, wow, they took a lot of footage, and it's all very visible, and so nobody questioned it. But definitely, Stanley Kubrick was very likely involved, but most certainly they produced. It doesn't matter whether he was or not in the end, because certainly what we've seen about bullshit where they interview some homeless wino for a YouTube video, and he's saying, I worked with Stanley Kubrick and he filmed it all. I mean, there's literally been YouTube videos like that, but it's a non-issue, because in the end, the overwhelming amount of moon footage was filmed on Earth. That's a fact that NASA has to cop to, because at this point, film experts have proven it. So that being the case, with what I would argue are real moon landings, when it comes to the Asian Indians, and they've landed, we've landed something on the moon, it's like, really, I take it with a grain of salt. It's one of these things that may very well be the case, but it's like, if so, then the question is, why not produce much better footage? Aristides is presenting us with some links to what looks like better footage, but it's like, they took their time with showing it, and it's all in the end, I'll explain the geopolitics behind it. But just remember, in this case, if they are faking it, because of the geopolitics of the situation, America is backing them all the way with the lie, simply because America wants them on their side against China and Russia. They're trying to seduce them away out of the BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa alliance, which is a united front, as dysfunctional as it is, against essentially the West. So when America is trying its best to lure them out of that, they're going to say bullshit like, they went to the moon. Beyond that, I would even go so far as to say that if the Asian Indians can't produce shit in terms of anything believable, the Americans will produce it for them. So, so when it comes to the Asian Indians, come on, it's like, these are supposed to be people who are programming our computers. And when they first presented, we landed on the South Pole of the moon, all we got was CGI shit that was like video arcade game quality from the 1980s. I mean, it was offensive. It was so cheesy, sleazy, and then a couple of still photographs, obscured by solar panels of this supposed drone. It was offensive. It's just like, you got to be kidding me. Now some other shit's being presented, which could be real, but then again, why not present it at first? And then, like I said, if the Indians aren't faking it, the Americans will fake it for them. So it's one of these things where I'm very skeptical about this case. However, the Americans are going to push it like it happened. And so I'll just explain the geopolitics of that later. Aside from that, of course, if any of you have anything to say about Prigozhin, I mean, you know, the fact that this guy was dumb enough to get on a fucking plane in Russia with the history of everybody who's been killed on planes in Russia is just mind-blowing to me. It's like, but anyhow, I'd like all your opinions on it.
Well, I agreed with you. Like, if you go against Putin, if you're at that type of rank, you should immediately fuck off to another country and hide if you're going against him.
The problem was this guy could have taken Moscow too. He was shooting down planes and helicopters. His men were all the way to Moscow, and then he just turned and ran like he suddenly shit his pants. It didn't make any sense. But for those of you who don't know, the Wagner forces marching on Moscow shot down half a dozen planes and helicopters, and none of these planes or helicopters were able to get a hit in. They were just taken out by anti-aircraft missiles that the mercenaries just took them down with. And we're talking like these are guys defending fucking Moscow, the capital of Russia itself. And they were all taken down like they were like it was swatting flies. And then the guy turns chicken shit, like he's suddenly overwhelmed by the immensity of what he's doing, and turns tail and runs. The rumor is that he got the call that he would be pardoned, that he would receive a tremendous bribe. Okay, you don't stop at that point. You can't.
You should go all out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just crazy. But
all guns blazing.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, but please input from Aristides and Mark H. by all means.
Douglas, I got a little off track because I'm catching up with all these comments on our feed here, and I'm still looking at the thing that the thing that Nemo sent about Joe Tai. Nemo, did you make that?
No, that was Ian West. I just copied it off.
Ian made that?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So I know that Joe was like talking on. So did he have a chance to speak for himself on this, Douglas, at all? Or
and by the way, don't be afraid, Nemo, to give some screenshots. That the same screenshots you gave me, you can put them in the text box again, please, so that Mark can get the full taste of, you know, what happened that night. So by all means, if you would be so kind. It's in terms of Joe. No, I didn't give him a chance to defend himself because he was in the chat while I was bringing him up, and I let him go on in the chat. And basically, what he said was, and you know, first off, he started trying to what is this Nemo dating site or just sites?
Yeah, he replied to me a while ago, like rationalizing why he commented.
But that, of course, that's all bullshit because
why
would he respond if that's the case, right? If he truly believed that. So we know he's full of it. But at any rate.
Yeah, Douglas, I do remember. I think I do remember his response to you.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a stupid response. It was very, what's the word for it? It was meant to it was meant to trigger something in you. I think I remember what he wrote.
Yes, yeah, it was. And just so people know, because I'm not afraid to broach the topic. Basically, when he was in the chat room, he was responding to what I was saying. The first thing that I think was more malevolent, what was far more malevolent to me, was he said, now granted, I was basically skinning this guy alive on air because I don't like him anyway. And I had it all just piled up like radiation. There's only so much you can take and excuse as stupidity. But when you've been through what I was with this idiot and had been like the time that I was deathly sick and had called the ambulance, and vasodepressor syncope, just so people understand, is the one real weakness that I have. And I mean, there's other things, of course, but sun sickness to a degree. But, you know, I can take the sun for a bit, but just not overexposure. Oh, so, Mark, you're just looking at what? You're just looking at... He's looking at these screenshots, yes. He's responding to the screenshots.
Right.
Yes. I hope I meet you in New York Yeah, I hope I meet you in upstate New York. I mean, this guy's just, arrest me now. This guy's just arrest me now with this whole thing. Obviously, no young girl is going to talk like that. Who's a looker, that'd be some desperate, fat, dumpy young chick who nobody pays attention to might get to that point. But, a young girl who looks like that is going to have guys all over her anyway. She doesn't need to go looking online. It would be redundant. So when it comes, it's an FBI sweep. But during this FBI sweep, he just jumps right in, and it's like, yeah, meet me in upstate New York and shit. It's he's just like it's there's nothing he could talk to this girl about. They have no common grounds for conversation. The only thing a man would be able to do with a young girl like that is fuck her. What's he gonna do? Take her to the, Coney Beach or the local amusement park or Disneyland, perhaps?
Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, just preposterous. But when it came to, by the way, cut loose for a few minutes, Mark H. Go ahead and tell us your impressions on this. What comes to your mind when you see this kind of side of him that shouldn't even surprise you?
I'm just honestly, it's just disappointing, to be honest. It's not really much anything else. It's just kind of disappointing. Like, to be honest with you, like I do always try to see the best in people, and it doesn't take much, Douglas, as you know. Most of the time, people will reveal the true self pretty soon, not too far off. So if that's the case, I can understand that. But the fact that it's even more disappointing for me is because Joe's story was pretty telling, and the fact that, what he said he came from and things like that. It's not an average story. It's pretty extraordinary in itself. So I think that's really kind of, and when I hear that stuff, it kind of it kind of bothers everybody. It's just kind of crappy,
Yes. Yeah. So what I took as malevolent on his part was in the chat room. He said, "Oh, Brooke is kicking Doug's ass." So I told Brooke, of course, I said, well, is this not malevolent? Is this not evil? He's trying to cause division between us. But of course, she said, "Oh, no, I like to feel like I'm kicking your ass." And she turned it into this kind of like, just teenage girl type of thing. And I let that slide. And then he followed it up with, which I never bothered to erase. I just want people to know these comments, so far as I can see, are still up there. Maybe only I can see them because I'm the administrator of the channel, but maybe everyone else should be able to see them because I never deleted them. I certainly just blocked him from the channel because I know that with time it's only going to get worse. I even blocked him from my Facebook because there's just no point. And so basically what he said was, "Oh, I'm not evil. I don't sleep with my daughter or my son." So at that point, he's starting to, we know which direction this is going to go in, and it's only just going to cascade from there. So I basically, I didn't even bother to block him from the channel until after the transmission was over. Then I went back later and blocked him, and didn't block him from the Facebook till a few days after that because I'm confident enough in how slow he operates that there wasn't much that was going to happen. I would welcome him running to the enemy. I mean, obviously that'd be like having 100 people on our side, because just the way he operates. But when, like I said, when you cascade all that with the experience I had when I was deathly sick with the vasodepressor syncope, and he came on for the opening hour to quote unquote spell me, and I still had to participate that entire hour to try and do damage control while I was lying down and vomiting. Literally lying down, vomiting, and just saturated in my own sweat. I had to perform damage control and try and qualify everything he was saying because he just went on this vile Judeophobic rant. So when you, at this point, we're not talking stupid anymore. This is somebody who's truly malevolent. When you just add that up, you can't keep excusing someone. And I'm not saying that to you gentlemen. I know you gentlemen understand that. I'm saying that just for general understanding for the record, is that you can't keep excusing someone because they're obviously stupid. Because in the end, certainly in his case, he's not that stupid. He's truly malevolent. And he is stupid enough where he's a brain dead asset, where his entire purpose is to get arrested, because it makes perfect sense that if he gets himself arrested for chasing after a young girl on the internet, then the enemy can jump on that and say, look at Team Dietrich, and look, this guy was born in Taiwan too, and look, he's a pervert who goes after young girls, and he was busted by the FBI in this sweep. And of course, that's a big propaganda advantage for them. So that's his purpose in life. He exists. Ultimately, that was the omega point of his fucking life, and he didn't even accomplish that. It's like, for those of you who doubt it, think about the Lena Shea, Lena Crane case. Understand that, because of my own life, because of my own lifestyle, I never judged her when she had sex with an underage boy. For one thing, I've made a point of it before to tell my listeners that it's almost ridiculous if the boy is past the age of 12, just to be extreme about it. I think that really, I'd say past the age of 12, 13, 14. I mean, even that's being ridiculous, really. The young African kings who, say, for instance, the king of, as I said, Taiwan supports Lesotho, which no longer exists by that name. It now has a new name because it's under an absolute monarchy, which changed its name for the internet age. And the new name is E. dot something. It's maybe they returned to, it was, oh, thank God. It was returned to the name of Kingdom of Lesotho, but for a while there they changed the name to E. dot something because they were trying to make it more accessible to the internet, which was a silly idea. But because they're under an absolute monarchy, the king could do that. But anyhow, my point about Lesotho was that one of the kings of that nation started fathering children when he was 9 years old. So, and this is not uncommon in Africa. You get somebody in a royal position, honestly, young boys, as soon as they can blow a load, I mean, most of them are thinking about sex, wanting sex, and honestly, they're not.
When I was 12, I was thinking of fucking my female teachers.
Yeah. So it's if some adult female has sex with that child, the only reason they get reported by other boys is because the other boys are complaining.
He went and told his friends, and his friends get jealous.
Yeah,
and they tell their parents.
Yeah, the other boys are complaining because they didn't get any. It all comes down to that. But your average boy does not suffer psychological damage from being fucked by an older lady. If something comes out where I was so traumatized, I turned gay, then all she's doing is helping him identify his sexual orientation. It's like, honestly. That being said, the law of the land is the law of the land. And I didn't even bother with the law of the land because nobody's paying me or giving me a reward for any of this shit. But anyhow, what happened with Lena Shea Lena Crane was she had sex with her partner, her work partner's son. Her work partner basically pushed her son on him. And again, not trying to rationalize this. She had sex with all her work partner's sons. And most of them were just over 18, but one of them was a few years under when she committed the act. She knew, I knew that. In fact, I was on the phone with her one time when her partner came in, and she had regular sex with her partner because they were both prostituting themselves. And again, this is not to make them look sleazy. Obviously, I go out with escorts. I had no moral judgment on what they were doing. The only reason that any of this became an issue was because she started attacking me on behalf of the cult of the kings of Edom. Really just spouting out Edomite propaganda like a robot. So when she got to that point, well, all bets are off. There's no mercy to be had. She's the enemy at this point, which she always was. She was always an asset. But when it came to her going all out and taking pride in being an asset and attacking me relentlessly, then I took it upon myself to report her. So what had happened was, knowing what I knew about her, she went all in on attacking me. And she had to know what would happen. And so when I called the authorities and they investigated her, her own husband ran her out of town. So she was run out of fucking bumfuck New York. I can't even remember the name of the stupid town she was in. But she got run out all the way to Vermont. She went up there so she could live on the Canadian border, so she could take off across the border whenever the feds come for her. But she had 2 children, a husband and 2 children, was living the happiest life you could lead. She was in a cul-de-sac in a suburb where they were at the end of the street, so there was no threat of traffic. Her children could have walked out onto that cul-de-sac street any hour of the day or night and not get run over by cars and play to their heart's content. And they were next to a playground, so they didn't even have to risk that. They literally were on the cul-de-sac adjacent to the fucking playground for the community. So they had all this going for them. Her husband was a landlord, so they were collecting rent regularly. He didn't have to work. He was a graduate from Princeton, but he was doing DoorDash deliveries. You know, he didn't even need to do serious work because he was a landlord and getting in rent. So it's like, you got a husband, you got kids, but what do? Oh, I'll throw it all away to attack Douglas Dietrich. That is how robotic these assets are. They have no control over what they're doing. They attack Douglas Dietrich like automatons. And you can tell that by what they say. They regurgitate the same thing over and over and over again. So when it came to Lena Shea-Lena Crane, once she was activated, once she went full active and just got on the phone all day, and I know she did this because I was contacted by dozens of people who told me so. Like, hey, I don't know you, but somehow this Lena Crane chick got my phone number, and all she does is call me to tell me what a piece of shit you are. I don't know you, and I don't know her, but I just want you to know this is going on because I find it disturbing. So I got like half a dozen people telling me that, and a bunch more sending me emails like that. A bunch of others. It's like, this is what she did all day. And it's like, she got up in the morning, just started this phone calling to people, emailing people, nonstop talking to people. One of the people she called was Joe Tai. But then all these assets contact each other. And they don't know that they're assets, or fellow assets. Joe Tai was saying, I tell her she a retard. So then you think, okay, you remember that.
No, just keep saying that. Just made me chuckle. Sorry.
Yeah. And so it's like, but then when she, was doing this, I said, well, you can't just let this go on. So I called the authorities, and that's when the police went. I made certain to give them her mother-in-law's address, which was across the street. See, she never had to take care of her kids because they had the guy's mother across the street. He bought a house for the mother to live across the street so she could take care of the kids. So they never had to take care of the kids. And when they weren't at the mother's home, then they were at the daycare center. So it was like the kids were like it's not like she was killing herself taking care of the kids, which is why she could spend all day prostituting herself at the massage parlor. And she would do double tricks with her work partner, and that was how they ran their business, was that they'd suck and fuck their customers together as a team when that was requested. Again, none of this is a moral judgment. I don't say this to make them sound sleazy. They could have done that till, the cows came home. I couldn't care less. But when she started actively attacking me, then all this had to be reported. So when it all came down, what she was, by the way, that's how her husband met her, was because he hired her as a prostitute. That was how he met her. So here she was, a prostitute who suddenly made it. Married this is what every prostitute dreams of. Some rich guy marries them, gives them a home, gives them kids. But no, I'll throw it all away to attack Douglas Dietrich, knowing he's got the goods on me. How crazed is that? This is no longer a person this is an asset. This is a person who has no control over their actions.
Just robotic.
They're completely programmed. And their entire life This is what I mean by this was the omega point of this individual Joe Tai's life. When I think about Lena Shays / Lena Crane, this was the omega point of her existence. The only reason she existed was to attack Douglas Dietrich. There is nothing else. You can't come up with any rationalization or explanation, because she committed herself to this knowing what I had on her. And knowing what I had on her, she went all out, went all in, and had this reign of terror where she's calling all these people. That's a form of domestic terrorism. 24 hours a day, calling different people all over the United States, all over the world. One of the women she contacted was a woman I know lives in Ecuador. Ecuador!
Wow.
And so you're talking about, so how much money can she be spending on this? It's like, is she being paid to do this? You would hope she was being paid to do this, but likely she was not. So when I gave the address of her mother-in-law to the police and the Child Protective Services, and she came under investigation, that and another incident that the detective told me about, her husband ran her out of town from Albany, New York, though they were in Capital, New York, I think is the name of the place where they had the massage parlor, which was like right in the next jurisdiction. It was just... it was, but yeah, in all fairness, I was on the phone with her when her work partner, because they had this casual sexual relationship between her and the work partner, and their whole family was like, I wouldn't say incestuous, might as well be, but kid was sitting there, and he's one of these sleepy-eyed kids, and he had the sleepy eye, and then so I was on the phone with Lena when the work partner comes in and says, hey, yeah, my son, who's across from them on the other couch, his dick's so big he can suck his own dick. And he's going, oh, come on, Mom. And she's going, yeah, you should see it, Lena. And then that's when Lena said, oh, let me hang up now. I got to see this. And, they hung up to engage whatever they were engaging in. Now, remember, I grew up surrounded by prostitution, the adult entertainment industry. There's some communities that are just like this. And you just don't, it's not my business. I didn't give a shit. Obviously, the kid was not being forced at gunpoint. He's like, personally, of course, if I were sitting in a room with some woman who was my mother's work partner and she came in and said the same thing, I would find it disconcerting, but it's, some people grow up differently. That kid was actually over 18. Then she had sex with his younger brother. Likely all of that woman's kids, and likely with all that woman knowing with each and every case. But in the end, I reported what I did, and she had to know it would come to that, but threw it all away. Her life, all just to talk shit about me. And the interesting thing is, when she was interrogated by the police, so you're under the orders of Richard K. Cole and Stephen Outroom. Have you ever met these people? No, I've never seen their face. She's never seen their face. Just obeyed their orders. Who does that?
Yeah, mind control subject.
That's the only person who would do that.
Yeah.
It's so people out there who, if you don't believe in mind control, if you think this is some paranoid indulgence on the part of Douglas Dietrich, you don't know the world you're living. You have no idea what it's like out there. You've got people out there who have not got a single independent thought running through their goddamn heads. They're obeying the orders of people whose face they've never fucking seen. At that point, this person had to be raised to do that. This doesn't just happen. Where like, oh God, this guy had a convincing sales pitch. No, you were programmed from the day you were fucking born. You were born in some kind of program, into some kind of program where your parents handed you over to produce that end product. And you had to be trained from the moment you were out of the womb, practically.
Yep.
Yeah, to be that robotic, that automated in your response, where somebody can just call up on the phone and say 3 words, circus, 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 and you go out and you either conduct a mass shooting, blow up a theater, or go around spending all day calling people about Douglas fucking Dietrich. But I have hundreds of people like this arrayed against me. And this is what they do all day. So understand, there's people out there, if you have any doubts about what I'm saying or who I am, at this point, knowing everything I've just articulated, and if you do your own research or back episodes or know anything about the history of these people, just look up Douglas Dietrich online. You'll ultimately find my detractors. And they're writing page after page. Stephen Outram, a multi-millionaire. 2,000 pages on Douglas Dietrich. Richard K. Cole Jr., blog after blog. That's just all he has in his life is Douglas Dietrich. There is no other thought in this white monkey's head than Douglas fucking Dietrich. So this is not some situation where Douglas Dietrich imagines anything or has any sense of paranoia. That was a term even Brooke was using a few times, and I corrected her immediately. There's nothing paranoid about anything that I say. If anything, I'm incredibly reckless to the point of my own form of insanity with my life, with my own safety. Granted, I'm not baseline human, and in the end, I always come out on top, which is why they just have to keep attacking and attacking, because they never succeed in taking me out. So the only thing they're left with is character assassination. But when it comes to someone like everything I just described, this is why anybody who thinks I'm hard on Joe Tai, honestly, you're not taking the context into account. If anything, I'm too kind to all these people. And that includes Ian West. That's who got me
very patient with most of us. Everyone you encounter, you've been very patient and tolerant with them.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. I really do. Honestly, you have no idea how much that means. It's so hopefully people understand that. I do want that to be on the record, but by all means, certainly the person who's seen the pattern the most is Mark H., and he doesn't need to testify or reinforce it, but definitely there's a few things I could bring up with him privately about recent developments to catch him up on. We'll see what happens after transmission. Aristides says, I'm going to have to get some sleep here. So, Aristides, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Do say good day to the audience. Say good day to the audience, please.
Good night and good day, good morning, and please donate to Douglas Dietrich this month.
Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly.
All right.
Have a good sleep,
All
Aristides.
right. Thank you. Can I hang? Thank you. Are you cool if I hang it up? You're cool on the call?
Yes, thank you for asking.
You don't need me. Okay, you don't need me to say. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead and hang up.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Take care.
Yeah, blessed dreams. And I was so proud of Brooke. She fell asleep the other day for 18 hours. So, like I said, the way Peter Moon pushes his breathing and his Qigong, I promote sleep. Too many people have a sleep deficit and all over the world. I think it's one of humanity's...
Even I do, and I don't even work.
Yeah.
The fucking mattress is so uncomfortable.
Now, okay, I don't mean to be stupid here, but stupid question, why not buy a new mattress?
I just can't afford one at the moment. I've been meaning to try and save up.
I was going to say, Doug, they're pretty expensive. I mean, especially if you want a good one.
You got to wait for a big sale.
No.
Yeah, you kind of want to wait for a big sale and go all out and get a decent one so it lasts you
top tier one.
a bit longer.
Yeah, that's true. And they're so hard to assemble in their own way. I mean, for me at least. But then I live in a hoarder's crib, it's a real pain in the ass. It's true. So in terms of both of you gentlemen, glad you're both still here with me, and by all means. Continue the conversation. I think we've taken this in a direction that is fairly familiar to many listeners, but nevertheless, obviously, it's one of these things that cannot be ignored. Some people might say, "Oh, Douglas Dietrich is on that rant again or that spiel again," but it's important that
it's important to re-emphasize this because he's just constantly being slandered and attacked, and he's just got to keep informing all the new listeners about what's going on regarding his his character assassination.
Yeah. And and people need to know the nature thereof, really understand that this is not indulgent, and understand that this is why my information that I'm sharing is so important, always has been. And until you grasp that, most people don't appreciate what I have to share. So, with that, both these gentlemen have plenty to share too, and honestly, feel free to share it. I mean, obviously our man Nemo runs across a lot of things on the internet, and the internet's a big part of his life, but he at least has not fallen into just eating up and buying everything he sees.
I'd be careful not to drop down those rabbit holes. I just poke my head in for a bit, then I pull it back out.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And what Peter Moon said earlier was, there's really something to be said. There's some really good gems to be found in obscurity. I think he mentioned somebody else that was like, pretty mainstream and things like that. But, there's definitely something to be said to find something obscure, and you find these gems. And we've mentioned it before that, I've had a few new people come on listen to the show recently, and it reminds me of the first time that I listened to it. And it's something that you really have to open up your mind if you want to get something out of it. It's not something that it's going to be given to easily. You have to really stretch yourself if you want to open up your mind and think of something that could be. So it's just a really cool way to think about it for newcomers and new listeners when they're listening to you, as you described your life the way it is. And it's good. It's always good to emphasize that and to reiterate that on every show. So just wanted to mention that.
No, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. So aside from the mugging that we'll use that term, the date rape that happened to your friend, we could use that term too, but he didn't get the satisfaction of that. That's aside from that, what else comes to your mind in terms of? Go on.
I was going to ask Mark. You should encourage your friend, though. Definitely report that to the police, because his ID and credit card and all that shit's going to be taken, and it can be used against him, like a stolen identification. You spend a bunch of money on his credit card and fuck him over, and he's got to get all that back.
Put it this way, Nemo. I'll put it to you like this: that he made it out like a bandit. If that's all that it is, because I honestly thought it was much worse.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, he's going through a separation. The situation So the situation he's trying to leave is way worse than what he's experiencing now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I thought it was way worse. So when he told me it was that, I was like, all right, that's really bad. He could have, someone drugged him, probably date raped him. But
no, he wishes she date raped him. That's that. He didn't get that satisfaction.
Gives him a roofie with a Viagra.
Yeah. That would be fucking funny. That'd be funny, a combination of the two, and it actually worked, without killing the poor son of a bitch. And a woman, performs a reverse rape. That would be hysterical, because few men would complain about it. But in terms of, what happened to him, as Mark said, it could have been so much worse. But this is what makes me think it's almost like the woman was just making a point. That's what makes it so bizarre.
Well, I think that's another great way to think of it, because I'm assuming he went into a bar, was trying to be, maybe, I don't think he was flashy, but he, Nemo mentioned he probably was dressed a little bit to the T. He may have, tossed a little money around, and someone might have seen that and was like, all right, let me show let me show you how this is done, kind of like I'll take care of this guy kind of thing. And then I assume, and you probably as well, that person probably went back to the bar.
Get another set.
Or like, hey, look, didn't I just tell you I was going to get this guy's phone and wallet? Well, here you go. Like,
that's so fucking funny.
That's kind of power right there.
Yeah, I mean, also, if she made a bet with someone before she did it and then came back and turned in that evidence to win the bet, holy shit. Yeah.
I never even thought of that.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's the stuff of movies. That's the stuff
people will do that.
Yeah.
Some fucked up people will do that.
That's the stuff of music videos. Let me tell you guys a funny story, and also all our listeners, of course. But there was this guy I knew who his name was Michael Matthews, and I met him at the bookstore that no longer exists. The name of the bookstore was Aben Books, AAABEN, Aben Books. And of course, I asked the guy, "Why did you name what's the meaning of the name? Why did you name your bookstore Aben Books?" It wasn't his name. And he said, "Oh, I wanted to be the first bookstore to appear in the telephone book, so I gave it AA." And then he told me he had found out that, unfortunately, a separate A by itself was listed in the phone book first. So another bookstore named A Clean, Well-Lighted Place for Books, because it had a separate clean, well-lighted place for books, got into the telephone book ahead of him anyway. So it was a failed stratagem. And I said, wow, thank you. What a stupid story. But anyhow, I used to shop there a lot because it was open late hours back in the days when San Francisco was the book capital of the fucking world. The entire San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex region, inclusive Berkeley, of Berkeley University fame, used to have more bookstores altogether in this area than any place else on earth, in terms of there was a bookstore every few blocks. You could go booking all day, and for a person like me, that was dangerous. That's like an alcoholic living in a city full of bars. And so I would go booking all the time. Spent too much time looking at bookstores, but was able to find the majority of what I was looking for and buy it. It's one of the reasons I was a book hoarder, buying a bunch of used books. It was just awful. So these days I try not to even walk into a bookstore. Literally, it's like an alcoholic going into a bar. It's something I shouldn't do. But when it came to Aben Books, I used to hang out there enough to the point where I met a young lady who became like a stalker of mine in a sense. She would appear uncannily, it was uncanny, would appear at various points in my life, just causing trouble. And her name was Maureen Dragianne O'Brien. I don't know if she's still listening to the show, because this all happened long before I had one. But she was like, how would I say it? It wouldn't surprise me if she was, because there's somebody who's been a friend of mine on Facebook forever, who followed me from timeline to timeline as different timelines got shut down, named Maureen O'Brien, which may well be her. But that's a whole different story about her, the bookstore, and I don't know who brought up Willy Wonka. Which was that one of you gentlemen? Not one of you gentlemen brought up Willy Wonka at one point. No. I think it was Peter Moon probably brought it up. One of these days I'll give the meaning of that. There was this professor who had written the definitive book on Willy Wonka, the author of Willy Wonka, which was originally a German book. And it's a relatively unknown book that has received very little research, comparatively speaking. But the professor who did the research on it was somebody she once got drunk and fucked over and had him sign over his house to her. But it didn't do any good, because the house was so dilapidated and under need of so much repair. The electricity didn't work in half of it. Half the bathtubs, the water didn't work. It was like he had to go to his friend's apartment to take a shower on a daily basis, which is one reason why he maintained this dysfunctional relationship with a crippled friend. Term I should not use, I understand. If Brooke Gibson's daughter were here, she'd explode. That's to her a bad term. But anyhow, so I called him the smutty professor. But when he signed over his estate to her, the home, she wound up sitting in there for only a little time, and it's unlivable. So she wound up moving out. She abandoned it, and he wound up moving back in as a squatter. And after several years, squatter's rights, the home went back to him. Just because he was living in it for some... Isn't that weird? Anyhow, stupid story there. It had nothing to do with the point. But, you know, just to show you how crazy all this was. And how crazy it would get. But the point I was making about Ovid books was there I met this guy named Michael Matthews, who I became friends with because of our literary interest in fantasy and science fiction. And he was a gay guy, and he desperately wanted to fuck me. Even purchased lingerie for me, but I never wore it for him. He ultimately got pissed, and he ultimately got all bitchy on me, and it basically severed from my existence. But during the period of time that I got to know him well, and he was trying to help me out because he wanted a piece of ass. He was trying to help me out with various things that I was trying to get done bureaucratically. Including at the time that I was transitioning into becoming a care provider for my parents. So at that time, he had a brother who was straight, who had served in the Navy as a submariner, working on submarines. And as a submarine sailor, this guy had, how would you say it? It looked fairly nautical. Bearded, big guy. They both had the same mother. That sounds stupid, but you know, some people have different mothers and they're still brothers, half brothers. Yep. But they had the same mother. They were brothers with the same mother, and they both lived at home with her. And nothing incestuous here. I'm not trying to insinuate that, though everyone knows at this point. I'm not one for keeping secrets when somebody irritates me or tries to attack me. As far as I'm concerned, all bets are off. I don't respect their secrecy. But these guys, there's nothing much to hide anyway. Their mother was a nurse who was elderly at that point and just would not give up her job because she couldn't think of what to do when she quit. So she just kept working and bringing home all kinds of sicknesses, and they would get sick all the time from whatever she carried home, which she'd be totally immune to because, you know, nurses develop an acquired immunity system, and almost nothing takes them down till something like COVID comes around or something. But anyhow, the mother was so hard on the submariner because he was straight. She didn't expect nothing from the gay son because he was gay, so she figured he was worthless anyway, so wouldn't ask him to do much. But the straight son, she kept asking to fix things around the house, like, can you do this, can you do that, all this stuff, to the point where he didn't want to do any of it because he was big and lazy. So he would just pretend he was working. You know, he had a job which he lost, and then he would wind up, you know, just basically driving off in the car saying he was going to work and spend half the day in the car reading the newspaper and eating ice cream until he went home later that night, just to get 8 hours away from his mother. I mean, this is all pathetic. But one of the things that really stands out was he was an incel, an involuntary celibate. So, straight guy, Navy experience, worked for a while with high technology, but got fired because he was making passes at girls at work, back when people used to have to go to work in person. And then when he got fired because he was sexually harassing ladies at work, quote unquote, basically just asking them out because he was a geek. Nobody, I mean, I know that sounds funny. Tech industry, right? What else do you expect? Well, none of the woman wanted anything to do with him. But, you know, so he wound up getting fired. He wound up pretending he was still going to work to keep his mother off his ass. And his big complaint was going to bars. He said, oh, you know, I hate going to bars. He's basically becoming a misogynist. He was telling me, I hate going to bars because whenever I go into a bar and just try to drink and flirt with girls, they keep doing a wallet biopsy on me. Keep trying to ask me, you know, how much I'm making at work, what kind of job I got, you know, what my earning is and all that shit. And I find it offensive. And I'm like, dude, they're trying to, you know, find out whether you're a serial killer or not before they even consider, going to bed with you, which is obviously where you want to wind up at, third base. So it makes perfectly reasonable sense that a woman has a right to ask what you do for a living to find out if you're employable, as opposed to some unemployed psychotic. But no, that he couldn't get that. And but yeah, there you go. I mean, that was, so he had this term wallet biopsy. And, so at that point, I pointed out that one of the trends I had noticed in Hong Kong was there was a kind of trend that had developed where men had a digital headband that they'd wear, and it had their salary on it. So it showed the amount they made either monthly or yearly, monthly or annually, on their forehead. So when they would walk into various parties and bars in Hong Kong, then women would already see what they're making. And therefore they got that question out of the way. And you didn't have that awkwardness. And I said, they should have that here in America. Of course, he thought I was nuts. But I was just thinking, well, of course, you think it's nuts because yours would say 000, and you'd have nothing on your forehead but a bunch of zeros. And then they'd have to decide whether that was your IQ or your earning potential. Either one wouldn't be very attractive to them. At any rate, poor son of a bitch. It's just one of these things where certainly something must come to your mind when I bring this sort of thing up. Nemo, Mark, whatever you can think of, please go ahead and carry on with what that might bring to your mind as to whether that's even a good idea or what that brings to your mind in terms of your own experiences of the like.
Mark would give a better reply than me.
Everything just kind of just rings to this to my friend. It kind of just always goes back to there. It's like just really don't know what kind of you really don't know. I mean, anytime you go out someplace, but it's just kind of crazy that you think about how many people are willing to drug another person. Yeah. It seems more common than not, or not more common, but it just seems like a lot of people that were more willing to be able to do something like that, and that's really disturbing. Because if you think about it, like Douglas said, like not only just the fact that you could really overdose somebody, but a lot of times when people do this, someone could just jump in their car and get into a car and kill other people as well. And the conscience the lack of conscience you'd have to have that is just bizarre, man. It's just bizarre. It's disgraceful, It's you'd have to be pretty heartless. But when you think about men, again, the question is, I mean, obviously she's not dead. She's still breathing, probably barely breathing. I mean, of course, that's the problem. If you get someone so relaxed, they can stop breathing. If they're too relaxed, that can happen. Someone could die. It's a dangerous thing to do. But the fact that men can still get off and usually wind up raping a woman that they roofie, because that's why men roofie women. It's they're trying to rape them, not steal from them. Most men wouldn't even bother stealing from a woman. They're just trying to fuck her. So they just knock her out. And I mean, I personally cannot understand what they're getting off on, because the woman's non-responsive.
It's like borderline necrophilia.
Thank you. There is, but she's warm. I mean, to give you just you would think that would be a logical analogy, but let me give you an idea of what necrophiliacs are like. There was this letter that was written to Dear Abby once. Do you guys remember that there was Dear Abby was this advice column that was in the papers for years? Yeah, forever. Yes. Anyhow, Dear Abby was this advice column, and she was an older woman, and younger people will know nothing about her. But the letters, she would get thousands of letters, and she'd have to select out of thousands, hundreds, had to be narrowed down to the point where she could find a few to respond to. And there was one letter she got from a woman who married a mortician. And the woman was asking her, Dear Abby, what do? I married a mortician, and on our wedding night, he asked me to go take an ice bath, a bath in ice cubes. Literally, he got me into the bathtub, poured in all this cold water, and then started dumping in ice cubes because I wasn't cold enough like a dead body. And then when I got onto the bed, he said, now don't move, just play dead, or I won't be able to get it up.
Wow. What a fetish.
So, yeah, it's this, by the way, this may be totally unfair, but we really should consider morticians, maybe that's the norm with them. But when it comes to what she described to Dear Abby, and to my eternal embarrassment, I don't remember what Dear Abby's response was. Probably just divorce him. Probably short and concise enough where, as a child, it didn't even stand out to me what she said. But when it came to that's true necrophilia. It's like where, okay, the body has to be cold. It can't move at all. You're moving it. Okay, you've got some of that with you roofie somebody, but the body's still warm. So, and it's still somewhat, it's borderline necrophilia, but it's not. And as it is, it's repulsive enough. But, men are, they're just, everything's up front. The genitalia are all up front. So it's like it's really easy for them to stimulate themselves. But with women, it's, believe it or not, actually easier. I know this because in all my years of working with what I did, the sex industry and the death industry, it has killing people. Of course, I've run across some females who had to cater to extreme fetishes, and sometimes they developed extreme fetishes. So I did know a female necrophiliac, and she did go into the industry, the mortician's industry, where she was more than welcome by the men, and I asked her what was the advantage of working with a bunch of male necrophiliacs. She said the beauty of it is none of them will ever sexually harass you, because they're only going after the dead woman.
Yeah.
And so, but she would harass the dead male bodies. And so I said, how do you do that?
When rigor mortis sets in.
Well, she pointed out the fact that a woman's body is just as easily stimulated by friction, and, her nipples are right up front. It's easy to get them aroused. And what she did, which she would take the embalming needle, and she would just plunge it directly into the man's penis through the piss slit, and the penis was erect. And after that, she could ride it, and it never went down. So there you go. You're still useful after death, Nemo. You might get more action after you die.
Oh, I can't wait now.
Jeez. Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna get more when I'm dead compared to being alive.
Way too many ideas right now.
Yeah.
You might start it off. You might get going on that.
I like to think if I gotta die, I'm gonna go out by my chest and all guns blazing in a battle.
There we are. Which is what Brooke Gibson always says. Yes, that's
right.
She points that out.
That's a good way to go, though.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's things change as you get older, and after a while, a person begins to just hope it happens sometime while they're asleep or something. But when it comes to the whole subject that I've just articulated, we can't unfairly assume that everybody involved in the industry is like that. But by God, there's enough of them. And
sometimes, I question anybody who really wants to get into that field of profession of, cutting up dead bodies and embalming them and shit. Like, most likely they're into fucking dead corpses.
Well, I thought it would just be such a fascinating and easy job because, first off, you're working with people who never complain. You're left alone at night. Your job is peaceful. No one can deny you that. You're just you have no supervision per se. So my cousin, there was this guy. I had him on Revolution Radio. I had him on my show on Revolution Radio and interviewed him. I'd have to look up his fucking name. Something Dietrich. I can't even remember it. Probably Pete Dietrich or something like that. Honestly, I'd have to look it up. But this guy was poor son of a bitch. He living the happiest life of all professionally until CSI came on TV, which was that forensics television series. You may
Right.
not be familiar with it, but it sounds like you are. But Mark hates it.
I've seen some of it.
Okay, there you go. And Mark, you're familiar with it as well, right?
Oh, I mean, it literally was a paradigm shift. It changed a lot of things. Yeah, you can go if you want to go on, Douglas.
Yeah, and actually, run with that for a few minutes before I get back to the topic, by all means.
Sure. Yeah, so basically CSI, when that show came out, everybody in the United States basically assumed, or didn't assume, but it changed the way that people perceived law enforcement in all aspects that I believe. It sort of portrayed law enforcement as to be almost ominous, omnipotent, maybe, just all powerful, knowing, having all this technology that will trace things down, and it was just kind of like CSI will track down everything. The crime scene investigators will track down everything. So in essence, a lot of it somewhat manifested because some of the stuff that they did have on there, I think some law enforcement agencies were using. So this sort of like opened and shed the light on criminals in some way. So it did sort of change things, and criminals actually had to evolve, if that makes sense. They had to be better at what they did.
Yeah.
So it was almost forcing criminals to adapt to be better criminals, to avoid these tactics. And I think at some point, I think some of these like actual law enforcement were complaining about the TV shows, just because they were being way too easy about showing these methods. I think that's pretty much what I had to say about that.
No, I think these are all important and valid points. And just so people understand, it became so popular a TV show that they published magazines on the subject. They began to publish magazines on forensics today and shit like that, just for all the fans of the show, so they could catch up on the whole field. But the way it destroyed, my cousin's life, and he had to adapt or die. Poor son of a bitch. He was like working all his life quite happily, as basically a nurse for the dead. So, by the way, one of the things that made me even seriously consider becoming an MD was the book City of the Dead, which people can look that up on their own. It's a novel. If you ever look up the novel City of the Dead, it's not a horror story per se. It's about a forensic pathologist. And so there was always an old saying that the general internal medicine practitioner, the GIMP, G-I-M-P, general internal medicine practitioner, which is the doctor you see when you go to the doctor's office, the pill roller, that the pill roller knows nothing and prescribes everything, that the, what was it they said? He knows, what is it? Knows everything but does nothing? Something like that. The surgeon knows nothing but does everything. The dermatologist, the skin doctor, knows nothing and does nothing, and the forensic pathologist knows everything and does everything, but it's too late because the patient's already dead. There used to be an old saying like that. They have that right at the front of the book as one of the opening quotes, but the rest of the book is about a forensic pathologist and his experience with that ultimately culminates in his daughter gets murdered, and he has to perform a forensic analysis on her body. He won't let anyone else do it. And because, by the way, for those of you who don't know, doctors are not allowed to practice on their own family. I don't know if any of you know that, but at least that was the law for the longest time. It was actually a law at the national level, I believe. But doctors are never supposed to professionally practice on their own family because it's considered medically unethical. They feel that you're too involved with your own family to professionally perform well. But this man was a forensics pathologist, and his daughter was dead. So I'm not quite sure if the law would apply to him. They never go into that in the book, but it would have been an interesting legal question if they had. But at any rate, he won't let anyone touch his daughter, and what he's afraid of is that someone will rape his daughter's body. That's one of the things that's pointed out, is that he's afraid his co-workers would rape his daughter's body. That's why he wouldn't let anyone else perform the analysis on his daughter. But that's not something gone into in grisly detail, but it's like the culmination of the book that which destroys him professionally. But then at the end of the book, he's called back into the profession anyway because he doesn't know what else to do with his life. Interestingly, it never spawned any sequels or never became a franchise that I know of. But it was a fascinating read. But in terms of the, I thought that would be like an ideal job. It's just peaceful and, no complaints from the patients, et cetera, for all the reasons I pointed out. But anyhow, my cousin wound up being a nurse to one of these types of doctors, which meant that he was busy taking care of all of the needs of the dead, whereas the doctor would make the diagnoses, like take the analysis and then make his decision as to what ultimately killed the individual or what culmination of factors killed the individual. And so my cousin loved this shit. He felt he was doing the dead a service. He took constant notes. He was, this was his life. And then CSI came on. And at that point, it became the sexiest thing in the world for a young lady to become a forensics pathologist. That's the show's heroine, with the dark gothic hair and the goth chick looks, made that the new in thing. And suddenly every young lady was volunteering to go into forensic pathology, and he lost his job. He sent a job application to every state in the union. Every state in the union he sent a job application to with his full resume saying, look, I've been doing this for 20 years. I have all the qualifications. There's nothing I don't know about this profession. And all he'd get the response was, go fuck yourself. We got all these hot young chicks coming in to suck my dick. Yeah. Hey, when I got all these young chicks sucking my dick to get the job, why would I want you? Go fuck yourself, asshole. I can train them whatever they need to know. Fuck you. You're just a nurse for the dead. Now we finally got living nurses with hot bodies coming in. Yeah, who are willing to fuck us for this job. Fuck you. And he just had to get a job in the firearms department at Target or something like that, whichever one of those chains they got on the East Coast that actually sells firearms in the chain store. So he
poor fellow.
Yeah, it was just awful. It destroyed him psychologically, but he still lived. He had an adopted daughter. He and his wife had an adopted daughter, and I specifically asked them if she was coming to San Francisco. When she came to San Francisco, I specifically asked them, is she related to me in any way, shape, or form by blood? And they said, no. Basically telling me it was safe if I went after her. That it wouldn't be incest, basically.
Right.
But she made every effort to avoid me. She was scared to death of me. That was interesting. But
why do you think so?
God knows. Just
do you know? Oh, you don't know.
Don't really know. It was really. I think that. He had been on my program for one. Right. So she must have had some hint about my vampirism, etc. It was something that. By the way, just so people know, when he was working for the coroner's office, I saw it because I visited the home of his relation when my parents both died. He was photographed in full uniform with a firearm, and I do want people to know that as a forensic pathologist assistant, he was uniformed and trained in firearm use and ordered to wear a firearm at all times. And when I asked him about that, he would not go into it publicly on air, but he told me personally, privately, because sometimes the dead don't stay down, and when they rise up and they're not alive in any way, shape, or form, you have to put them down again. So there you go with that. I've told people that before, and of course I've had my own experiences with the Walking Dead. I mean, truly dead. I turned in some footage in the past. I published it back on Facebook when it was when that wouldn't get you banned, in the very early days of Facebook, or comparatively early. But I worked security once with Stanford, and we were part of a response team, and we picked up one of those walkers, and it was driving a car. It was driving a car. It had crashed into a family, and its brain case was exposed and maggot infested. And we brought that into Stanford as a medical response team, security medical response team. We were armed like a SWAT team. And so I published the footage of that. I'd have to look for that in my files if I ever wanted to publish it here in the Skype text box. And like I said,
please share that footage if you find it.
I'll look for it sometime in the near future. I'll try. It definitely exists because like I said, I published it on Facebook, but I'll look for it again. It's one of these things that might be harder to find. It'd be an older file, but it definitely exists. I definitely still have it. But it's two different footage, so it was more than one case that was like that. But in any case, there are times when the dead, for reasons they cannot explain, past the point where they're already taken by the carrion eaters, will get up and walk and or even drive and just basically not understand the concept that they're dead. And
is it some kind of strange chemical reaction, or is it spirits inhabiting the body and reanimating it?
Well, obviously that's what they were trying to find out at Stanford, right? Makes sense. That's why a response team was sent to pick him up and take him to Stanford, which is a government contracted school. So there you have that. When it comes to the entire situation, I've explained prions. So it traces back to prions. Yep. And which is an acronym for proteinaceous infectious ion, a protein molecule that when it becomes warped or twisted, and again, as unbelievable as this sounds, as tacky as it sounds, the most immediate influencer or factor in that regard would usually be a neutron form of radiation. So without that to explain it, it's somehow these people were exposed to prions. So they didn't get prionized by a neutron explosion, a neutron bomb, which is effectively a dirty bomb in essence. They contracted it through exposure to other, mad cow disease, probably through infected meat that they ate, would be the most likely explanation. Because that was what happened through a lot of England, and ultimately why America, for most people who don't know this, I'll tell you now, it is illegal in America to buy British meat. They do not sell British meat in America. The British, American companies are not allowed to buy any meat from Britain because of mad cow disease. And the people who went to Britain and ate meat and then wound up with mad cow disease, tragic cases, it's where that happened. It's a horrific way to die, and in some cases, you die, but your body gets up and walks again.
Some of those cases, people being infected with prions, would they be like heavily suppressed from public, like fucking savage zombie-like beings going around attacking people when they're infected?
Of course. That's why the public is not allowed to know anything about it.
I really want to find all these, like, just for myself, just find out about all these documents and stuff regarding these cases.
Well, I've went into it in some depth in the past.
Oh, yeah. I just mean just like all these individual cases that all of them been covered up. It's just me. I like to discover all that.
I understand. I'll try and find that footage. Then you'll get an impression of how bad it can get. But when it comes to that, so what does that bring to your mind, Mark H?
A couple things. I mean, the whole thing is horrifying. Sort of think that sort of thing can happen, I guess, organically is also in itself horrifying. And I also I know of a person who was, I guess, grown up with the religion of Santeria. And in that, the person explained that they claim to know how to actually make a actual human zombie.
Yeah.
So it just that's ridiculous.
But it's
I don't
but
know
when
how
you
that
use the term ridiculous, qualify for our listeners, you're not denying its truth. You're not denying its reality.
No.
Yeah.
No. They spoke very confidently about it, and I was actually going to mention it before, on the show, just because I explained the experience that you mentioned with the San Francisco that female detective,
Sandy Gallant. Sandy Gallant.
Yes, and I let that person know about that, and the person right away replied back, says, "Oh, we didn't need to do that. They could do it. They could do it normally,
right?
With someone that's awake."
Right.
So scary stuff.
Yeah. Haven't you addressed that some Papua New Guinea tribes have manifested this Kuru?
That's right.
Prions through their certain type of magics.
Yeah. It's not magic, really. Not in that case.
What would you call it?
Oh, it's basically ancestor worship that's taken to an extreme. And in the case of these people in Papua New Guinea, let me go into it. As a matter of fact, I'll go into this subject. Since we're on it, I might as well go into it before I go into monologue. And that way we can educate the public a little bit more who hasn't heard of it. And I think the end point that always needs to be made, something that Brooke Gibson distracted myself from the last time that I was going into the topic, I can make the point harder or more emphatically this time. And so that people can understand the seriousness of the subject matter and understand why I bring up what I do. So just try and bear with me for a second while I gather my wits about me. Obviously, one of the things that I when it comes to these subjects is I have to try and recall as much as I can in terms of my memory of the subject matter, and then do it justice. It's always difficult to do that because I deal with a lot of drugs just to forget as much as I can.
Yeah.
And this has to do with my personal experience in these affairs. So I think, of course, like many people might think, it starts with World War II. Much of what Douglas Dietrich talks about starts with World War II. And, oh, God, Aristides isn't here for me to explain something to him about something that he had done. He's just kind of joined Team Dietrich fairly recently, and so there's certain things he does where he doesn't realize the collateral implications of what he does. So I'll explain that to him sometime soon. It's just sometimes he'll do something and he'll not be cognizant of what can happen. It's best we discuss that privately. So we can talk about that more privately.
Did he message you or something?
One time, this is actually quite funny to me. I never took any offense to it. I'm like, give me a second here. I might be able to find it in my files, because that's a comparatively recent file, and I'll be able to actually show you guys what it was he sent myself. So let me take a look here. I believe I know which file it should be in. Let me go searching for that. But he sent this, he just spontaneously, like he just thought, oh, maybe Douglas will find this funny. And he sent it to me, but it's like he realized later or something just what it really did mean to me. And then he got, very apologetic and so much so that he made a contribution and said, I hope this makes up for it. He actually gave me $100. And, I let him know, look, I never took any offense at what you had sent me. It's not necessarily the funniest thing in the world, but I certainly took no offense. It's just that he, I'll show it to you. Give me a second here to try and find it. In the meantime, both of you guys do me a favor and tell me like what you think about Prigozhin's assassination, for instance, just how stupid he was to get on that plane, and that'll kind of occupy us for.
I'll just say, I hope his death was very quick and not painful. Like he didn't burn or something. Like survived the impact of the crash and then just burnt afterwards or something.
It's from what I think they recovered the black box, and apparently they say that you can hear him saying the plane's going to fall apart in midair. That he basically calculated the plane's going to fall apart in midair. Probably there was an explosion, and he basically realized what was going on. But that just again reinforces his stupidity for getting on the plane in the first place, considering that the whole history of assassinations.
Should have went incognito and just fucked off.
It's so true. It's so true. Well, he should have taken Moscow. Not that he could ever have saved Russia.
That too.
Yeah.
Of course. But
yeah, he could never have saved Russia.
And then assassinate Putin when he gets more power and the right opportunity.
He's just it's just amazing how these people just get so chicken shit. So I can't seem to find it in the latest file or the next to latest file, so I'll probably just describe it. Basically, he sent me a picture that he probably thought was empowering to women, and that because I tend to relate to women and tend to be very pro-female, basically a feminist, he probably thought that I would find it amusing in that sense. And so it was like stick figures, for like a child would draw. But one of them had long black hair so that you would recognize it or identify it stereotypically as a female. And so she, quote unquote, was giving the other individual a blowjob, and then bites his dick off, and then all this blood, and so the guy dies in the it's like this little weird stick figure thing that somebody drew, and it was just like so that's what he shared with me. He put that, and then I brought it up a few times on air saying, well, he must know my background story. He must know about
biting off a dick.
But he later said no, he knew it, but then never had it consciously in his mind when he sent that. And I believe him. I totally believe him. He probably retained it subconsciously, but not consciously, and just thought I would find this funny for that reason. And I never brought it up in a complaining sense. I just thought, I just thought, I was showing it around to people, bringing it up on air, and just thought that was interesting. He was really upset that he had done that. So he's conscientious, and if not too conscious. So just a few other things he does once in a while that I'll bring up with him and yourselves privately. I thought
he would have sent you the image that he sent me. It's like a pretty Asian chick with the 88 shirt, wearing shirt 88 Heil Hitler.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, and so that's cute. And I'll again something I'll go into privately about the. At any rate, so this starts with World War II, but not in the way people think. Of course, everybody thinks of zombies are going to think something stupid about the Nazis, and the Nazis were making zombies or something completely stupid like that, and nothing could be further from the truth. That's all just bullshit that you get from your video games, and it's more anti-Nazi propaganda. So basically what happened was, as everyone knows, in World War II, the prowess of the German panzers was the stuff of legend. But what's generally not known is that Hitler stole more than 16,000 British and Czech and French and Italian and Polish and Soviets tanks and other armored fighting vehicles, all to feed his war machine. So at the height of Germany's extraordinary military success, more than 25%, a full quarter of its tank fleet, came from other countries. And the triumph of the Blitzkrieg from 1939 through 1941 resulted in part from this enormous scale on a multinational level of cannibalization of mechanized armored units that resulted in part from, well, it was a success that fed itself. I mean, the more nations that Hitler conquered, the more of their mechanized columns he could field under German colors to conquer more. War feeds war when you do it right. And he found the key to his success. So basically, he understood that while the rest of the world was preparing to war against him in the late 1930s, he knew only too well that German rearmament was far from complete and that Germany was not ready for total war. Its tanks were outclassed by French armor and outnumbered by those of the Greater Soviet Union. So if Hitler was to defend the Reich and emerge triumphant, he desperately needed to supplement his tank force. So over the course of the next 5 years, all that captured equipment would play a crucial role. So this, believe it or not, is the modern source of the zombie phenomenon of prions, because the man who responded to it was a Jewish physicist named Dr. Samuel Cohen. So Dr. Samuel Cohen decided as a Jewish individual that so that the Germans would never pose a threat again, and rather that the Americans could emulate German success, he decided to create a bomb so that the Americans could steal all the enemy's armor the way the Germans did in the old-fashioned sense. I'm sorry, were you saying something, Nemo? Or?
No, that was
Okay.
Mark.
Oh, okay. Oh, Mark. Yeah. Did you need to participate? Go ahead and interject.
Douglas, I don't mean to interject. I'm actually gonna take off if that's okay, and
Okay.
I really appreciate it. I'm gonna listen a little longer, so I just wanted to take off. But it was great to talk to you, gentlemen.
Always. Thank you. Always.
Have a
to
good one,
you with
Mark.
us. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah. You have a blessed night. We love you dearly. Bye for now.
You as well, sir. Take care.
Thank you. Yes, so that's Mark H. And interestingly enough, Troy Bellamy fell asleep with his earbuds on as well. This is why people wind up dreaming about me. At any rate, so people understand, Samuel Cohen decided he was going to create a bomb so America could emulate Germany's success without having to conduct a blitzkrieg or wage a real war. In other words, without having the combat competence of the Germans, without having the war performance capacity of the Germans, that the Americans could effectively accomplish the same thing. So it was in 1958 that Dr. Samuel Cohen conceptualized the neutron bomb. And so the whole idea of the neutron bomb was to basically eliminate the enemy personnel, but leave all of their mechanized armored columns in particular completely intact so they could be cannibalized by American forces. Now, you might think with American industrial production capacity that this would seem irrelevant or unnecessary, but America's industrial capacity after World War II was already then really going to shit in a really big way. So everybody was already, 1958, people could already see the writing on the wall. That, people might argue with that, and they might say, no, you didn't really have this until the 70s, 80s was really when things really began going to shit. And they'd be right to a certain degree. But nevertheless, just understand this much. When you're in war, say for instance, nuclear war, and if the enemy truly had nuclear capacity, and they took out your industrial belt, they took out your exposed manufacturing and processing plants in general on the East Coast alone, and then wherever else they could strike, your industry gets crippled, unable to produce, set back in just by a great degree, then automatically this becomes your ace in the hole. You don't have to rely on industrial production, which is so vulnerable, when you just kill all the enemy and steal their industrially produced war machine. So at that point, it begins to all make sense. He's not thinking of the Japanese outproducing America and America moving all of its industrial base to communist China. He couldn't foresee that. But what he could foresee was a nuclear strike taking out the majority of America's industrial heartland. At which point, your industrial capacity as displayed in World War II doesn't mean shit. So to balance that, he had the neutron bomb, conceptualized it. So understand that the neutron bomb is basically an energy weapon. It's what's called an ERW, one of its many acronyms. ERW for Enhanced Radiation Weapon. It's a type of tactical nuclear weapon designed specifically to release a large portion of its energy as energetic neutron radiation rather than explosive energy. So an ERW explosion is typically about 1/10 as powerful as that of a comparable fission-type atomic bomb because standard thermonuclear weapons create increased explosive yield by capturing the neutron radiation, capturing it. But even though their extreme blast and heat effects are not eliminated, the increased radiation released by an ERW is meant only to affect biological material, which may otherwise be protected from the heat of an explosion, rather than material infrastructure. So ERWs are still much more destructive than conventional bombs, and they were formerly built almost exclusively by the United States. So understand again, energy weapon, the ultimate dirty bomb. It's basically this... how do I say it? Well, it's enough to say that no president ever had a high enough security clearance to assess its collateral damage. That's probably the most important point to be made. So, the conception, Samuel Cohen, he was at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. He developed the concept 1958. And this was initially opposed by President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, of course. And even though he finally gave in to Samuel Cohen begging for him to let him test it, he authorized that the test be carried out in 1963, the year my sister was born, in an underground Nevada test facility, which automatically canceled out its benefits, so to speak. Now, its benefits are, of course, destruction of biological material. So most of you would probably not consider that very beneficial, but we're speaking from a military sense. Now, because John Fitzgerald Kennedy pulled the trick he did and thereby nullified the impact of the bomb, it wouldn't be until the year my sister was born that, like I said, they tested it out underground, but it wouldn't be until maybe Jimmy Carter, 1978, that Jimmy Carter's idea of Europe as a new world of American recolonization came to the fore. Jimmy Carter, of course, was talking about a new world Americans didn't know about. And so he was really referring to the potential for Europe becoming depopulated by war. And that, the descendants of Europeans would return to Europe to repopulate it, a depopulated Europe. Jimmy Carter really had ideas like that were based on his Episcopalian upbringing, a little bit of apocalyptic Christianity there. And
the famous video game Destiny and Destiny 2 depicts Europe being wiped out from war and depopulated.
Interesting. Thank you. But understand that would be like 10 years in the future after Romero, the director of Night of the Living Dead, came out with that film. Now, when Romero, help me out here, do you remember his first name? I always seem to forget it. Obviously, I know Sammy Romero, and this Romero director is of no relation. So
George A. Romero.
Thank you, George Romero. George Romero produced Night of the Living Dead, basically using his family as extras, and it is it was a very powerful film for its time. Day of the Dead was even more powerful as far as I'm concerned, and Day of the Dead was incredible. I regret the fact that was one of the films I really didn't see as a child. but certainly caught it later on, and it has such an important point, so many important points. It would have been completely formative if I had seen it as a child. Would have impacted me for life. No doubt left me psychologically scarred, but definitely sad that I missed out on it as a young man. In terms of the important aspect of this, why am I bringing up some stupid popular culture film? It's very important because in the film, the zombies are reanimated by radiation. So you could consider this either synchronistic or a bit of predictive programming. And so that's what came out around 1968 and 1969. We had the Sino-Soviet War. And this is, of course, where I went into great depth in the part of the book that was never published about the zombies that were used in that conflict. So just so people would know in a general review sense, when it comes to the Soviet development of zombies, that evolved from what Mark H. was bringing up, the Vajahuduns or voodoo zombie. This is something that is based on biochemistry and is, of course, basically not nearly normally as sinister, because originally developed in Haiti in particular, based on medicinals or an apothecary from Africa. What the ancient African witch doctors had developed, say for instance, in their advanced sciences, and believe it or not, for all of you white racists out there, the ancient African kingdoms were quite advanced, produced, of course, megalithic structures that rivaled Stonehenge, the Great Zimbabwe being one example. The blacks of Africa had developed viriolation, which is, of course, vaccination. It was a black slave. We go over this in the Roswell Deception, that had developed, rather not developed it, he had known it from his ancestors, the entire technology of vaccination. Technique would be a better term. The technique of vaccination, which was to take the disease from a person suffering it and apply just a touch of that disease into the open wound of a person who was not suffering that disease. And that this ultimately would lead to the person who received that little bit of disease becoming immune to the disease. So in terms of the man named Wanzibus, who was a slave of Cotton Mather, he taught Cotton Mather how to stave off the plague that would have otherwise wiped out some of the original colonies in the original American 13 colonies. So his technique was stolen by Whitey, who then, used it to save all the whites so they could continue slaving blacks. Just a vicious cycle that never seems to end. So aside from what I'm articulating here in that regard, you had the blacks also develop the ability to raise the dead. Now, this really wasn't raising the dead. It was really making people dead and then raising them so that they would do your work for you. So, in a sense, slavery, you could say, was developed in Africa, and it was the enslavement of those who were deprived of their very cognizance, their ability to resist. This technique was carried across the Atlantic, ironically, by black slaves, who then rebelled against the French masters on the island of Haiti and established the world's first black republic. The world's first was established in the Western Hemisphere. Now, you had black kingdoms in Africa, kingdoms, but not republics. So the first modern black republic was established in Haiti. And the Haitians have been suffering terribly ever since. They've suffered, of course, the abuses of America over and over again, which could not tolerate the Second Republic after the foundation of the United States being black in their own hemisphere. They were the first republic established in the Western Hemisphere, the Americans. And then suddenly a bunch of upstart blacks who are slaves who freed themselves, no less, started their own republic. Well, this threatened the white Americans who owned slaves as property, because they felt that their own slaves would get ideas from these slaves who started their own nation in Haiti. So basically what happens is that they create a coma that is effectively permanent in their victims with a very complicated herbal process that essentially clinically kills the person who suffers the coma. Kills them in effect to the point where a doctor usually clinically diagnoses them to be dead. The patients, or shall we say now the deceased, the victim, is buried and then resurrected, dug up and resurrected, reanimated by the Vajau Houdinista, the witch doctor, the voodooist. And so what happens is this person being brain damaged, will almost certainly never recover from that brain damage. They're used as slave labor, unquestioning, will work literally until they die. You have to tell them when to stop working so they literally don't work themselves to death. So when it comes to the horror of that situation, it was a common white trope, an ultimate white fear that happened to a white person. And so movies like White Zombie were made. So movies like White Zombie were made long before Romero's Night of the Living Dead. But the horror of the other films was the horror of lack of volition, that a white person would be victimized by a black person in such a manner. The man who wrote the Conan stories, Robert Irvin Howard, wrote a short story about that. The horror of some white woman being zombified. So again, this was considered a violation by white people. If a black person were to do that to them, imagine the horror. But when it comes to the real horror is that, of course, this happens to anyone. So this is why it's illegal to make a zombie in Haiti. They ultimately wrote that into their constitution. They rendered it illegal. And because it is, after all, slavery. However, zombies played a part in their winning their freedom because they were able to raise their dead troops and get them back into the fight. Rather, on the drugs being administered in a certain manner by the powerful Vajau Houdinista, the witch doctor, Duvalier, who led the slave revolt on Haiti. He was able to administer a preparatory potion to his troops so that if they were dropped by a powerful enough injury, they would rise again. This essentially was something similar to PCP, eliminating pain in the body, but also one that would trigger in a kind of, overdose of adrenaline production if someone were to be injured, so that they would basically, if they're critically injured, get that one last pump from the heart. Well, the heart would keep pumping for a while, but that one last big burst of energy where the heart would go into overdrive for at least an hour or so, and that was all that was needed to win a battle. All of this is something that is hidden from history, and yet the results speak for themselves. The victory of the Haitian people, historians could attribute to, of course, many things. Understand that Napoleon Bonaparte tried to retake the island of Haiti when the slaves freed themselves. This is Napoleon Bonaparte the First, mind you. The Napoleon that overran all of Europe. He sent the largest invasion fleet in French history to overthrow Toussaint. Yes, forgive me, Duvalier was the later dictator of Haiti, who, of course, took inspiration from Toussaint. But the original man who freed Haiti, the witch doctor that did so, and that's a horrible name, Vujau Houdinista, or you can simply say voodooist, Toussaint. He was the original hero of Haiti, the man known as the Black Napoleon, Pierre Dominique Toussaint Louverture. So Louverture, when he freed Haiti and Napoleon, the white Napoleon, decided he was going to take it back, he sent the largest fleet in French history to depose Louverture and restore slavery. So the first of the blacks faced his greatest challenge when the first of the whites dispatched his own army exceeding 60,000 men to exterminate all of Haiti's black population and repopulate it from black Africa. Even bloodhounds were imported from Spanish Cuba that were specifically raised to feed only on black human meat. Now, 4/5, 80% of his expeditionary force died of yellow fever spread initially by zombie bite, including 18 of its half a hundred generals. And soon only 7,000 starving, sickly French troops survived to be deported by the British fleet. Now understand that aside from that, the British attacked, trying to succeed where the French failed, but the Haitians fought them off. Then, of course, the Spanish attacked from the Dominican Republic, the other half of the island, to try and Spanicize a conquest that they thought might be easy pickings after two other Europeans invaded, but they failed. In terms of the British casualties, they suffered the highest rate of casualties they ever suffered until World War I, when 60 to 70,000 men would die in a single day charging machine gun fire. Until World War I and those kinds of fatality ratios, the British suffered the most fatalities they had ever suffered in combat on the island of Haiti. They had tried, of course, to basically fight off the zombies with salt, rock salt, put in shotguns and the like, because they understood that salt would kill a zombie or make them realize they were dead and crawl back to their graves, but none of that worked. Something like that has to be imbibed, literally digested by a zombie in order for that to work. A juju zombie, someone who is zombified by the Jumbi Juju, as they would use the term in Haiti. The British secured a beachhead of around 25,000 troops, expecting to fill that vacuum in European power. But, like I said, forced to evacuate after suffering the worst fatality ratio in their history prior to World War I. And, of course, the Spanish were defeated before them. It was just all... He defeated all the European forces, the three major European superpowers, which at that time were the greatest powers on Earth, all in a row with his zombie forces. Yet all of this is hidden from history. It's one of the reasons you're never taught Haitian history. So this was the Cuban Missile Crisis of its day. At least 350,000 people died in the 13 years of the War for Haitian Freedom, directly compelling the United States to assert the Monroe Doctrine of 1823, establishing control over the entire Western Hemisphere to deter another series of imperial invasions and counter-invasions by extra-hemispheric powers. U.S. President James Monroe's Pan-American security stance was to be violated irreversibly in 1956 when Fidel Castro landed in Cuba and hid in the Sierra Maestra with a handful of guerrillas. Now, contrary to his image as a doctrinaire Marxist intellectual with complete disdain for superstition, Castro domestically fostered the mystique of a powerful brujo, as they would say in the Espanol, a sorcerer with supernatural powers. And between 1956 and 1959, a powerful mayombe, an evil spirit that draws energy from human suffering, appeared to Castro in his dreams, and the revolutionary cultivated the rumor of a pact that would bring him into ultimate power to bring the world to the brink of destruction. That manifested at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Now, in terms of this mayombe, it was rumored to be, of course, the spirit of the transatlantic slave trade, one of the egregores that had formed at the time of all of the incredible suffering that was generated by all of the blacks that had been transported from Africa to all over the Western Hemisphere. We're talking about an entire industry based on what they literally called slave factories. With all the millions of people who were transported, the majority of them never made it to the Western Hemisphere, the Americas, alive. The majority of them died en route, their bodies just thrown overboard to feed the sharks. And those that survived, most of them didn't live more than a few years, but some were hardy enough, strong enough, the strongest of the strong, to live and be bred to give birth to other slaves that were exploited intergenerationally. So we're talking about this incredible suffering that was known to the blacks to attract not just sharks, but supernatural entities, just evil entities of great power that fed off this tremendous loss of human life. People need to understand that ultimately millions and millions of blacks died. Millions survived, but they were but a fraction of the blacks who died to leave that amount of survivors that exist to this day. So out of all that horrible suffering, there is even the rumor, just so people understand this, of these water babies, as they're known. There's something Dr. Ivan Sanderson investigated. I've mentioned Ivan Sanderson before. He wrote a book called Invisible Residents. And so when it came to his book, he described undersea civilizations, civilizations that humanity on the surface world knew nothing about, that he felt were essentially causing the disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle in particular, that he was investigating. He was, after all, an intelligence officer who was stationed in what became Belize, what before was known as British Honduras, a literal British colony in the Western Hemisphere. That was, of course, a slave state, used later on to house all their freed slaves, or many that were freed were dumped there like a biological landfill, and where many Confederates escaped to with their entire families of slaves, so that they could maintain their slavery in a nation state where former slaves never interfered with their way of life. Now, understand that it was in 1481, over a decade before invading the Americas, the first European settlements in sub-Saharan Africa were established just west of Benin, and Elminia, the mine, referring to its original gold export, was what was then called a factory, which in pre-industrial Europe meant a fortified trading post used to store gold en route to Europe, as well as to stockade slaves. Now, factories were built as complete towns, inside fortifications, strong as any medieval castle, protected by companies of musketeers and batteries of cannon, mounted on firing platforms to protect all their storerooms, accommodation blocks, and smithies, and carpenters' workshops, and artisans' posts, church, hospital, a governor's residence. Now, with the discovery and conquest of the New World, Elminia became a slave factory, the first of countless slave factories, from which sourced all of the Vajahudus. The Vajahudus practiced in the Western Hemisphere today, the voodoo. The British reached Benin in 1553, and that's when they began trading with the Edo people, officially instigating the slave race, like the space race or the arms race, a race to gather as much slaves as possible of the colonial powers. So well over 20 million men and women were enslaved, taken to North America alone At least 1/5 of them, 4,000, no, 4 million. 4 million died en route. Fully half the original number, 10 million, perished after a few months or years of deadly labor and torture. If this were not the case, the Americas would be an all-black hemisphere in terms of our population composition. And at any rate, in these subhuman conditions, Vajahuduns, voodoo became a political belief. It became an ideology as opposed to an occult practice. Now, from the perspective of the black Afro-Caribbean diaspora, slavery was one of the worst cases of human sacrifice, mass human sacrifice in history, far superseding the Holocaust. Because ultimately, directly or indirectly, 100 million blacks died. That's how incredible the slave trade was in terms of its impact on the world. So when you think about that, and you complain because people have a Black Lives Matter movement, please, you're advertising not only your ignorance, but your callousness, your inhumanity. And ask yourself, why does it take a vampire to tell you how inhuman you humans are? Now, to the blacks from Africa, this mass sacrifice was believed to have acted as a Titanic summoning ritual, and evil entities answered the summons by the thousands. It is still believed that their influence continues to be felt centuries later. So, this is what led to the Black Revolt, the Night of Fire, when they killed their masters in the island of Haiti. All of this was part of the Great Napoleonic Wars, the first global world war on an industrial scale, in which entire populations were mobilized for the fight. There were other wars with global impact before then, but not at the level where populations warred against each other. Now, in terms of those water babies, one of the things that Ivan Sanderson never told the public, because it was something he was investigating when he died, was the fact that, of course, many of these women were pregnant en route to America. They may have been raped by the original African tribes that abducted them and sold them as part of the spoils of war. Most likely that's what happened. So, for whatever reason, the majority of black African women who were brought upon the slave ships were impregnated. Likely the tribes that caught them raped them before selling them. Because of this, they would often, months en route across the Atlantic, deliver babies. Because, think of this, it takes 9 months for a woman to reach the stage of pregnancy. They had been caught deep in the heart of Africa, raped repeatedly on the way to the slave market, turned over by the black tribes who sold them to the whites who raped them again, and then sold them on the slave block, the auctioning block, in a sense, to traders who brought them in mass, purchased them, brought them on the ships, chained them, and shipped them over to Europe. By the time that they were sold and put on a ship, likely 9 months had passed. Or by the time that, since the voyage could take several months, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3, depending on conditions, how many stopovers, etc. At some point, most of these women would deliver children. And the children were not taken by the slavers. They had no ability to raise or maintain the children, so they just threw them overboard. Now, for those of you who don't know, a child inside of the womb is a water breather. And what the Russians discovered or concluded was that a child born into seawater, because the water in the womb is salt water, just like the tears you produce, which have the same same salt content as the sea, you have an environment in which the baby is already swimming in seawater in the womb. So what they experimented with in Russia and found to be efficacious was they had women deliver children in the Black Sea. They would bring women over to the Black Sea resorts to give birth. The Russian elite, the Soviet elite, the nomenklatura, the intelligentsia, they would go to the Black Sea resorts to deliver their children into the water to be born among the dolphins. And these children would be delivered into the sea with their mothers playing with dolphins. And they found that the children would swim at birth because they were swimming in the womb. They would literally swim out of the womb. The umbilical cord would be clipped and the mothers would keep a careful eye on them. And beyond that, if the mothers somehow lost the baby, the dolphins would bring the babies back to them. All of this was found to be quite an effective birth method by the Soviets, and the research that they conducted following up on these babies was that they grew up not only to be excellent swimmers, some of them serving the Soviets in the Olympics as Olympic gold medal winning swimmers, but the others would grow up with a much more healthier lifestyle, a much more positive outlook in the world around them. So what Ivan Sanderson was investigating at the time of his death was the phenomenon of the so-called blackwater babies that the slavers had thrown overboard, because they likely didn't die. You're born in a womb full of salt water, you fall into the bounty of the ocean, and you could be eaten by sharks. But what people had spotted over the years, and this was kept as a top-level British governmental secret, the British Navy had Ivan Sanderson investigating the sightings of quote-unquote black mermaids. Black people who seemed to come out of the ocean and dive back in as if they were water breathers. He was investigating that when he, met his demise. All of his records confiscated by the intelligence agencies. And we have only the book that he was publishing on his original investigations, in which he concluded there is an underwater civilization far in advance of ours that was causing the disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. And of course, during wartime, he was reporting to the Allies that this had to be considered a hostile enemy, possibly in league with the Axis powers, explaining the unexplained disappearances of several American submarines and British craft at sea. Now, of course, for these reasons, much of the British intelligence infrastructure didn't like him and held him in this kind of arm's length. Everyone suspected what he said was true. After the war, USO or undersea submersible object sightings, like the sighting by Bill Cooper while he was in the U.S. Navy, continued to reinforce the reality of what Ivan Sanderson was trying to share with the world. But what he was investigating with the blacks appearing out of the sea, that was something that was never followed up on, not publicly. No one today dares talk about it. Obviously, in this case, we're not talking about a post-singularity civilization from a sunken continent. We're talking about something very different, a tribal phenomenon, if you will, of a subspeciated humanity that developed over the hundreds of years of slave trade, of a subaquatic black population that was taken in and raised by that advanced civilization, perhaps, and re-released into the wild, the way we would with various animals that we tag and release. This was the conclusion Evan Sanderson was getting ready to release publicly when he was killed. I know because his communiques were intercepted by the US government and I was ordered to destroy them. Tonight's the first time I've ever spoken of it. This is the context in which you really need to understand the horror of zombieism. I'll go on to put that in further context. By the way, Bike Tweet is with us. I hope he saw my thanks to him the other day. He is, of course, our friend Don, our homeopathist and nutritionist from Nederland. And he said the WIC was even run by the U.S. government. And by the way, Mr. Gozai Moss said he once got tricked into taking enough belladonna to kill 3 elephants, thinking he was given a mild herb like valerian. Oh, God, that's awful. Jesus Christ. I'm just so glad he's still with us. He says, and I saw it before it was taken down. That's why he got whacked. He's talking about something else, I believe, earlier, and I'd have to scroll up to see that. Bike Tweet says he was bringing up the Mongol invasion of Japan getting wiped out by the kamikaze that killed them all. He said we had the same thing here in Europe when the Spaniards and Portuguese attacked the Dutch and the English by sea, called the Spanish Armada. 1588, a storm was called upon by the... Hasn't followed up yet, but hopefully he follows up. Probably he didn't have enough room. They only give you so many words before they cut off your message. So hopefully he does follow up on that. But in the meantime, I want to thank you all for being here and listening, and we'll continue on with the subject to put into some of this into perspective about Fidel Castro and why it's important that you had this horrible slave holocaust. You had Fidel Castro come into power. In 1962, Castro's spirit advisor almost plunged the world into nuclear war. As Soviet emplacements of nuclear weapons in Cuba prompted a American blockade of the island and nearly sparked a Third World War, which by the communist paradigm was already in progress anyway. Understand, this was 1 year before, the Nevada underground test was permitted by John Fitzgerald Kennedy of the neutron bomb. So you had this happen in 1962, and meanwhile, a secret agreement between Cuban dictator Fidel Castro and his other malevolent benefactor, the Greater Soviet's premier Nikita Khrushchev, who was in power until 1971, important point to be made. This Soviet's rubles, the rubles paying for a number of covert operations that stationed Russian-sponsored drug traffickers and terrorists in safe havens on Cuba, the island thereof. That was only part of the story. Helped by the secrecy that surrounds all dictatorial governments, Cuba's side of the bargain has never been made public, though I've done so several times. Now, in exchange for Russian military and intelligence aid against the growing threat of an American invasion of Cuba, Castro sent 5 men to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Their travel papers described them as cultural attachés to the Cuban embassy in Moscow, but none of them had had any prior diplomatic experience. Most instead listed their occupation as farmer on Cuban government documents prior to their posting. The men were bokors. These are negative Vajahudinistas. That means voodooists of the Aurora Shango, the Cuban voodoo, while Castro had used the mythos of the Palo Mayombe to intimidate the peasantry. These Bokor were genuine Mayomberos, the magical equivalent of hired assassins or thugs. They used their power to murder people at the behest of their clients. The Bokor are tempters and corrupters. Their clients often suffer as much as their intended victims. Their spiritual allies are demonic spirits that enjoy inflicting pain on helpless humans. The Bokor tend to be solitary practitioners, but such Mayomberos usually lead a small group of minions and apprentices. They're a common fixture in South America and the Caribbean, and are becoming more common in the inner cities of these United States. Because these particular sorcerers were linked by allegiance to the cult of Babaluai, the Baron Samedi in the black voodoo culture, the lord of the cimetiere, the cemetery, first introduced to popular culture via the James Bond film Live and Let Die, and they had each victimized hundreds of families. They were universally hated in their own homeland, and were glad to take residence in the Greater Soviets Union to help with the growing problem of political dissidence. You see, in the few years since the death, the assassination of Joseph Stalin, Khrushchev's comparatively liberal policies had led to an increasingly open criticism of the government. Khrushchev knew that he couldn't really repress without causing further dissent. He knew that mass indoctrination, like the communist Chinese re-education efforts, would never work in Russia, and was looking for another way to turn troublesome dissidents into quiet and productive members of society. Now, the initial results were not encouraging, to say the least. While the dissidents were indeed much more placid in their zombie form, the changes in their personalities, or rather the total lack thereof, could never pass unnoticed, even in the Soviet Union. So to get them out of the way, they were sent to a logging camp in Siberia, one of the many, indeed almost countless labor camps, where Stalin had sent millions of unfortunate people. Now, again, think about what I've said. This was in 1963. That was, of course, when we had the Nevada underground nuclear test. By 1964, Khrushchev was deposed by the hardliner Leonid Brezhnev, and the Stalinist faction within the Politburo, and the gulags, the gulagery of concentrated labor camps, started filling up again. The Politburo, of course, was the political bureau of the Central Communist Party that sentenced many people there all over again. Brezhnev's administration had no scruples about making use of these bokars, and many political opponents were silenced and made productive in the mines and logging camps all over Soviet East Asia. Sensibly, they were not used in salt mines. Now, all of this was something that would have profound impact by the time of the Sino-Soviet War. Now understand, that happened in 1969. And when the Russians and the Chinese went to war, this was the largest war in human history that you never heard of. And the Americans, the Chinese, and the Russians all cooperate to make sure you never do. The Americans were claiming that the Communist Chinese were conducting a series of nuclear tests in the outer Mongolian regions, which they did not occupy, and of course would have been an act of war. Such was not the case at all. The Chinese Communists were overrunning Siberia. The only way that the Russians could stop them was the immediate deployment of tactical nuclear weapons on site. Tactical nuclear weapons in area which they simply blew up in area to annihilate the incoming Chinese. At that point, the war became a stalemate like World War I, along the longest border in the world. Longer than the US-Canadian border by far. And all along that border, especially towards the heart of Central Asia, the Russians had to do something to compensate for their lack of manpower to compete with the Chinese in terms of sheer numbers. That's, of course, when they turned to the zombies of the gulags. And also, at an industrial scale, began to zombify deserters and political dissidents. The Bokors, liaisoned by Fidel Castro, established a Soviet suppression program involving zombification. And, of course, these were called Yobogi Doma, the charnel houses. The labor camps officially did not exist. Those populated by zombies were doubly secret. To this day, no official records exist of their locations. In order to reduce the risk of exposure, more to isolate potential disease than concerns regarding any culpability, these camps were staffed entirely by zombie guards, as well as zombie laborers. The absolute worst of the slackers, alcoholics, and deserters of the Russian military forces were zombified. These zombie guards were drilled into shooting anyone who came too close. The other perennial screw-ups were processed into hunter zombies to gather food, animals as food, zombie cooks to supply that food. The most numerous were the civilian malcontents converted to zombie laborers. These Yubogi Doma, charnel houses, became entirely self-sufficient, self-perpetuating. So, with the Yubogi Doma in full operation, there was plenty of manpower to put on the Chinese front. So, those troops, of course, who were cowards, deserters, alcoholics, on the front, were also converted. The largest nuclear war in history you've never heard of commenced on Damansky in the Russian, Zhenbao in the Chinese island, on the Uzuri River in March of 1969, astride the border between Chinese Heilongjiang and the Soviet Siberian Primorye, where over 1,000 soldiers died at once, mainly on the Chinese side. Then followed a head-to-head crash between 21 Soviet divisions and 28 Chinese Communist divisions along the longest border on the face of this planet, 2,670 miles. That soon necessitated the deployment of these in-theater short-range tactical nuclear weapons in order to shatter several Chinese massed wave infantry attacks, which stabilized the front into this kind of Vietnam that no one ever speaks of. A perpetual low-intensity conflict which lasted for almost a decade. Border trenches, fortifications, fire bases, barriers chronically shifting in this quagmire that was identical to the 1951 Korean War, really. Both sides steeped in totalitarian control mechanisms that prevented any significant intelligence penetration by external U.S. agencies, or otherwise. All the nuclear detonations interpreted as above-ground nuclear testing conducted by China or the Soviet Union. So, this war was soon the core motivation for the intensive commitment of the USSR to drive the United States out of Vietnam. The Soviet Union desperately needed the massive warm water port facilities of South Vietnam's Cam Ranh Bay in order to strategically contain China. When the Soviets succeeded in uniting the Vietnams, this national entity, now with a population of around 78 million at the time, was immediately recognized as the third largest communist nation on earth, both in manpower and military might. Now, China's armed conflict with Russia didn't end till 1979, when it was forced to redeploy the majority of its military in a failed invasion of Vietnam, while attempting to force regime change in pro-Soviet Hanoi. So, all these geopolitics aligned Well, America with Pakistan. And indirectly with Communist China. So, in terms of what I got to know about the conflict directly, Americans were working in Pakistan with the Communist Chinese. There was several things that were brought to the attention of American intelligence officers. They knew almost nothing about the Cuban connection. I knew about it from the documents I destroyed, but I don't think most intelligence officers were ever given privy to it. Probably wasn't considered necessary. And of course, they didn't know about the ramifications in the Sino-Soviet conflict. So much of what I saw connected to that conflict was simply ordered to be destroyed as of no use to intelligence. Of course, I read Chinese. And I read Russian. So there was very little that could be hidden from me. There was a pocket journal of a Chinese veteran who was found dead after having served earlier on China's Russian front. And I was ordered to do some translation, after which they simply ordered the diary destroyed because these fools didn't know what to make of what was written in it, even though I did. But then nobody was paying me for my opinion. Here's a little bit of writ from that diary. Several of them, Russians, burnt by flamethrowers, had no longer the semblance of a human face. They were blistered, shapeless bundles of flesh. A bullet had taken away the lower jaw of one man. The scrap of flesh which sealed the wound did not hide the view of the trachea, through which the breath escaped in bubbles, accompanied by a kind of snoring. 5 machine gun bullets had threshed into pulp the shoulder and arm of another man who was also without any dressings. His blood seemed to be running out through several pipes. I have 5 campaigns to my credit, but I have never seen anything like this. Not a cry, not a moan escaped the lips of these wounded, who were almost all seated on the grass. Hardly had the distribution of supplies begun than the Russians, even the dying, rose and flung themselves forward. The man without a jaw could scarcely stand upright. The one-armed man clung with his arm to a tree trunk. The shapeless burnt bundles advanced as quickly as possible. Some 6 of them, who were lying down, also arose, holding in their entrails with one hand and stretching out the other with a gesture of supplication. Each of them left behind a flow of blood which spread in an ever-increasing stream. Then here's another passage. This one was from the military log of a Chinese intelligence officer who was killed on duty in Pakistan, which was at war with India, also relating his earlier service experiences in the Sino-Soviet War. Perhaps the most horrifying opponents encountered on the modern mechanized atomic battlefield are the social imperialist, that's what the Chinese Communist wartime term for Soviet was, Gyonshi. Gyonshi is a Chinese word which literally means stiff corpse, a term derived from the traditional Chinese hopping ghost phenomenon, where improper burial in a site with bad feng shui or geomantic disequilibrium would supposedly reanimate cadavers. The term is used to denote both the singular and the plural. Gyonshi. He said, perhaps the most horrifying opponents encountered on the modern mechanized atomic battlefield are the social imperialist Gyonshi phenomenon. Gyonshi troops, he says, whose minds have been chemically destroyed. These walking atrocities prove very challenging to neutralize for troops encountering them. Although their overall effectiveness is questionable, they have proven some of the toughest troops fielded by the social imperialists. Rumors persist that Gyonchi are almost as dangerous to their side's own troops as they are hard to kill. Evidence collected in the field allegedly proves that Gyonchi are not animated corpses, but most troops have no intention of researching this themselves. Rumors persist that anyone wounded by Gyonchi is susceptible to the Gyonchi disease, and may become one. The gyonshi are unable to use any kind of firearm, much less drive a vehicle. They rely on their hands and crude close combat instruments. Gyonshi can wear body armor if someone dresses them in it. They're clumsy and slow, and tend to walk into obstacles before going around them. Gyonshi tactics are simple. Once they are driven away from their release point, usually by judicious application of cattle prods or bayonets, they head in a mob in a straight line in the direction they were pointed until they detect infantry or a vehicle, which they immediately attack, regardless of affiliation. Beleaguered units cannot surrender to the gyonshi. If forced to do so, they are cornered and brutally torn apart. When attacked by gyonshi, units panic unless the unit is elite or highly disciplined. Now, this Chinese intelligence officer also outlines the information wrenched from a Russian prisoner of war captured later in his tour of duty in a separate section of his journal, which I'll read to you now. The Zhalozhny Pokojniki. Zhalozhny Pokojniki, that means unclean dead. A term derived from Imperial Russian condemnation of heretics to denial of burial and subsequent abuse of such corpses to convince their damned souls not to bring misfortune. The term is used to denote both both singular or plural, just as the Chinese terminology. So the Russian said the Zhalozhny Pokojniki, the Zhalozhny Pokojniki units employed against the Mongolskaya Ugrozha, meaning literally the Mongol threat, as they called the Chinese, the Soviet wartime term for the communist Chinese. The Zhalozhny Pokojniki units employed against the Mongolskaya Ugrozha have proven totally useless against a prepared opponent. Often the shambling creatures will be torn apart by mortar or machine gun fire long before they close with the enemy formations. A solution appeared when a Kitayskaya, a Chinese unit, inadvertently occupied a position where a Zhalozhny squad had been buried by shellfire. The sight of the corpses clawing their way out of the dirt to attack them caused the Kitayskaya unit to flee in short order. The incident prompted the commander of the local Zhalozhny formation to experiment with Zhalozhny minefields. By attaching a timer to the control harness, these minefields could be left in captured areas to wreak havoc with the enemy's rear areas. Later, a more powerful transmitter allowed a nearby controller to activate these minefields as enemy formations entered them. Now, this same Russian prisoner was tortured into revealing what little he understood of zombie cybernetics as employed to automate aspects of Greater Soviet's operational doctrine on their China front. By fitting an electrical iga, that's literally yoke, like you would use on cattle, like you see those oxes use in Vietnam. By fitting an electrical iga, the yoke, almost certainly here implying a neural motivator developed for battlefield zombie deployment, rudimentary control can be exerted over the creatures' actions. They can be herded towards the enemy, where a signal will motivate them to attack, or left behind, buried in abandoned positions, and set to activate several days later. The disruption and fear these creatures cause is significant. Zhalozhny Pokojniki lack any form of real intelligence and can only use improvised close quarters skirmish weapons. In open battle, they are driven forward towards the enemy, while normal troops armed with machine guns keep the enemy pinned down with suppressive fire. To improve their effectiveness, some Zhalozhny are fitted with demolition charges set to explode either by remote control or when brain function ceases. Zhalozhny tend to be used from company to battalion strength, as smaller units prove too vulnerable. These units are universally hated. An assignment to such a unit is considered a punishment detail by the troops. For many unruly soldiers, the mere threat of posting to such a unit is sufficient to keep them in line. Now, in context, the Russian soldier was not referring to being zombified, but being designated to a Zalozhny company as part of a Zalozhny headquarters, an HQ, or control equipment section, acting as infantry fire support or equipping the Zalozhny with demolitions packs. Sometimes what made this so grisly was they would hollow out the zombie and plant the explosives inside them. Now, such nuances, though translated quite efficiently, well, they escaped the American Defense Intelligence Agency offices that received this priceless information. Basically, the only comment attached to this journal besides the destruction mandate was a pithy paragraph expressing that its contents proved conclusively that torturing prisoners for information never works because it causes them to spout gibberish. This is how stupid your American intelligence agencies are and why you lose every war you fight. And I've explained incontrovertibly that you have lost every war you've ever fought since World War I. And you can't count Grenada or the invasion of Panama as any military success. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. It's through this technology that the Soviet Union was able to prevent the Communist Chinese Empire's invasion of Siberia and the areas of the Soviet Central Asiatic republics. But they ultimately lost their war against the world, and the Greater Soviet Union collapsed. The Communist Chinese Empire did not. So obviously, there's a karma involved here with the use of zombies in warfare. It's something that's simply an unnecessary evil. Now, there might be situations where I would change my mind on that, but certainly you can see the immediate conclusion's relevance. By the way, our friend from Nederland was bringing up several other points, and I appreciate that. Points out the fact his mother-in-law is from Suriname. There, the women are still the head of the family, but they are all Catholics. So ironic, they don't know. But my father-in-law is Nigerian. Boy, they know what was up. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your sharing that. I actually did visit Bike Tweet's channel, and I did see that I thought it was his son. Black. It looked black to me. So I thought he might be married to a black African. He can tell me if that's the case or not. But there you have that. He knows what he's talking about. And now, aside from everything that I've just mentioned, to keep on the train of thought that we're now on with the zombies, see, this is like details I couldn't go into when Brooke was with us because she finds all such things boring, if you can believe that. And yeah, I know, imagine, right? I mean, oh my God. Really, it's like, it is what it is. And, well, you know, people are people and they all have their own different perspective on things. So, like I said, basically, the Soviet Union, they lost their war against the world undeniably due to the enormity of resources expended on their China front. Even after ceasefire in 1979, the Soviet Pacific Fleet continued to receive the most modern warships in significant numbers, and the Soviet naval deployments in the Western Pacific and in the South China Sea gathered pace throughout the early 1980s. By the mid-1980s, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics devoted over 25% of its worldwide military assets to Eastern Russia and the China border region. In particular, two powerful armored groupings, comparable only to one stationed in East Germany, were deployed in Mongolia, and the Transbaikal Military District to reinforce the demilitarized zone. In fact, the Transbaikal MD, or Military District, was regarded as the most powerful military entity of the Soviet armed forces. The Soviet police action in Afghanistan was not casual of Russian communist decline and collapse, but simply symptomatic thereof. The rearguard action of an empire in retreat. Their real Vietnam had been the Sino-Soviet conflict. Now, basically, so that people know, again, when we take a look at that conflict, started in 1969, didn't end till 1979. Well, in 1971 was when Paweł Lebierski, a Polish doctor, went to New Guinea. He was called there because he was a neuroscientist, a neuropathologist, and he specialized in, well, elements of the brain that were just beginning to be explored. He was someone who had, he was willing to investigate another part of the world that, well, everyone thought was not even deserving of attention. Nobody cared what happened to people or tribes in New Guinea. He, of course, looked on them more as like subject animals to be studied. He may have had that white supremacist attitude, but what he found out was, of course, something that was relevant to this entire timeline. Dr. Paweł Lebierski worked at the Department of Molecular Pathology and Neuropathology at the Medical University of Łódź in Poland. And so, basically, he provided the most compelling example of that time for what was to become known as prions. He basically studied the phenomenon of Kuru, K-U-R-U. That's an endogenous disorder unique to the Faroe-speaking peoples of the eastern highlands of Papua New Guinea. Now, Kuru means trembling with fear in the Faroe tongue, and it reached epidemic proportions in Papua New Guinea prior to 1971, when Dr. Paweł Lebierski intervened. What was going on forever before then was a form of ancestor worship that was extreme in the sense that the people of Papua New Guinea would eat their ancestors. They would basically absorb their ancestors by eating them. Now, a particular delicacy was given to the woman, not as a casual throwaway of disrespect, but rather a gift to the woman of the tribe, and that was the brains. And the brains, of course, would transfer the spongiform disease that in mad cow disease would be known as the the CJD, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disorder. And Creutzfeldt-Jakob disorder is basically the doctors getting their place in history, Creutzfeldt and Jakob, by naming the disease after themselves. Doctors love that shit. They love having a disease named after themselves so they can go into medical textbooks and live forever. But without naming these guys and giving them credit for something so grisly, the actual phenomenon is BSE, or bovine spongiform encephalopathy, meaning pathology of the brain in the forensic sense. What you would call mad cow disease, because none of you are going to remember any of this. But it leads to vacuolization of the brain tissues, hence spongiform, like a sponge. Forms like a sponge. Your brain turns to a sponge. So anyhow, these women began suffering that disease as the norm. And the women were coming down with the kuru, where they were constantly trembling with the rictus grin of a dead person frozen on their faces. The most frightening thing you could ever see. And, of course, Dr. Pavel Libersky, on studying their condition, demanded the ending of the funerary endocannibalism. That means the cannibalism of your dead ancestors. Endocannibalism, a kind of cannibalism of the dead. And it's incestuous as well because you're eating your own dead ancestors. So when the practice of ritual funerary endocannibalism responsible for the transmission of Kuru was abolished by law in 1971, then the disease began to recede. Traditionally, among the Foray people, the cooking and consumption of the cadaver, particularly the brain of a recently deceased loved one, was considered a gesture of respect for the departed and an integral part of the mourning process. Because the Kuru's incubation period can be as long as 3 decades, some older Foray who participated in cannibalistic rites were still dying of that disease by at least 2005, which was the last time I personally looked into the phenomenon. However, no young person has exhibited symptoms of Kuru since the practice of endocannibalism was discontinued. Now, understand that when it comes to prion disease, obviously it can happen much quicker, has a radically shorter manifestation, or can have such. But then again, it could incubate for generations. Kuru is known, identified, to be caused by prions. So, prions brings us back to the key. It brings us back to another doctor, Dr. Stanley Preusner. Now, in 1972, the year after Kuru was diagnosed, identified, and actually dealt with, it couldn't be cured, but you could stop it from happening to others. The year after that was the first CJD manifestation known to science, or at least identified by science. Down cows that had been exposed to prion disease probably had existed for generations before. But in 1972, they finally diagnosed the first case of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. And that's how those doctors earned their immortality. That too is based on British cannibalism. Only a kind of cannibalism the British themselves were unaware of. By the way, Bite Tweet says, I'd love to talk about it sometimes. You are right. Did a lot of research on it. Excellent. Believe me, you're welcome to come on soon. Let me wear myself out with this topic and maybe I'll try and give you a call. But in the meantime, to finish my train of thought, and therefore continue my service to my listeners, earn my pay, so to speak, and remember I do need your financial aid in order to make it to the end of the month. $100 has been provided by a friend. I need another $200 to make rent. Okay, that being emphasized, I continue with the timeline. In terms of what happened with Dr. Stanley Preusner, he was building on the work of others, work that confirmed the reality of mad cow disease, and it came or manifested in Britain through our man in Nederland knows it all. Dan the man says they grinded their bones, fed the bone meal to cows. Absolutely. He knows what happened. See, what happened was the British built an empire. And, of course, the crown jewel of that empire, the jewel in the crown of that empire was India, the Indian Raj. And they actually bring it up in one of the satirical films on the dead. I'm forgetting which franchise it was, but in terms of the dead coming back to life, they bring up the fact that there are skeleton farms in India. Now, what is brought up in, God, which film is it? And it's true. By the way, when they bring this up, this is absolutely true. Zombie film. Let's look up punk rock theme, or the original one. There was actually an excellent film that came in that franchise that a lot of people fucking hate. But let me see if I'm getting it here. No, I'm getting is Plants vs. Zombies for some reason, probably because they have a punk rock movie. Okay, let's look this up. Not pop punk zombies. Shit. Come on, guys. Here we are. The Return of the Living Dead. I think that was. No wonder I don't remember. It was given a purposefully, generic title to make it as satirical as possible. Yes, it is definitely that film. The Return of the Living Dead was released in 1985. And they bring up a very real fact in that film right at the beginning, where the man is pointing out to his young attendant, his working intern. By the way, our man Bike Tweet brings up, need to go. I hope next time, then I'm free all day. I will make a small donation. We'll listen to the rest later. Thanks for everything. Thank you. He says the Netherlands is still not allowed to import English meat to this day. Thank you. Very true. Very true. So in the film, The Return of the Living Dead, the guy brings up a very valid question and answers it. He says, every single scientific laboratory, every dentist's office, every medical school, he said, oh, wow. He brings up, I had some British beef on my recent holiday in Denmark. Tasted like shit. Ha 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 ha.
The British probably have to make fake beef meat these days, synthesize it in the lab.
Maybe. Oh my God, that must be awful. Oh God, I can't imagine living in a world like that. Oh my God. At any rate, so what happened was in the movie, and I'll go very quickly back to history. But in the movie, he was pointing out the fact that, you go to every medical school and they have real skeletons. You go to scientific laboratories, real skeletons, dental offices, real skulls. And the one thing that they all request is perfect teeth. They order PT for perfect teeth. And he pointed out, who on earth do you know who ever dies with a perfect set of teeth in their mouth? No one. So he was pointing out, he didn't point this out, but I will. This is why he said, as a joke, they got skeleton farms in India. But what he said is serious, just like the term slave factories in Africa that the Europeans institutionalized. You see, in India, by United Nations agreement, which he does bring up in the film, The Return of the Living Dead, by United Nations agreement, all skeletons all over the world can legally source only from India. If you got a skeleton in a lab or a dental's office, etc., that has a skeleton that is found to source from anywhere else other than India, it is an illegal skeleton, even though you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who's going to enforce that law. But he points out, Bike Tweet, our man Dan the Man from Nederland, points out all the skeletons are Indian. Yes, legal skeletons on display in any medical laboratory, other than communist China, where they just use political dissidents and skin them alive and use the bones. Yeah, quite seriously, I'm not joking. Everyone else gets them from India. And by international agreement, by international law, you can't buy from anywhere else legally. So what happens is that in India, what they do, because they have a 1 billion people population, they're the only people in the world, by the way, the largest population on Earth, larger than communist China's. So they're the only population in the world where you would have the numbers to statistically provide people who die with a perfect set of teeth in their mouths, because the majority of Asian Indian people die young. and they die starving to death. So because they have never had much to eat, their teeth don't rot. Makes sense, right? If you never ate much in your life, your teeth aren't going to rot because, you don't get cavities because you're not eating much.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And you go around half your life as a walking skeleton anyway. By the way, Bite Tweet says this has been going on since 1800. Mr. Gozaimas mentions that Bill Gates collects skeletons. He used the term Kill Gates. That doesn't surprise me. At any rate, when it comes to India, what they will do is, because so many of their citizens starve to death at a young age, then they send their bodies to be bleached and, basically industrially skinned and processed into display skeletons, which they then sell to the rest of the world. And this is a multi-million dollar industry. Hundreds of millions, basically more. So they sell their own citizens, and what do they do with all the reject skeletons? Imagine all the skeletons that make it for sale. There must be 100 that don't make it, that are just the no good teeth, right? So Bike Tweet says bye. Blessed day, Dan the man. Thank you. We all appreciate you. Thank you so much. You've changed my life, and a wonderful man reminded me how important beef liver is. And I dearly love beef liver, and I used to take powdered beef liver. Argentine powdered beef liver. He reminded me to start doing it again. And, so I love him dearly for that. Thank you so much, Dan the man. So important. And especially for someone like me, who's a quarter vampire. So at any rate, all the reject skeletons, of which there's hundreds for every one that they sell, that's a perfect skeleton. All the hundreds that are rejects, they grind into bone meal. And then they sold this to the Brits because they were part of the English Commonwealth of Nations, and the British people would feed this shit to their cows. So these cows would then indirectly, transmute and transfer the mad cow disease they developed from eating human remains to the British who ate them. And that's why Britain became a hotbed for Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, for mad cow disease, which began to manifest in Britain in particular profoundly, to the point where the rest of the world outlaws the importation of British meat, at least the rest of the developed world. They may fob it off on third world nations, or even China, which wants all the meat it can get.
That wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then they're going to have another problem to face aside from all their other problems they're already facing. So what happened was that in 1982, 10 years after the first case of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease was positively identified and recorded in Scientific Annals, that's when Dr. Stanley Proisner came on the scene. And Stanley Proisner began to identify the existence. First, he postulated it, hypothesized it, if you will, presented it, and he was attacked viciously by his contemporaries, his fellow medical doctors, because he's a neurologist, said he was out of his mind. But he stuck with it and continued to research the prion, the proteinaceous infectious ion, the misfolded protein, which is undead. It is not alive, but it's not dead. It is truly an undead phenomenon. The misfolded protein is immortal, and it cannot be killed. The only thing you could do to eliminate it is to disassemble it at the molecular level in a nuclear furnace. If you were to do otherwise, you'd simply be spreading it. The closest analogy I can give you would be depleted uranium. Depleted uranium is something that is inert when it's produced and solidified. You could have a block of depleted uranium the size of a bed mattress, and you could sleep on top of it all your life safely. So long as you have the barrier of your epidermis, your skin, protecting you from the depleted uranium, you're not going to get radiation sickness from inert depleted uranium. The moment you combust it, which is what happens when you put it in a shell, whether an infantry bullet or a tank shell, the moment that you fire it, you are combusting it. And at that moment, it diffuses into the air as particulate matter at the molecular scale, which you inhale. You might as well be standing in front of a mushroom cloud and sucking it in. You see, depleted uranium, when they tried to burn it to get rid of it with regular fire, conventional fire, you're simply turning it into smoke and everyone's inhaling it, which is what the American Army was ordered to do at the end of the Gulf War. Burn the extra depleted uranium, and they wound up essentially dusting all of Iraq with enough radiation that they may as well have dropped thousands of nuclear bombs. So this is why all the troops came home from Gulf War I, as the Americans call it. Really, it was Gulf War II because the Iran-Iraq War was Gulf War I. But the Americans came home from Desert Storm with Gulf War Immunodeficiency Syndrome, GWIDS, GWIDS, which was its original name, before they simply took the immunodeficiency out and declared it Gulf War Syndrome. That was, of course, a legal fiction invented simply so they could treat the astonishing and endless spectrum of symptoms that everyone was developing from exposure primarily to depleted uranium. That was the Army. In terms of the Marine Corps, they were impacted by cyclosarin nerve gas, which Saddam Hussein had deployed against the Kurds, but the Americans were eager to cover their trail of receipts and hard evidence, so they ordered the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to blow the bunkers that Saddam Hussein hid them in, and that was in southern Iraq. And, of course, the wind blew it towards us Marines in Kuwait. We had liberated Al-Kuwait. And we inhaled all that cyclosarin nerve gas, which is why so many Marines died of Gulf War syndrome. Theirs was caused by cyclosarin nerve gas released by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the same people who brought you Katrina, and the levee crash, that is. And the U.S. Army suffered far worse. Well, they all suffered pretty badly. It's no better here, really. The U.S. Army suffered from depleted uranium. To tell you the truth, I think I got off easy with the cyclosarin nerve gas, but then again, I've got the nanoplasma. So my lungs collapsed enough to the point where they had to staple them to my rib cage, but, you know, all the more insanity when it comes to claiming I never served in the military. I've got the scars to prove it. You know, but then again, it's not something to be proud of anyway. So this brings us back to kind of summarizing the issue here. You have prions are affiliated with cannibalism. One prion disease, Kuru, found in the South Pacific, has an incontrovertibly frightening link to eating human flesh. And among that one tribe in the eastern highlands of Papua New Guinea, it was the custom to show respect for the deceased family members by eating them. Unfortunately, this transmitted the disease from the organs and flesh of the dead to their living but doomed relatives. This practice has since been stopped and no further infections have occurred thanks to the intervention of a Polish doctor, Paweł Libierski. Now, when it comes to prions in general, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease began to manifest in its varieties in England. There are several variants of Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or CJD. There is the iatrogenic Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. Now remember, I can speak of this with authority because I personally attended the lectures of Dr. Stanley Preusner, the Nobel Prize winner, when I attended the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute for Extended Adult Education at the University of California at San Francisco, and effectively earned the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism. So I'm not talking out of my ass. You're listening to a professional here. I am fully qualified to speak about what I speak. So there's several varieties of CJD, or Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. There is the iatrogenic Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or ICJD, which is the classic cadaver harvested pituitary glands for growth hormones disease. You see, what happened was that in the United States, their own version of CJD manifested when they came up with the insane, lunatic idea that boys should always be taller than girls. The biological reality be damned. You see, the reality is that girls grow faster than boys. They enter their growth spurt faster, so if a boy and a girl are both born as twins, and there are male and female twins, the girl will grow faster and taller than the boy will first. And, of course, the Americans thought, oh, this is so damaging to boy psychology because they feel that they're being outpaced by the girl. So we've got to stop this. If you can imagine the lunacy, the insanity behind this. And you say the Nazis were, you idiots say the Nazis were mad. And it shows how ignorant you are about yourselves. There's no Nazis ever thought of something so stupid, so fiendish, as we've got to make certain girls never grow. And boys must be made to grow tall, unnaturally so. So Americans are already the tallest people in the world and the biggest people in the world because all the beef they eat, because they have enough land to raise cattle and graze it on plants, no less, instead of feeding it fucking bone meal from India. So Americans grow big and tall anyway. The idea of forcing boys to grow taller is insane. But at any rate, the Americans asked parents and gave them prescriptions. Doctors would pass out prescriptions for the parents to go to mortuaries, where the parents could gather human pituitary glands, which were harvested from cadavers by the morticians, which they would then take to the pharmacist, who would grind them into pills that they would give to their children. This would force the girls to stop growing and force the boys to grow. One of the victims of this became Richard Kyle. Well, he was born Richard Kyle, but he became the actor known as Jaws in the 007 James Bond films, starring with Roger Moore. So he was the only villain to be redeemed and come back as a hero in the second James Bond film that he was in. He was the only villain to come back twice as the same actor to portray himself essentially as a hero, as a villain with an arc of redemption in the James Bond films. He lived in California, and I met him personally. And
he was also in the well-known film, the original Longest Yard in the 70s.
Thank you. Yeah, no, he was in a number of films, but people know him basically as Jaws.
from James Bond films.
Yeah, which I loved as a character growing up, and I got to meet him. And the reason he grew so freakishly tall, and he paid the price for it later in life, as he got older, by the time I met him, he was already becoming increasingly crippled. And as he got older, he turned into a physical train wreck and died horribly, miserably, poor bastard. And all of this because he was a product of iatrogenic Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease that had been forced upon him by his parents, giving him pills made out of human cadavers, pituitary glands, so that he would be forced to grow big, because doctors in those days said we got to stop the growth of girls and increase the growth of boys. and he was a victim of that mass experiment. He was the most well-known example. The other examples of such people just went by the wayside, basically because they died quietly. But many girls were rendered sterile the rest of their lives. Many boys became like Richard Kyle, except had no acting ability or were unable to project any sympathy. So all of this from a social experiment in stopping girl growth and increasing boy growth. Disgusting. This was America's mad eugenics program. But also, other people became infected via contaminated surgical equipment through corneal transplants or the like. There was accidental transmission, was 5% the time was the causative agent. Now there's also a variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, VCJD, that would be statistically anomalous. There's familial Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, FCJD, which is 10% of all TSEs, or transmissible spongiform encephalopathies. So understand what I've just said, the enormity of what I've just said. Trans-fucking-miscible, people. Transmissible spongiform encephalopathy. Obviously, what Richard Kyle had was not transmissible. He was married at least twice, very happily, or at least he put out the projection that it was. Maintained a good facade if he wasn't. So, but he was obviously divorced once, so that first one didn't go well. Maybe he ate her. I'm being facetious here. But at any rate, there's at least, I'll try and explain this. In other cases where it's transmissible, this is where we get the zombie factor. Like I said, this is 10% of all TSEs are specifically familial Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, somehow passed via bloodlines without DNA, without deoxyribonucleic acid. So this is like fucking magic, people. This is like teleportation. No scientist can explain it. We're no longer dealing with the natural here. We're dealing with the supernatural. Mark my words. This is what makes zombies so scary. This is why you know instinctively there's something else involved other than sheer medical phenomenon when the dead begin to walk. So you've got about 24 bloodlines in the world that suffer from FFI. That is basically a familial case of this incredible disease. We're talking about TSEs, transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, meaning brain pathologies, proteinaceous infectious microscopic particles, proteins similar in some ways to a virus, but prions have no nucleic acid. No nucleic acid. Unlike deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, you can't inherit the disease through genes. So no one knows how you inherit it. It's a family curse. Literally a family curse. Now, these diseases, when they're conventionally contracted without a family curse, they're still going to slowly attack your brain tissue, leaving these sponge-like holes, hence spongiform. And the mad cow disease, which is bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or BSE, was the prion disease affecting cattle, which in 1986, the outbreak of BSE was diagnosed in England, during which some 178,000 cows were infected, or at least identified as infected. God knows how many weren't, from a protein feed supplement that contained the human bone meal. And the prion diseases in humans, among other things, cause a loss of balance, disrupted coordination, blindness, dementia, sleep disorders, among other systems. All known prion diseases, as opposed to hemorrhagics, which is what our man Nemo was describing earlier when he was talking about Ebola. A person can survive Ebola. There are cases where people survive hemorrhagic fevers. But all known prion diseases are invariably fatal. Once you have got it, you are going to die. So the theory of the disease-causing protein particles was established in 1982 by Dr. Stanley Preusner, the neurologist at the University of California at San Francisco, where I attended his lecture. Not in 1982, but after he won the Nobel Prize, who coined the term prion, an acronym for proteinaceous infectious ion, and who went on to win the 1997 Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine for his discoveries due to neutron bomb testing. I'll get to that. Now, of these variants of the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease that I'm mentioning, you've got the sporadic Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. FCJD is another variant. That's the most common prion disease in humans. 85% of all TSE are transmissible spongiform encephalopathy cases where you can catch it. That's 85% are this variety, the sporadic Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which means that you get it and no one knows why. Dwell on that for a minute. Then, the worst of them all is the fatal familial insomnia. Maybe there's one that's worse than that. But the FFI, the fatal familial insomnia, exists in 24 bloodlines on Earth. It's an autosomal dominant inherited disease, which is another way of saying it's a family curse. Now, these familial cases, which account for 10% of TSEs, are passed down through bloodlines in ways no one understands, since inherited traits are genetic and prions have no DNA. So this version called FFI, fatal familial insomnia, is an ultra-rare disease in only a couple of dozen bloodlines worldwide in which the victim cannot ever fall asleep, not even when medicated. The victim becomes delusional and erratic, lingers in a living hell of unending wakefulness until months later exhaustion and brain damage causes death. Then the problem is, in some of those cases, the patient doesn't realize he's dead. So they just get up and they just keep walking. I can't think of anything more frightening than that, except for the disease which is called SFI, sporadic fatal insomnia, which is a non-inherited type of fatal insomnia, which means that, for whatever reason, you suddenly suffered that fate when no one in your family before has. We're no longer able to address these issues with science. Science stops here. Maybe someday we'll know. Maybe when we study other dimensions. But right now, I can tell you, no one in medicine, no one in genetics can tell you what the fuck is going on. This is the world you live in. Of course, the other variant, a category all its own, was Kuru, trembling with fear in the language of the 4A people. Trembling being the symptom of dying brain tissue, but we know exactly what causes that. You're eating the dead bodies of your relatives. There's also GSS, the Gerstmann-Straussler-Scheinker syndrome, in association with autosomal dominant inheritance. Again, just a very specific version of the family curse that I've never been able to find out anything about at all. What I can tell you is that the remaining 5% are iatrogenic cases which result from the accidental transmission of the causative agent via contaminated surgical equipment as a result of cornea or dura mater transplants, or the administration of human-derived pituitary growth hormones like impacted Richard Kyle, the cadaver-derived pituitary glands for pills that they no longer administer to children, at least not legally. And Mr. Kazayama says, I remember you talking about prions around 10 years ago, and then I researched it further and found a connection with the New Age Cryon website that first introduced the term indigo children. Thank you, I appreciate your input. Now, I can tell you that the body's immune system does not react to prion diseases the way it does to any other diseases on Earth. The immunosystem doesn't kick in and the disease spreads rapidly. And once it takes hold, there is no treatment. And killing a prion is functionally impossible. Where growth hormones are cultivated from extracted pituitary glands, solvents of various kinds are used to purify the tissue. These solvents kill everything except prions. Even formaldehyde won't kill prions. Radiation treatment and bombardment with ultraviolet light does not kill prions. Scientists have tried everything, including treating diseased brain tissues with all manner of chemicals, including industrial detergent. And prions endure. They don't even die with the host organism. Bury a corpse with a prion disease and dig up the bones 1,000 years later, and the prions are still there. They are, after all, just proteins. Now, one of the many prion-related areas that has not yet been fully explored or is under a level of secrecy so advanced that almost no one can access it, is the effect of radiation on prions. Radiation is radiation in one of its many forms can mutate this disease. This is what George Romero's message was in Night of the Living Dead. So what did he know, and when did he know it? Well, we do know that the film was produced in, when was it produced again? 1968. And Dr. Pavel Libersky didn't go to New Guinea until 1971. So theoretically, George Romero couldn't have known anything. And yet, he did. But it was Pavel Libersky of the Department of Molecular Pathology and Neuropathology at the Medical University of Lodz, Poland, who went to New Guinea, who concluded definitively that prions do not have DNA. According to the prion hypothesis, a protein is a protein. Our own, encoded by a cellular gene, In normal situations, you and me, for instance, our prion gene, PRNP, encodes for a normal protein called PRPC from a cellular isoform of prion protein. In abnormal situations, this PRPC changes the shape. Technically speaking, it is misfolded into scrapie isoform, like the scrapie that affects sheep, wool sorter's disease, for the people who caught it from the sheep. The scrapie isoform is PRPSC. In people with mutations within the PRNP gene, this misfolding occurs spontaneously. If you eat the brain, as in cases of Kuru, or you get injected, as in Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease after human growth hormone, the abnormal protein PRPSC acts on a normal protein, and the normal one is transformed into an abnormal protein. It's a domino effect. How the disease, as in the case of mad cow disease, mutated in humans into variant VCGADs, variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob diseases, nobody really knows. Perhaps passage through an organism, human, different from the original host, the cow, somehow changes it. So, in terms of the horror that I'm describing, an expert witness would also be Dr. B. Bert Gerstmann, an epidemiologist from San Jose State University, which was the only university that offered a master's degree in library science, which I also have the credit equivalent of. I have the credit equivalent of 2 master's degrees, one in library science, one in medical journalism. So, when it comes to San Jose State University, Dr. Bert Gerstmann remarked that prions represent unknowns. Prions are strange creatures. They have no DNA, but are capable of replication. Not reproduction, mind you, because they're not fucking. They're not giving birth in any conventional sense. They're simply replicating like an industrial machine.
Like cloning itself.
Yes. But even that would be a form of reproduction.
All right.
There's no cellular action involved. They're just replicating like a mass production assembly line. So, for that reason, according to Dr. Bert Gerstmann, we still know very little about prion transmission and pathogenesis. We do know they are resistant to routine disinfection and can withstand any environmental conditions. He stated that they can even survive autoclaving, which is a sort of the standard for aseptic technique. So, the only thing he had to say about it otherwise was these are strange creatures and people fear the unknown. No DNA, yet capable of self-replication under circumstances which we understand relatively little about. And of course, he's just trying to allay any panic. We know nothing. We know nothing except that prions are very real. They're impossible to destroy other than molecular disassembly in a nuclear furnace. Anything else simply spreads them. And therefore, it's conceivable they'll inherit the Earth. So when it comes to the threat level of this situation, it's as bad as it gets. Now, Mr. Gozaimas says, also remember the Russian sarin gas experiments that made zombies that were just bare skeletons that were totally animated? Seems like more prion biz. Well, I don't know anything about that, and I have to admit that sounds a bit extreme. That sounds like urban legend, but who needs urban legend when you have the reality of what I'm trying to explain here? Who needs walking skeletons? You've got something far worse in what I'm trying to explain. Now, here we have Dr. Stanley Preusner articulating the prion in 1982. Now, in 1986, BSE, or bovine spongiform encephalopathy, was identified in cows at the lake, I think it was Nios in the Cameroon, where you had a methane bubble that erupted out of the lake and killed everyone around the perimeter for miles. That's something that enabled the study of this in 1986, in which Dr. Stanley Preusner was able to gather some real evidence. Now, it wasn't till the mid-1980s, that same time, that he went around in Africa. The methane bubble explosion, people can look up all the people and the animals that it killed. Matter of fact, we might as well do that now to add some context to what I'm trying to explain. Okay, 1986, methane bubble, Africa, Cameroon. Cameroon. Okay, Lake Nyos disaster. So, on August 21st, 1986, a limnic eruption at Lake Nyos in northwestern Cameroon killed 1,746 people and 3,500 livestock. Gas cloud kills Cameroon villagers. The invisible threat beneath Cameroon's deadly Lake Nyos. How did Lake Nyos suddenly kill 1,700 people? So you get this gas cloud that issued from Lake Nyos in Cameroon that killed everyone. It killed everyone all at once, so nobody could call for help. An Italian technical mission reached the area 7 days later. Dr. Stanley Preusner was ultimately called in to perform forensics, in which he recovered prions. The prions infected the people because they had been on the bottom of the lake bed for millions of years. When that methane bubble erupted and spread prions all at once, this was something that they're lucky didn't reanimate the dead. But the prions themselves were finding the dead as hosts and residing in them, which is how Dr. Stanley Preusner recovered them. He did that at the same time that the Americans conducted their W-69 Air Force deployment in the mid-1980s of the neutron shells all over the world. So in the 1980s was when they were also conducting nuclear tests of the neutron bombs. And that's when they discovered their real collateral damage. You see, France tested a neutron bomb at the Mururoa Atoll, Mururoa Island, on June 24th in 1980. And enhanced radiation weapons were also produced by France in the early 1980s, even though they've since completely destroyed all of these weapons. The 1999 Cox report indicates that the Communist Chinese Empire was able to produce neutron bombs, but only one country in the world maintains an arsenal of them. The Communist China may stockpile some neutron bombs to basically maintain a working understanding. Russia was supposed to have had some neutron bombs, but nothing they do ever works. And when it comes to the Americans, they invested heavily for all the reasons I articulated. You basically had the Jimmy Carter era, 1978, who postponed development following protests against his administration's plans to deploy neutron warheads in Europe. President Ronald Reagan restarted production in 1981, April 7th of 1981. Now, there were three publicly known types of ERW, enhanced radiation weapons, or neutron bombs built by the United States. The W-66 warhead for the anti-ICBM Sprint missile system, was produced and deployed in the mid-1970s, but retired very shortly thereafter, along with the missile system itself. This was, of course, an anti-ICBM missile, meaning that when it blew up, its neutron burst would scramble the electronic microchip brain of the incoming ICBM and destroy it on the spot by forcing it to self-explode, to suicide in its madness. Its electronic brains being scrambled by the radiation of the neutron bomb. The W-70 Mod 3, or Model 3 warhead, was developed for short-range tactical lance missiles, and the W-79 Mod 0, or Model 0, was developed for artillery shells in close-in operational deployment. The latter two types were retired by President George H.W. Bush in 1992, as soon as the Greater Soviet Union collapsed. The last W-70 Mod 3 warhead was dismantled in 1996. The last W-79 Mod 0 was dismantled by 2003, when the dismantling of all W-79 variants was completed. 2003. It's 2023, people. That was only 20 years ago. Now, there was a fourth type the public was never made aware of, the W-69, the strategic variant, redeployed for scorched earth, that, if it came down to it, would be used to obliterate all life on Earth. The W-69 was tested. It's not a doomsday weapon in the sense that Earth blows up. It's simply doomsday that in the sense that if you deploy enough of them to saturate the world's atmosphere, theoretically, the majority of life on Earth would die and then reanimate. That wasn't their intention, but it was the collateral result. That was some of the other footage I was ordered to destroy. The results of the above-ground neutron bomb test, which could be conducted without violating the international law against above-ground nuclear testing because, as I said, it's not technically a nuclear weapon. It's not a nuclear bomb. Technically, it's an energy weapon. That's why it's called an ERW, an enhanced radiation weapon. So when the Americans tested it above ground, they were not violating international laws against above ground nuclear testing that the Japanese forced them to follow. All based on history that I've articulated in detail in the past, when a Japanese female scientist proved that the Americans would render the Pacific Ocean uninhabitable if they were to continue, along with the Soviets and the British and the French, with above-ground nuclear testing, at which point the Soviets, the British, the French, and the Americans all agreed against above-ground nuclear testing. These were the so-called victors in World War II, yet they all obeyed a Japanese mandate to stop because the Japanese won World War II. That's what you can find out if you read my book, The Roswell Deception. Now, Mr. Gozaimas says, I kid you not, regarding the Russian sarin gas experiments, I saw videos of these animated skeletons. Wish I could find the website again. Look, I have no doubt of your sincerity. I certainly would never assume that you were lying. The reality is that it's simply hard to believe. Maybe if I saw the video, I might be convinced, but you gotta admit, a skeleton? I mean, it's like, let's just put it this way. If I saw the footage, it'd have to be pretty compelling footage. They can do a lot with footage, as you know. So, it's one of these things, sure, I'd love to take a look at it. Other than that, you got to admit, it's not the most threatening thing in the world. I mean, skeletons are something for, like, children's films. A skeleton, remember this, a skeleton is fucking light, okay? Your bones are light. You're talking about something approaching you. If you've got shambling skeletons approaching you, they'd have to jump on you by the dozens because they weigh about, what, 10 to 20 pounds each. A full skeleton.
You smash it to bits with a fucking baseball bat, cricket bat.
Thank you. Or with your bare fists. Oh,
Yeah.
certain men could. I mean, a full-grown, healthy man could. So it's not exactly the most threatening thing in the world. It's like for kids. You know, it's granted, if you were in a room.
They're scary in the Elder Scrolls game.
Yeah, there you go. But look at what they're doing. I mean, you're talking about something 10 or 20 pounds lifting full swords and shit. I mean, it's like, how does that work? It's like the physics of it. Try to think of the physics of what I'm talking about. At that point, you're talking like game magic and shit. But so when we're talking about what the footage I destroyed concerning this W69 open air test, they conducted it just like they did all the old tests, where the men at the front were all the people they considered completely expendable. They expected them all to die, like they had so many die in the front rows of the original nuclear tests. They followed it up by a second row that was meant to get very sick so they could observe them die slowly, so they could monitor effects of radiation illness, etc. Then they had the third row, which was the more reliable men, careerists that they would send in to mop everybody up. Now, here's the problem, of course, that they faced. By the way, Mr. Gozaimasu says, I know it sounds ridiculous, yet they were old black and white footage from the 1930s. Look again, I'm not doubting your sincerity. I believe you believe what you saw, but think about how easy it is to make something look old and grainy. That just makes it easier to forge, right?
Yeah.
It's, you know, well, I'd have to see it. If you ever find it, give me a link. But what I saw, far more alarming, the footage was all taken of the second row of men being sent in to retrieve the bodies of the first row of men. But then, out of all of the electrical static haze, no other word for it, perhaps raised dust in effect. I mean, an explosion is produced after all, albeit nothing in comparison with a conventional nuclear bomb. But enough to create an obfuscation or obscuration of the site. Out of all that emerged, well, no other word for it, ravenous zombies. And they tore into the second circle of men like they were nothing. Bullets not stopping them, eating men alive. Then the third row of men came in firing, all out, and finally, being torn alive and overwhelmed, they had to detonate another bomb, a real nuke, to eliminate them all. That was the footage I was ordered to destroy. I worked almost 10 years with the Department of Defense, specializing in documents destruction. And this is definitively what caused them to seek the advice of Dr. Stanley Proisner. Because the winds blew all that shit all over America, like it does with every nuclear test. Every nuclear test conducted by the United States, all the Kuroshio current, which goes over from Japan to America, never the other way around, the Kuroshio creates the jet stream. The black current of the Pacific creates the jet stream which travels the Earth, and it always travels in the same direction, naturally. So when the jet stream blows the radiation from the nuclear bomb site, it blows it towards the rest of continental America. Now, by sheer dint of geography, the neutron radiation that happened from the series of neutron bomb tests that they tested concerning the various shells and ordnance, and particularly the W69 test, blew towards these areas of America that were populated by the poorest of the poor. Mainly, the fallout was blown by the wind into the Appalachians, the Ozarks, wasted industrial rust belts from old mining towns where the population was small, morbidly inbred. They couldn't count on the National Guard to come in and wipe these people out as they prionized. Their genes, rather the molecules of their very proteins, misfolding because of the impact of the radiation from the neutron bomb. Understand that there is a technical name for this. The military developed one in their jargon because of these tests, resulting in American zombies manifesting in the Ozarks and the Appalachians and the poorest areas of the United States. The ERMI, E-R-M-I-E, the Enhanced Radioactivated Molecular Ionization Event, that happens with the detonation of a neutron bomb. Ionizing radiation is implicated in the origin of TSE, or transmissible spongiform encephalopathy outbreaks. This has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, the United States Air Force's research into enhanced radiation weapons, especially neutron bombs, was halted in the mid-1980s as the result of these concerns over classified data proving that the use of such weapons causes widespread outbreaks of TSE in combat areas, in this case, wherever the wind blew the radioactive impact. In these poorer areas where they couldn't count on the National Guard to wipe out people that might be their relatives, they just called in police forces. These were specialized police forces of the FBI, the ATF, various federal police forces that effectively had no familial connections to people in these areas, ever. And the police were ordered, just kill them all. Kill the men, kill the woman, kill the children, kill the senior citizens, kill the infants in their cribs, kill the dogs, kill the cats. They're not related to you. They're not related to anyone on earth anymore. This is why police forces developed the kill on sight habit in America. This is why police forces all over America became increasingly militarized to respond with deadly force as if in a combat situation. Far more forcefully than a military force would respond in an occupied area. Because the police forces became weaponized for deployment against a potential, maybe even eventual, maybe even inevitable zombie apocalypse. When a neutron bomb is blown, the initial degeneration of healthy protein to the infectious prion isoform is caused by this molecular ionization event induced by very specific frequencies of high energy electromagnetic radiation. Thereafter, the misfolded protein replicates itself and infects other hosts according to the accepted model of prion transmission. The human bite, or claw, meaning nail claw, scratches, the broken nails scratching far more horrendously than manicured nails, the broken tooth bite, broken teeth, creating far more horrible impact than regular human teeth ever would. All of this manifesting in ERMI enhanced. Oh, they had a special acronym for the zombies. How could I ever forget? The DAPHs. DAPH. The Deceased Ambulatory Prionic Hosts. Now you know the official name. Now, after all of this was exposed and the presidents of all the Allied nations recalled all of their nuclear armaments and dismantled them to the last shell, there's only one nation on Earth that maintains hundreds of neutron bombs. We know this because it was Dr. Stanley Preusner who insisted it was so. Israel. Israel maintains hundreds of neutron weapons of all calibers because they consider themselves a one-bomb nation. That one nuclear bomb alone would effectively disable the state of Israel to the point where it would be essentially an untenable nation state. As a result, they want to eliminate any incoming nuclear weapons. And the only way to do that with 100% certainty is a neutron anti-missile system. The neutrons would scramble any electronic brains of even the most advanced microchip, literally render the incoming missile insane and suicidal, whereon it would blow itself up before entering Israeli domain or airspace. The end result in collateral damage would be the instant prionization of local populace outside Israel, which is why the Israelis built the goddamn wall, which features in the movie World War Z as completely justified by a zombie outbreak. So the Israelis produced World War Z so they would show you why they need the wall, why it's justified, and why it would save their ass in a zombie outbreak, which they would generate themselves. The rest of the world could become zombified, but Israel would be the fortress in a sea of the ravenous dead. This is their vision of an utopian future. This is why Israel must be destroyed. They bring about their own damnation by their willingness to damn the rest of us. So that is the major point of tonight's lesson. By 1987, then, well, no, it was 1996. It took till 1996 when the United Kingdom officially proclaimed the reality of VCJD, from exposure to BSE, meaning that 1996 was when the United Kingdom, the Greater British Empire, effectively proclaimed the reality of human prion disease from exposure to bovine or cow, mad cow disease, bovine spongiform encephalopathy, manifesting in humans as VCJD, or variant Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, the human zombie syndrome. And it was in 1997, the very next year, that Dr. Stanley Preusner was awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine. So, here you have the whole arc of narrative now of the reality of zombism, the reality of the cause outside of the original cause of voodoo, which employed apothecary or herbal biochemistry to create the placid zombie, which in the original voodoo or Haitian language, the Haitian Creole, is spelled Z-O-M-B-I. Z-O-M-B-I. Zombie. Zombie. Once you add the E, it changes the word entirely. Once the E is added, it means the zombie is no longer a passive laborer following commands mindlessly, but following them loyally and to the death. Once you add the E, the zombie is feral. It is like a shark smelling blood. It is rogue. It is beyond command. You can no longer recover control, except of course by artificial Soviet methods, primitive cybernetics that they later developed for use on their zombie troops, which doesn't really, well, it renders them controllable in a military situation, but is of no particular use to the situation you would be in if the Israelis blow their neutrons. So, this is the situation the world faces today, and why Israel matters so much. Not in the sense of some biblical prophecy, but in the sense of what they can do to render your world a nightmare, an endless waking nightmare of the ravenous dead. No more fitting time to talk about that potential than here in Chinese Hungry Ghost Month, the month of the year when, in the Lunar New Year calendar, which is why it started mid-month this month and doesn't end till mid-month next, but the month when the gates of hell are open and the dead revisit the world in astral form or ghostly form, if you will. So, all that being said, Mr. Gozaimasu says, somehow I sense strongly the prion connection. I've been wondering about this for a long time. The prions make sense. Regarding the animation is my query point, etc. So I thank him for his input on that. I don't see what the purpose would be, but to reanimate skeletons because of what use they would be. I mean, they would be essentially useless. But I'd like to see the footage anyway, just to see what I can make of it.
Is the prawns the cause of the chronic wasting disease in the deer population?
The which population? Deer population.
Yeah.
Okay.
The wild deers. 'Cause you see a lot of videos of them acting, strange as hell, like their brains are malfunctioned.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Thank you, Noticer, for saying hello. Greetings to you, honey, and love you dearly. There you go. So let's put it this way. Here's what's going on with that. When it comes to what the Americans feed their cows, we may not be feeding them bone meal, but we're not doing any better. When it comes to pigs, cows, you got these animals locked up in troughs where they spend all day literally locked locked before a trough. They feed them just literally, they're supposed to be feeding them whole grain and all this bullshit. And in cases where they're making the claim whole grain fed, supposedly that's what's happening. We can only hope, right? But there's plenty of cases where why would they spend money on whole golden grain when they can just spend nickels and pay somebody from restaurants to empty all their vats they get full of chicken grease leak off from mass production of chickens and shit, which are butchered from McDonald's and all that. I mean, all kinds of waste effluvia produced by that. She says, half awake, dear girl. Mwah. Well, all the better to time to seduce you, honey. And, well, there you go. Some healthy flirting. And at any rate, happy you're here at all. So when it comes to the situation where a lot of these, shall we say, corrupt cattle raisers, they're not ranchers really, where they're feeding their cattle or their pigs just raw sewage. Look, the animal's trapped there. It's in a harness. It's got to feed out of its trough 24 hours a day. That's how they fatten them up for sale. It's not supposed to be that way. Some people advertise free range. There's other people who become part of these communes where they butcher animals that take years to raise, and then you become part of an organization where you get parts of the cow. You sign up for that, and parts of the cow are given to you, and they're organically raised and fed, and you become part of a group where you're not given a choice. You get certain organs or you get certain parts of the cow randomly. We have setups like that here in California. I wouldn't bother becoming part of one myself because I have no ability to cook like a whole cow liver or something given to me. I have no ability to deal with something at that scale. But people become part of that out of this concern for what they do at the industrial scale. Amanda, you would point out, of course, when you go past these cow facilities where the cows are up to their ankles in their own cow shit, and she says, would you eat a cow, that comes out of that environment? And of course, I told her, yes, I would, because I've grown up eating cows out of that environment. So what am I supposed to say? Of course I would, because I already have. And would do so again because we don't have any other option. I'm told by people who travel to Argentina or Europe, where the beef is raised much more organically, just how much better it tastes. That the taste is noticeably different in other countries, especially Japan, where you would never want to eat American meat again if you go to these other places and eat their beef. So probably you got it much better off in Australia in that regard. But when it comes to... by the way, Mr. Gozaimasu says, thanks for your consideration, DDD. Maybe the toxic gas has a prion connection, as Nemo was mentioning, the body wasting effect, because that is what happened. They experimented on corpses, and so what he's saying is when they experimented on the cadavers, then effectively the flesh melted off and the skeletons animated. Of course, it's hard to understand how a skeleton can move without muscle.
No tendons or nothing.
Yeah, without tendons. So, but you get my point. It should be interesting footage nonetheless. But to point out what I was saying about the cattle in many cases. So what they ultimately end up doing is basically paying for industrial fluvia from other organic facilities, meaning not organic in any healthy sense, but facilities that deal with organic animals like chickens or pigs and whatnot, and all the waste product when butchering them. Well, they basically just collect all that and they turn it into feed. So it's essentially raw sewage. And this raw sewage is just shipped over by the ton to these other cattle criminals who then feed it to the cows and pigs. Just load it off into troughs, and the cows and the pigs eat it and get fat off it. And they don't have a choice. Understand that the cow or the pig would not eat this if given a choice, but they're tied in place and have nothing else to do all day but eat. And this is what's put in front of them, so they eat it. And so you end up eating that indirectly, and it affects you. This is why Oprah Winfrey said, I'm never going to eat American beef again. And why they sued her ass to the point where she had to apologize. I love beef. Gonna eat beef. Yeah. But you see,
she's got children to eat anyway.
Yeah, there you go. Anyhow, even though I'll take that as facetious and it is funny, probably there's people out there that believe she's doing that, and to tell you the truth, I hate her so much I wouldn't put it past her. So it's just not gonna defend. This is not even worth defending. But when it comes to the no matter how ridiculous the claim, she's not worth defending. Anybody who takes her head and pastes it onto TV Guide on top of Raquel Welch's body, fuck her. Okay, I mean that's bullshit. That's bullshit. She pasted her head on top of Raquel Welch's body. Bullshit. Anyhow, so when it comes to she didn't even want to look like a black woman in terms of her figure. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
She had to use a white woman's body. I mean, that's like, how bad can it get that you're so insecure, have such an inferiority complex, are secretly so racist and so self-loathing that you do that? It's
oh yeah.
Thank you.
And a complete lie. She fabricated her past, and she's just a complete narcissist and egomaniac.
Oh, no doubt. Who wouldn't be with all that attention and money? I mean, but at any rate, my point being about the deer, where the deer come in. So the deer have been seen on security cameras jumping over the fences or sneaking in through holes under the fences and eating out of those troughs. Get what I'm saying? That's where that comes from.
Yeah.
That's where the deer started manifesting mad human disease and eating all that shit and turning into fucking zombie deer that were literally caught on camera in the woods eating, munching off human bones. There is footage that you can probably find on YouTube of deer gnawing on human bones, which they identified as human bones forensically. So there you have it. How they got to that point, eating all that shit out of the trough, that they feed the animals that ultimately feed you.
Yeah,
So there you go in America.
that makes sense.
Yeah, and there's a reason why other countries don't buy American beef, just so people know. So there you go with that. And okay then. So we've covered 10:30. We got an hour and a half left.
You didn't even get to do your well, you're still gonna do your monologue, right?
I suppose maybe a little bit of it. I mean, sure, fuck, why not? Jesus Christ, I should refresh myself a bit before I do that.
You can do that, and I'll just cover for you while you go do that.
Thank you, bless you. Okay, so if you're willing to do that, I'll be gone for about 10 minutes. Can you handle that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay to start now?
Yeah. All right.
Okay, I'll go mute.
I'll address this topic regarding the Third Reich and the UFO technology, anti-gravitational electromagnetic aircraft, spacecraft, and whatnot.
Excellent. Bless you. Okay, I'll go mute. Thank you so much.
The UFO phenomenon, which is making the headlines incessantly throughout the world, is completely overwhelming and also an esoteric reality. The majority of the world's population have no idea about the reality, only from what information they either stumble across, research, or what they are fed. The UFO phenomenon, which your government and military have been contending with prior and post proactive prosecution of hostilities of World War II as a legal declaration of belligerency and the state of war, has been in extent for the best part, well, over 80 years now. Who are they? They are a true breakaway civilization, a government that is still extant and exists to this day in exile. They originally relocated all over the globe, every nation of the earth, brought and took in remnants of the population, dignitaries, prominent figures, the academic, educated, scientific community, etc. But the government themselves totally relocated to many parts of the world: Taiwan, Tibet, Argentina, Antarctica, then into a subterranean existence, which is where they exist today. In Unterland, translated to English as the land below. They are government's legal enemy, which they are still legally in a state of war with, which is why Britain, United States, Republic of France are all still adhering to emergencies, wartime conditions, which are still in effect to this day, such as daylight saving time, and are still paying wartime emergency exercise war taxes on every phone bill. And why Britain, France, and the United States cannot legally declare a state of war, because they are still legally in a state of war. All these wartime emergency statuses, are still in effect to this day, because you're all legally at war with a government that exists in exile, who are responsible for the UFO phenomenon, which your government and military are forced to contend with. Hence, the reasons for a cover-up, a highly sophisticated disinformation program against the population. They cannot afford the population to know this information and to fully comprehend the true fact about this reality. Presidential Proclamation 9066 officially announced the President Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1942 declared all enemy combatants of World War II as quote-unquote alien enemies, also referred to as quote-unquote aliens. The general population has since conflated the term alien and misinterpreted as extraterrestrials or xenosentients. The recognized alien enemy of the World War II were the Axis nation states, such as Japan, Germany, and Italy. These nation states were all recognized as alien enemies or enemy aliens. The alien enemy you are still legally at war with today in the 1,000-year Iraq in exile, a government that exists in exile, and a true breakaway civilization. The United Nations was founded on January 1st, 1942, 3 weeks and 3 days after Pearl Harbor. It established itself as an organization of war. The peacekeeping organization wasn't established until October of 1945 out of Washington, District of Columbia. United Nations as an organization of war as described in Article 42 of the Charter of the Constitution of United Nations has a charter. The United Nations is maintained today, which originally succeeded the League of Nations because it is still legally at war with the Axis nations of World War II. This is why both governments of the National Socialist German Worker Party and the National Republic of China are both not recognized today because they are the legal enemy today, which Britain, United States, and Republic of France are still legally at war with. The UFOs that are appearing in the sky on a daily basis are sourcing from a government in exile. Every single time they appear over your heads, they are violating national and international security. They are breaching your air defense. They are breaching your air defense systems. They can fly over your heads with complete impunity. There is nothing your government or military can do to prevent this from happening. This has been going on for over 80 years now. Your military are getting extremely worried, hence why your government is now forced to take this reality very seriously. This is why it is making the headlines. They are soft-coding it. Whereas what you are reading from this post, it is the hard truth. I hope all of this, which has been outlined briefly, is generalized summary, has articulated the UFO phenomenon and put it into perspective so you have a better understanding about the world. Every single government on Earth is contending with the reality of climate emergency. The Earth is warming up and our magnetic core is weakening. Our own atmosphere protects the Earth from lethal solar radiations. The magnetic core disbands around the Earth from both poles. That's why we have the northern